In there slowly.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to push the button.
Yeah, but better slow and gentle than.
Oh yeah, slow and steady wins the race.
Yeah.
So they say.
Are you pulling all the hair off that tennis ball again?
Oh, does she do that? My Raven used to do that. The fucking
Yeah.
tennis balls.
She'll have her favourite tennis ball, and what she does is it's not her favourite until it's completely bald.
Yeah, Raven was exactly the same. She didn't.
Yeah.
She wouldn't. It wasn't.
Yeah. You're trying to piss me off, Robbie.
Yeah.
Oh, it's working. Look at you all sitting down playing keyboards that you can hear.
Well, that's nice.
Wow.
That is nice.
That's yeah. He's playing in Norwich again later this year.
Is he?
Allegedly, yeah. Might go and see him again.
I'm getting skipping here. Must be me. I was talking with on the Juno pages today, and he said that he's gone right into that Talfa, and he went in.
Oh, sorry, hang on. Hang on.
I've only done a
Second.
quick skip over it. He reckons it's about 97%. He said if I had to put an accurate percentage on it, he said it's 97% close. He said there's a little bit of loss in the bottom end.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's. But I suppose if you put two Alpha Juno 2s together, they'd be different by about 2 or 3%, I'm sure. So. Oh, fudge biscuits.
It must be my internet that's going tits up. Kieran, are you running your iPad? Right, can you turn your iPad off, please? Thank you. Kieran. I was getting skipping. Oh, no. Must be me.
What sort of connection have you got there?
I'm running wireless at the moment, but
yeah, but what's your internet?
Sky super fast.
Fibre.
No, there's no. They won't do fibre down here.
That's funny because like the first fibre rollout in the UK was just down in Cornwall, wasn't it?
Yeah, but no, this particular location, this set of flats,
right?
We haven't even got gas. It's all electric, and yeah,
unless you curl one off, yeah.
Yeah, I live here, so it's inevitable. The houses just literally
run around in the woods naked at night.
That's her. She's the hippie.
That's fine.
Yeah, no, literally, you throw a stone, hit a house on the road, and they've got gas. We haven't here.
Oh, weird.
And they won't bring fibre down here.
Mate, you want to come up here? We've got cars and everything.
I've only just discovered the fucking wheel down here, so I don't know what you're on about.
Oh, what are you saying? Fuck you.
Fuck off, what you say?
Oh, yeah.
You want to talk about hippies? When I was at UC Santa Cruz, my roommate was in the gym one day doing some sport activity. I forgot what team he was on. And there was a random protest of a bunch of women nude walking, chanting through the gymnasium, yelling a bunch of stuff. I forgot. This is like 1992 or something. I totally forgot. But it's just funny that it's Santa Cruz. You expect that.
Oh.
But
what's the address?
There you go. And, apparently, the only fibre in Cornwall is in Bodmin.
Underpants.
Listen, they've only just discovered fucking Y-fronts in Brixham, so you know.
No, super fast broadband in the field.
Polyester ones at that.
Yeah.
Face.
Can't see it.
Fuck you.
All I can see is a picture of a dog.
Oh yeah, my little girl.
Well, my neighborhood in
I think you-
Sunnyvale,
I
which
think
is
you
like the
got
heart
away
of
with
Silicon
that.
Valley, I can't
Oh,
get
yeah.
fiber there either.
And then there's the cushion she bought me.
Fucking love you cunt.
Very London,
Yes.
your girl.
Well, it's been around me too long. That's what it is. Yeah,
Very London. Very London.
To each other, like.
yeah. I'll come home and she'll have left me things like that. That's what I've done to her, I suppose.
I must admit, she does look like good fun to go shopping with.
Yes, yes. The pictures I put up on Facebook. Yeah, it's always an adventure.
You fucking turn around and it's like, what the fuck?
I do not have many lives out.
Great fun to do when you've got the kids with you because you've got one that thinks it's hilarious and one that rolls their eyes.
Yes. Well, that's what having a teen in the house does for you.
That's the way of the world, mate.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Oh, look at that for a bloody setup. A mini Moog and a fucking CS80 next to each other.
With a signed picture of Vangelis on top.
Yeah. There's a signed CD somewhere, isn't there?
And Bagpuss.
And Bagpuss.
Mm.
Bagpuss,
Got a
Bagpuss.
Bagpuss.
Here we
Got a Bag-
Oh, it's really nice to have a cuddle. Do you know Fiona still does that? Fucking does.
I like your cable wig on the door there. That's nice.
Bob Marley in the house.
Yeah. It's supposed to be holding a guitar, but that's downstairs. It's convenient cable. Mind you, you just barely touch it and about 800 cables fall on the floor.
Oh, so about 1% of the ones you own.
Yeah, I'm beginning to feel the cable burn, I must admit.
Well, those are quarter inchers, right?
Yeah, there's a big roll of quarter inches. Those are all 3/5s. For the Beranger. What's up, sis? I know what it is. You want another chocolate biscuit, don't you? Eh?
I like how he's chat. Even see him typing it.
Let's do something with this camera. What should we do with this camera? How about fucking break it? There we go. But that's not the way I click. Why is this working in reverse?
Yeah.
Got cable backwards, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've probably got the USB-C in upside down.
Just smack it like you got spring reverb.
Siri. Siri.
You just
Can I
said, I've got to get another tattoo.
No,
Just
wait,
stick
wait.
your arm into shot, please.
Ooh,
This
Can
one.
I have a cut?
And you'll see why I roll my eyes. She wants another tattoo.
Good girl.
good. Turn it round. There you go.
Fucking turn it round. Just my arms.
Yeah. It's like that all over.
All over.
Yeah. Interesting read at bedtime.
Did she tattoo instructions for you how to get certain places? So.
Well, you get bored, you colour her in.
Litland did.
Storage instructions.
This way. Yeah.
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 This way up.
Do you know
Pay
what?
as you enter.
You know what I was going to do? When my ex-wife fucked off.
The ULEZ charges.
Round the back, ultra low
Yeah.
emission zone.
Anything bigger than 3 litre, mate, and I'm sorry, you're going to have to pay.
When my ex-wife
Oh, dear.
pissed off, I was going to get one that said, with an arrow, all you can eat for £5.
Wow.
Kebabs.
Wow.
Well, it's only flower. Flowers have nectar guides. You need some help sometimes, right?
Yeah,
So.
exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, fart. Give me a clue.
I didn't realise bees was so dumb, but there you go.
Oh, fuck.
Oh dear.
I might be able to get me Stream Deck to work now.
Wow.
Look at me.
Get you with your 21st century
Yeah,
shite.
bloody hell, me cables.
I like the angle. Kent looks like a little kid sitting at a keyboard there.
I feel like a little kid sitting at the keyboard at the moment. I tell you what, the montage is at a much better height now. This is so much better.
You sussed out how to stick it there then? Because you
Yeah,
were talking
I had to make the drawer wider.
Did you stretch it?
Yeah, it's like, yeah. You soak the wood in water overnight, and then what? What?
Yay, finally. I'm
Come on, mate. Come on up. Come on.
Finally.
This isn't like you. What's the matter? What are you after?
Sausages.
Yeah, she's had a few. Today.
I'm going to go and check that data transfer.
Oh, yeah. Got that.
She even had a little bit of my Pankerhofen today. Didn't you? Bacon medallions with feta cheese.
Oh, shit. Hang on. Siri, slide light on.
What else we got to do, girl? Well, you're in there. You have a look.
Siri, side light on.
Sorry, Matt. I'm having problems with the connection.
Right, fuck you. Let's go the old fuck.
Yeah, try. Yeah, I'll try. Siri, side light on.
Hey, Ken.
Oh, where'd you get that?
I wonder.
Look, it looks good, that.
Are you waiting for next month's edition of the D'Agostini Build Your Own JP8?
Ian MM.
Well, I keep finding bits, so you never know. I found a base, so that's a start.
Oh, do you know what I had a thought of? Fucking
Steady.
constructing
Burning
one,
rubber.
putting a MIDI controller, a 5-octave MIDI controller in it. Keyboard,
Okay.
just the keyboard. Take the the keyboard out because I'm weird, stupid like that.
No. I know what you're getting at. It's just that, is it? Will it be satisfying?
I don't know. Be something different, though, wouldn't it? Repurposing a dead JP8.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think how you would repurpose the buttons. Because you want to be able to repurpose the buttons and the controls and the display on it, ideally.
Mm.
Do you know what? I think it would be easier for us to go around the garage and see how many JP8 boards we can find. It would be, honestly, it'd be easier to do that.
Yeah.
There is a few round there, I can tell you that much. You never know. Might be able to make one out of what's around there. Then you can sell it and buy a nice one.
No, I wouldn't say. Well, like I say, the moment that went up on the wall, I had some guy from California saying to me, "I'll buy it from you for 600 quid. I'm fucking refurbishing one." I was like, "No,
Really?
yeah."
Should have given him my email. I think I've got another couple of front panels.
I crossed it. Was in. It was in one. Yeah.
Ooh, that's... Okay, let's see if we can get the... See if we can get the montage far up.
A little zebra, that's not bad, you know.
Yeah.
Okay. I have my fucking MIDI controller's not working. My My master controller. Oh, that's why. Fuck it.
Lights.
Well, let's kill that then.
Right then. Then there's where's the weird one? Course, the weird one is oh shit.
Bang.
That's not it. Where is it, Sid? What have I done with it?
So is this studio final or?
What do you mean final? Yeah, for this week, surely.
Yeah.
It's like a month tops, then something else.
No, I wanted it so I could have everything right next to me. I was really pissed off at having to go over there every time I wanted to use the 80. With everything immediate and at once. And then the stuff I will sit down and fiddle with, all the fiddly stuff is over there.
Yeah.
This is all the just play away kind of stuff.
The immediate stuff, yeah.
Yeah. But there was a lot of things in the wiring that wasn't quite right. There was things that was not working the way they should do. And then there was that entire downloading thing, which still doesn't make any sense. I can recreate the problem though, Rob.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, all I got to do is put the root hub back in, and then off it goes.
Nice. There's your issue.
Yeah, but it wasn't doing it before.
Well, do you know when I moved in here, because this is fibre to the property.
Yeah.
At the old place, it was fibre to the cabinet, and so I used to use a mesh system. So I had these little cubes that I used to just dot around the house, and it would give me pretty good coverage, pretty much everywhere. So when I moved here, I obviously got a new router, and when I connected the mesh units, my speed went down from 300 to 90 or something stupid like that.
Yeah.
And I was like plugging it in different things and trying. Every time I connected one of those mesh units and then hooked up to one of those as the Wi-Fi, I was just getting about 90. And then as soon as I took it out, boom, it's back to 300. And it was because apparently I wasn't using it in bridged mode, which is something you set up in the main router.
Right.
And so I wonder if you've got something like that on there. I don't know. I'm not no expert on that, but I did a bit of research, and they said when you use something like this, you've got to use it in bridged mode.
Well, it's possible because if it's not the factory default to have bridge mode on,
Generally, no.
then because I did a factory reset on it, so then I'm trying to fix something that's not going to work. Then aren't I? From that point on, I mean, it's worthwhile having a look at, but I just didn't want to waste any more bloody time on it.
No.
Basically.
Well, the thing is, I just
Dumb.
So I tried these mesh units, and they just weren't giving me the full speeds.
Yeah.
Next time
But
you
the
should
coverage of the router, the new router that I've got, is such that I get even when I'm sitting on the loo, the opposite end of the house or the opposite side of the house upstairs,
Yeah.
I'm still getting 200 plus megabits per second. So, even in the furthest parts of the house, I'm still getting a decent speed. So I was just like, oh fuck it.
Yeah, well, this is the thing.
the point?
I mean, I don't know what it is. I mean, we've got that Virgin hub in the front room in the window.
You're not fucked it yet, then. Sorry.
Not yet. And as I go up the stairs, I get halfway up the stairs, the internet cuts out. It's got awful range. That's why I had the booster router down in the workshop and one up here.
I wonder if you've got a little mesh system Because honestly, it transformed it at my old house, because my old house was kind of L stroke T. It was a bit. No, it was more T shaped than L shaped. But because of where the router was, it was really quite far away and in between a lot of, there was a lot of walls in between.
Yeah.
So when I went to bed, the signal there was pretty awful. As soon as I got out of bed and walked across the landing, it all just kind of picked up again. Got this mesh system, and I plonked 2 of them downstairs and 2 of them upstairs. And all of a sudden I was getting full speed wherever I was in the house. And you can buy these, in packs of 2, 4, whatever.
Yeah.
And it works really well.
Right. Osmos. Keep forgetting you have to put this in and then turn and lock it.
Yeah.
Keep forgetting that and going, what's this bloody thing keep turning on? There you go, good girl. You go in there like that. Lovely. Need this mixer fired up, really. Yeah, I picked up this X32 earlier to put it up here. I'm not kidding you. I think one of my testicles ended up in my sock. Something shot down my leg. God, fucking thing's heavy.
What did you say do?
Where's the...
No word, shut the fuck up.
That's what I usually do. No.
You just bow chicka wow wow.
No. I don't even know what that is. Oh my.
How was that not a problem?
No.
It's my fault.
Where's that headphone extension cable?
No, use a light. Just
You can plug this one in.
let's make it good. We stay together. No losing each other, okay? Sorry. Stay together. Don't lose. You we made it.
I didn't get any more emails today, Kent. He's not got his headphones on, has he?
I think he's moving the cable for him.
Oh, it's just me.
And he's back in the room.
That's better.
I was saying, Kent, I didn't get any more emails today.
We didn't.
No. You saw the ones I sent you?
Yes, I did.
Very.
No comment.
All of a sudden, the sound came out. You went, fucking hell.
What was this? Not what you thought, is it?
Ah, dear.
Been blessed with a visit from Ty Monday.
Oh, wow.
He's come down with Pippi.
How is the old bugger?
It's all right. It's okay. He said he'd be about 11 o'clock. I said, well, don't expect Fiona to be awake then.
Maybe that's why.
Yeah. No, he's going to pick up the rest of that dumb stuff and take him down to Margaret.
I wouldn't want
Oh,
her
yeah,
to
yeah.
right now.
No,
Fucking-
no, she's
Magnet.
getting because she doesn't really know the gear.
Yeah.
So she's been asked lots of questions. She's going,
I can imagine that it would have been like flipping a switch and her email inbox would have caught fire.
Excuse me. Look at them two behind him. That
yeah.
doing.
Oh, they play fight all day. Siri, get her. Get Lily. Get her.
Execute order
Just hit
66.
Amy's phone off.
Get her. Get Lily. Get her. Bite her legs. Bite her back legs.
And yet my HomePod sitting right here didn't go off.
I'm really not looking forward to turning this mixer on.
To be honest, nor are we.
Why, thank you.
Squeaky bum time.
Yeah, you know that Christmas card list. Oh, do we have another one? Oh, God. See, nearly all my audio, all my mains cables have these on the end
Oh, right, yeah.
because they go into the power conditioner as these sockets. That's why I can go click and the entire studio turns off. As opposed to the old days going around going, oh, that's turned off, that's turned off, that's turned off.
Oh, shit turns off.
That one would be fine.
I think Kieran's had enough, darling.
It's not plugged into it. Okay. I don't think that's long enough, is it? Not really, no. Can you find a longer one, Nelly? No, that's an actual plug, isn't it? That's not good. Ah, no, that's a strip plug. No. We're just going to have to make it work. Don't look at me like that.
I just love it when they just sit there and look at you like, what the fuck are you doing?
It's the tilt, and it's
Why are you doing this again,
Yeah.
Dad?
all this shit that does me up.
My cats do that.
Do they?
Yeah, they'll just sit there and look at me and go, oh, what do you do?
Yeah.
And then,
Why, you've already had it out today.
yeah. Why are you pulling that so hard?
I know. Most of this
If you
isn't-
put the magnifying glass down, you could use both hands.
the exceptional attention that I'm receiving at the moment from a certain dark-coloured friend,
Is that because you've just opened a wrapper?
it's more to do with these.
Oh, yes.
These
Oh.
are your
I'm a good
favourite.
girl. I'm honestly, I'm a good girl, Dad. I'm a
These are
good
your
girl.
favourite, aren't they? Eh? Aren't they?
So
You
giving
can't,
him-
you can't. No, you can't have a whole one in one go like that.
What's the date
Bit
today?
rich.
17, 18.
It's the. It's never the 17th.
It is, yeah. 17,
Yeah.
18,
No.
19, 20, 20. So 22nd is Thursday, isn't it?
2
it's
seconds.
Thursday. 22nd is Thursday, yeah.
Okay. What happens Thursday?
Oh, no, I just got to write a couple of things by Thursday. I spent this morning... Oh, do you know... I love writing about music technology, but when it comes to writing about music technology that's on offer this week, proper
Oh,
snooze fest.
yeah.
But yeah, so I tend to do that on the weekend when I've just got a bit more time and boring as fuck. But if anybody wants a Roland SPX, was it the SPX No, SPD SX Pro. Wish they'd sort these things out. SPD SX Pro sampling drum pad is currently 17% off at the moment at Thomann. It's not bad. And the Electron Model Cycles is 17.5% off. 329, if you like that sort of thing.
What is that running across the picture? Is that
That's
like
a rail.
is that overhead cameras or something?
That's the idea. He's getting all technical now. Look.
Yeah, I just scared the fish.
He'll be taking over PSN next.
Oh yeah, that'd be the day.
Honestly, after the last 24 hours, you're bloody welcome to.
Right, I have trouble just signing in.
You know, had problems. With it. Okay, I've said.
For the yeah, basically since the beginning of the year, every week has had something related to it that just really either stresses me or annoys me or both. But yeah,
Has been a bit iffy, hasn't it?
Shit.
it's like
Any more from Gino's 2-man?
no, in fact, I was just sat, I was bored, and I thought, let's see if he's written anything else, and he had. So instead of responding to it, I put a couple of pictures up on Twitter. One of my Casio VL tones sat on top of the DX1, and another one of my Yamaha VSS 200 up against the Fairlight. And I said, you know, we run the whole gamut of, you know, from Casios to DX1s, from VSS 200s to Fairlights. We're not gear snobs. We like every bit of music technology. And it's all done a bit tongue in cheek. And about 2 or 3 hours later, that post that he put got deleted. And he's not posted anything about it since.
It's funny that, isn't it?
So, did he not get that the whole Genos 2 thing was just a laugh?
No.
Oh.
Sense of humour bypass for some people.
Yeah,
don't it?
nuance is not his specialty.
Mind you, in all honesty, this is me giving a shit.
Yeah. And then, it's something else happened yesterday, which I won't go into in public, but no, I'm just, and it just makes you question, you know, what. I remember watching a video by, and again, I'm not going to mention names, of some synthfluencer put a video up on their channel some while ago, bemoaning how tough it was to be a synthfluencer.
It still sounds like something you're supposed to clean a bog out with.
New improved synthfluencer. Clean around your rim.
Yeah. Get rid of those shitty stains.
Yeah. Removes all known clag nuts. So anyway, this
Feces scratches.
Feces are gonzies. So he. Yeah, I remember he posted this video about, oh, woe is me, you know, I quit my day job to do this and get grief and all that. And I'm like, really, mate? You know, that's just like me saying, well, I quit that job to do this job and I don't like it. Well, whose fault's that? You know, you made that choice, and if it's hard work, I feel for you. It's, you know, life's tough and you got to get through it, but don't try, you know. Anyway. So I'm always wary of, you know, sort of doing that myself, but I completely get that, you know, people like, you know, me, Kent, Andy, put ourselves up on the public forums, or, you know, into the public's eyes every week. And when you stick your head above the parapet, you've got to be prepared to occasionally have some pot shots taken at you. And that's just the way it is.
Have a thick skin and keep on moving.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I
used to get criticised when I wasn't on the net. So
well, yeah. And you just go, well, you know, you take it, but sometimes it's the way it's dished out. I mean, if it's dished out in public, so somebody leaves a snarky comment in the comments on the video, well, that's just keyboard warriors on YouTube. They're 10 a penny. But when somebody does something that's a lot more direct and personal behind the scenes, a viewer, someone who you have no idea who this person is, and then they start sending you emails or private messages trying to sort of sneak in to your periphery. It's I think, Jesus, go out, do something, get a life.
It's
Unfortunately,
like Raphael all over again.
yeah.
I can handle Raph. I mean, yeah. But
Have you seen some of the posts? Apparently, he's had all these mental issues and all this sort of shit going on. And then somebody went on the day after, and he's still out spamming the fuck out of everybody he's friends with.
Exactly. He didn't learn anything.
It's
Well,
made
Jim-
no fucking difference to him at all.
Jim, who runs the Synth Memes Facebook group, which is where all of this really kicked off.
Yeah.
Jim's a top bloke. He's a really nice bloke, and he runs that site, and he runs it on a medium to loose leash. He'll let a certain amount go, but he will put his foot down if things get personal. If somebody's getting attacked personally, and this all kicked off. I've stopped following that group. Somebody just said, "Oh, by the way, have you seen?" So I just went and had a look. And Jim actually posted up a few days ago a message that he sent this Rafa guy, whatever his name is, and saying, "Look, I understand there's been a bit of a pile-on, and so we don't like it when it gets personal, and we absolutely sympathise. That might have upset you, so we've removed those, and we're not letting anybody post any of that stuff anymore. However, because of what you've done in the past, you've kind of brought it on yourself.
Yeah.
You've been spamming the shit out of every synth group. You've been, sending friend requests under different versions of your names and all of this kind of stuff. So you kind of made yourself fair game. We don't want it to get nasty in person. We don't want it to affect you, and we're sorry that it has. But we're not going to, we can't completely protect you from this. So, and it was all very, he put it, very eloquently and politely, and yet he then goes to take pictures of himself outside a police station somewhere in Spain, saying he's reported people.
That's the best.
And
Internet
and all
police.
this, and it's just.
Oh, he tapped me up years ago. I think I suffered his
Same
bollocks for
here.
about a month, and then it was like, actually, you're just a dick, and I got rid of him.
I mean, I think like everyone, if your first encounter with him, you go, "Oh, well, he's just one of these people that you, he's got the same interests. So yeah, I'll accept your friend request." And then all of a sudden, the deluge happens.
Yeah.
And then you go, "Oh, maybe not." And then you unfriend them, and they try to refriend you with a slightly different account with a slightly different name, or they try to add you to this group or add you to that group. And as I said the other day, he invited himself. What did he say? He wanted to join the ProSynth Network group, and by this time he was well known for being, for doing the things he was doing. So I said, no, I'm just not going to start that up, because he'll go in there and he'll spam that place, and people will get upset. So I just thought, no, stop. So that's it. So he sent me a private message from one of his accounts, which has since been deleted. And in this message, he says, could I please join your group? I apologise for all my past behaviour. To make up for this, I will come on your show.
Yeah, give me some more free promotion.
Excuse me? You will come on my... Okay. And I never replied to it, but I kept it just because it's funny. Every time, I need a bit of a laugh. Just have a look at that.
Well, the great thing too is he talks about his promotion, but he doesn't have any music out there, right? No. What is he promoting?
Next month, I'm going to be releasing an EP, and here we are 5 years later.
Yeah.
And he posted all these pictures of him posing with his left hand on a PS3100 and his right hand on a Moog Source, and he owns none of this gear. And the way I think after I sort of deleted him as a friend, somebody hit me up and said, "Isn't this your Fairlight?" And linking to, and he posted this picture of one of the Fairlights that I'd had here, passing off as his own. He says, "I'm going to make use of this," and because he's a big Jean-Michel Jarre fan as well, which he likes to tell everyone. And so I just sent, I commented on this photo and said, "Would you please remove that picture of my Fairlight from your page? It is not yours, and but if you want to buy one,
we'll talk about it. We'll talk about your picture."
And I said under that, if you want to buy one, you're serious about buying one, then let's talk. But of course he's not. So,
No.
yeah,
That's not.
Wow.
He's an odd individual, and I'm not even going to bother speculating why, but he is, and yeah, he kind of.
Yeah, the less you fuel there.
It's something I learned very early on. Say less, and you have a bigger effect.
Oh God!
It's like that Ian guy. I don't talk to Ian at all because he just reminds me of the phone. Oh shit! Hello.
He's just boring.
See, I've always liked him. I thought he was all right. But...
Yeah.
Thanks, Matt. I owe you a pint, mate.
No, I don't drink, so you're all right.
No, I don't drink either. So let's go have Cokes together. Or lemonade.
Oh dear.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm all right, mate. That's me finished for this evening. I've just been working on this dance project that I'm doing.
Nice.
Cool.
So I've got the first mix sort of all right. I need to have a listen to it tomorrow. So
Coolio.
Here, share this one. This is Ian's new book.
Ian's new book.
Yeah.
I did say that, didn't I?
It's on Synth Memes. Yeah.
Yeah, I did say that, and it's not true.
And here's a picture earlier of Kent.
Brilliant.
No,
Fat Matt for that one.
I'm back in the Behringer, wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
I've seen setups like that in Japan, of all places. You think they're so advanced and organized, and some of their wiring is really suspect in the cities. I couldn't believe it.
I was saying when Matt sent that picture through, I was out in Bucharest about 12 years ago, and just walking around, the city, like every telegraph pole, it was like that. It was just a nest of cables, and I think, Jesus, if something goes wrong, how the hell do they figure out which one it is? But there you
Get
go.
on the Parsons network.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Well, what do we know?
What do we know?
Water's wet.
It's raining outside too, yeah.
This switch has been on longer since this lot have been here than since I've owned it. You're enjoying it, and you little one? Yeah.
I will have to probably pull an Ian in a few minutes anyway.
Well, you can't pull an Ian until I've pulled an Ian.
No,
I'm only staying for half an hour, so
I might just be able to stretch that before I get.
You're coming into work.
we can go together, Rob. That'll make everybody talk about us.
Oh yeah.
Well, I've got to cover off at some point because I've got to have to take these home when they're ready. So Kent might be on his own with Andy for a little while.
There's Rafa's keyboard here. Share this one.
Well, I know I haven't got time to pull Ian. Oh, it's my mini! Yay.
Oh, I want one of them.
Well, I've got the cushions.
You've got the cushions.
Yeah.
I have the shoes. There's a Minimo Converse style shoes.
Oh yeah. Bloody hell.
I was sorely tempted about getting some of those Adidas 808 shoes, but I thought,
Oh,
nah,
yeah, I remember them.
I'm of an age now where that just kind of looks ridiculous on me. Like most
it
things
wouldn't
do.
go with your hairstyle, mate.
No. I've got a pair of Nike basketball trainers or shoes or whatever you want to call them, and they are bright orange with carbon struts on the side, and they cost me a fortune. And I went on eBay once, and they sell for stupid money, but I'm so desperate to wear them because when I bought them, I could get away with it, but I can't now. I just can't get away with bright orange trainers. You know, sat below, you know, all this. It doesn't.
Bright orange trainers. I've got bright orange trainers. Fucking
I-
hell,
Let me find a
I've always worn Converse. Literally from when I was 16, 17, and when you used to be able to buy them they were really cheap because they weren't the brand that they became, you know. And I still wear red Converse.
You want to see trainers? Because Litland had an effect on me. I always wore black, right? Oh, lived and died in black. Got with Haley, Litland, you got to wear colours. So rainbows became a thing.
Oh,
wow.
man, they're fab.
He said they're not that bad actually.
They're great.
Yeah.
The thing is with these trains that I've got, they're not only are they bright orange, they're shiny. I mean, you can see you can see your face in them. When the missus is wearing a skirt, you just go, "Oh, hello." See you after breakfast. They're
That's
they're
orange.
so cool.
You can get away with them. I bought
do.
these recently, and when I got them home, I realised that they actually didn't have any laces with them. Now, they never came with laces. They were never intended to be. They're just slip-ons. But to be fair, I think they're so naff that I only wear them around the house. I never go out in them.
I'd do it just to annoy people with OCD. Go out without.
Yeah. They're comfy, but I mean, I just thought, oh, for God's sake, that trendy bollocks about not wearing laces.
Well, you know when I turned up at Synthfest and I had on shoes on? It really, really winds her up. The thing is, I've got, I think, 6 or 7 pairs where they're all the same style of shoe, but they're all different colours. So I mix and match them just to fuck her off.
You're a real keeper, you aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, and the socks as well. Yeah, I do it with socks as well.
Oh yeah, socks. Yeah.
I've got, in fact, I can show you my socks. These were a Christmas present from my eldest. Yeah, where's my bloody camera?
Steady. Don't pull something. Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
what?
guitars, yeah.
They've got guitars on them.
Nice. I'll show the boy because he'll be wanting a pair.
Yeah.
Guitar socks, darling.
Numb.
Oh, do you know, I can't find any pictures of these things.
Good girl.
They're Jordans and everything. They're proper.
Oh, your mate's turned up.
I got a pair of Air Force Ones and I wore them about 4 times. The boots, the basketball boots, and I can't wear them now because they squeak every time.
Yeah.
I've had them about 15 years. Can't wear them. No, because if Kieran had them, he'd fucking kill them. He's not having my bloody white Air Force Ones. Bugger off.
Thing is, every time we have a bit of a clear out, Jackie like pulls these things out. She says, "You're getting rid of these. You never fucking no. You don't." Which she doesn't know actually how much I paid for them because I think I mentioned I went into Nighttown in Chicago back in 2001 and just kitted myself out in everything that was orange baseball from Nike. Shoot for literally from head to toe. It was bright orange.
It must be something peculiar for men of our age because Keith loves his orange, doesn't he? I love my orange.
Ty loves orange.
I've got an,
Ty is
actually,
Ty is orange.
I have an orange T-shirt, but I don't think I look good in it.
So, see, I don't give a fuck what people think, so I just wear what I like.
No, I mean, neither do I. But it's not. I don't care what anybody else thinks. It's what I mean, like my stripy jumper, which I absolutely love. The rest of the family absolutely hate it.
Ah, lovely.
And
I
I
like
think, and I'd wear it every day, all day till it fell off me. If it wasn't that it had to go in the wash occasionally, what the hell's this? So I've just been sent. My youngest son's just sent me a picture that's upside down.
I don't care about what I wear anymore.
You don't go out.
Well, no, it's not that. I mean, take this T-shirt, right?
No, I don't want that T-shirt.
No, you wouldn't. But look,
That's
see
orange.
this. Where is it? Fucking camera.
Fat
Bloody
Jesus.
Christ.
Stay down. Oh,
He's frozen.
He is. We can talk about him then. Let's talk
Yeah.
about him.
Oh,
Bloody Jeff, he's
no.
a pain in the ass.
right, here you go. Hang on a second.
It's Buddy Christ.
Buddy Christ, I have one of those.
Where is it?
Hiya, Jeff.
There.
You are one of those.
See that?
I am one of those.
Brilliant.
See there?
Oh, look at that. Yeah. What's
Yeah,
going
yeah.
on there?
Nelly ate it. When she was a pup, she chewed the whole bloody thing off me. Right? But that's not my best. The best one I've ever done. It was Sunday. Put all my clothes, I had a shower, put all the clothes in the wash basket, go to bed. Get up in the morning. I'm going, oh, God, I can't be fucking arsed. So I just grab the nearest thing, and on the top of the Hoover at the bottom of the bed was her. She's got like this medieval dress looking thing, you know, like a wench's dress. And I went, oh fuck it, I'm going to have a coffee. I put it on. I go downstairs.
No
I'm
way.
wandering around the house for hours with this. Doorbell goes.
Like a moo-moo.
I go to the door, and you know what? The DHL guy was like, well, I wasn't expecting that, but okay. Here's your parcel, mate. I went, what? He goes, well, the dress. I went, don't you like it? I go, mate, I just completely forgot I was wearing it.
And the knickers.
Yeah, do you know what? They're very comfortable. Dresses are very comfortable.
Yeah, it was the bra flapping about underneath that fucked the guy up. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Yeah, especially considering it was just stuffed with small
It
pillows.
was just the tip that was hanging out at the bottom of the tray.
Yeah.
And scallops dragging on the ground.
You got a silkworm there, mate.
Oh, fucking hell.
Right, lights, camera. Well,
Action.
any smoke? No. Cool.
Ian, how are you, man?
I'm all right. I haven't seen you for ages, Jeff.
I know. Every
Been
time I come in,
avoiding
you
you,
leave
so
just like
I've been
5
avoiding
seconds
you.
before. And Matt, nice to see you.
How are you,
And
buddy?
Andy, and Kent, and I'm so happy to see you guys. Anyway,
Nice.
Hey, Jeff,
Good
what's
to
up?
see you too, matey.
yeah, Andy, you sound like Namtrax is really bad for you.
Yes.
It's on its way out, but it's still shitty.
Yeah,
Mm.
it gives you that deep voice, though. You should
Yeah,
sing.
too bad I'm not a singer, right?
Yeah.
In the beginning.
You'll never find.
Join
Runer, yeah, there you go.
rule the galaxy together as father and son. Here we go. Hey!
Hey,
Where's Simon?
Yeah.
Where's Simon?
We don't want Ollie, we want Simon.
Yeah, woo, where's Simon?
Oh, he's fucked up.
Oh, fuck.
Probably.
Oh, mate. Oh, I do feel for him, though. I must
Come
admit.
back.
Come back, Jean-Michel 80.
I must
Oh, there he
admit,
is.
I must admit, Bud, I do feel sorry for you. Honestly.
I know
Because
it's great. I need to make more videos with him, actually.
Yeah, no, but you know, you sort of like look at him sitting over in the corner going, "You bastard!
Do you want to know? You want to know
Fucking
something?
show stealing bastard!"
Ollie's just
I
said
got a
four
suit
words.
for him as well. As an idea.
He's
Him
here.
being a president and everything.
Yeah, brilliant.
only said 4 words and my missus melted.
Yeah, Fiona's a big fan.
So yeah.
Oh, can you imagine if he did a sat nav? No fucking woman would get anywhere, would they? Just be puddled along the way.
Oh, there's an idea. Like, a voice
Yeah,
pack
good.
with Simon.
An Ollie sample pack. There you go. There's a fucking.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
How are you, mate?
Good, good.
Good.
All refreshed.
Good man. It was good, yeah?
Yeah.
It was nice, yes?
Yeah. Well, it was just a cheap and cheerful winter holiday in the Canaries.
It works. Don't knock it. Oh, look.
Beats my afternoon off on the settee. But I put shorts on, so you know. It's all right. Got the feel.
Not the dress then, Ken.
Yeah, got the feel for it.
Yeah, we get this place over there in Lanzarote. We're right on the sea, so all we have to do is just sit there. Like there's no restaurant in the area that can actually give us the view we have, so we don't go anywhere. We just go like for 3 or 4 swims a day and then walk a lot, and we're so tired we're in bed for 9:30. So it's like our health kind of refresher for the new year every year.
Sounds great.
It's great. Yeah, it's great. And we come back here and we keep thinking it's summer. You land in Ireland and it's like, yeah, that's right.
Rain.
Not quite the same. Right, I think that is everything manged up.
Have you just got to turn it on?
Yeah.
Don't turn it on.
Now,
Don't turn it on.
now it's dun dun dun.
Sound test. Uh-huh.
Oh shit.
He's just delivered a baby of cables.
Jeez.
Audio cables. Oh. All right. 600 XLR cables. Okay, let's go. I've got to sort this all out now. Oh, mate. One at a time.
Like, Ian's the one. Look at that expression. Look, it's just like, what the
It's so expensive as well. Somebody asked me what the most expensive thing I had, and I was like, it's probably cables.
Yeah, I have. Honestly, I have boxes of cables.
Yeah.
I've got
No,
two more
literally
dustbin liners of
boxes.
cables
I have
upstairs
at
in the
least
attic.
4 boxes, all packed, ready to go.
Right, I'm gonna go and check this.
Oh, I realized today, I didn't realize the DX7, there's a refac cap in it.
Mm.
They're bad. They explode.
Yes.
I didn't realize. Like, I just opened it today just to check something, and I saw the refac cap. I was like, "Oh God, I got to change that."
Get that out. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, lucky it hasn't popped.
There's also not a common fault, but one that has occurred on more than just the one occasion where people have it plugged in but not turned on, but it turns itself on.
Oh.
And then it eventually just overheats and goes bang.
That's the
So I
switch
don't know
issue
whether-
then.
It's something to do with the internal PSU. I've never had it happen with me, but I've only got the one of those.
It has to be a dodgy switch. Then I can't see how it would get power without the switch being faulty.
I don't know because I've just heard about it and
Yeah.
I checked my I think my
I think
PS.
no. I think sometimes the switch only runs one line. It'll either run the live line or the
Oh yeah.
the neutral line. So if the cap goes short, it's kind of the same as turning the switch on.
Yeah.
So it almost like bypasses the switch.
So you get the live in and no escape.
And because it isn't a plug-in mains,
Oh, good to know.
Yeah, that's right. It's a
it's cabled, isn't it?
cable tethered,
Yeah.
whatever they call it.
That's the downer of them.
Might actually be worth modding that, yeah. Then with a dual switch, then.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I need to look into that anyway.
Or
change that
cut
cap.
the panel out and put an IEC in it.
Mm.
Always a good laugh. Right, let's stand.
I had interesting. I had somebody change the switch on the DX21 for one of those.
Isn't the switch on the 21? Is that a latching switch? I can't remember now.
Mine is now. I don't think the original.
I don't think
is.
it was. Okay. So just like my DX27, I'm pretty sure they had a latching.
Or sorry, mine is like it's a power socket with a switch on it, and it's one of those dual line.
Oh right,
sockets that actually the switch engages both lines. I don't know what it is in the original version.
That was an oversight.
Yeah, somebody changed that.
I made a lot of 1/4 inch to XLR cables for the X32. Unfortunately, I made all the cables black. That's a bit of a shit, isn't it?
What's wrong with black?
Well, which one's right and which one's left?
Put some tape around it.
Yeah, just a little bit coloured tape.
Electrical tape. You don't
I knew there was a
electrical
reason we had
tape.
Ian here. Fucking hell, yeah, of course, yeah, that's what you. Yeah.
Or
thank you, Ian.
I used my Dymo printer and just LR just to stick it on.
Yeah.
The trouble with the Dymo printer is that because I've used that, sometimes it doesn't stick very well.
So you just put a piece of regular sellotape around it.
So you found it, I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shortcuts galore here. Yeah.
Like the colors, Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's less intense on the camera. So.
I've been looking for a picture of these fucking trainers for ages, doing my head in. I went upstairs to the wardrobe because I thought they'd been put in the wardrobe, and they're not in the wardrobe. But I bought a pair of leather shoes the other week because my old ones had just fallen apart. And in the process of looking for these trains, I actually found another pair of black leather shoes that I've probably only worn the once, which I probably bought because my old ones were falling apart, and I just forgot that I bought them and went out and bought another pair. Fuck. This is age. Right, hang on, let's have a look at this.
Oh, for God's sake.
A hybrid. Was it the hybrid?
Is that when you put your toast on the top shelf? Oh, you silly fucker. You only have to put it on one of them.
Jordan Futures. Let's have a look for them.
Do any of you lot have a copy of Sony CD Architect? Have you used it?
No.
If I go back to 1987, I'll let you know.
But yeah, well, I mean, I actually do use it, but I use it on a computer that I have boxed and didn't think I was going to need it this year. Yeah. Don't use it that often, but and I'm not going to get the bloody computer out and try and find a monitor and plug the whole thing back together.
Oh, speaking of software, if anyone is looking for a unusual reverb and can't just look up reverb, SSL FlexVerb. SSL FlexVerb, pretty fucking amazing.
Yeah, it is.
When did SSL buy out Harrison?
What?
I went to check it. My Harrison Mixbus. I've got Harrison Mixbus 32C. And I just thought, because it's one of those programs that doesn't have a check for updates feature. So I just went on the website, logged in, went to my thing, and it's the SSL page.
Huh.
And SSL are now owning, I presume, owning Harrison, because all the Harrison stuff's on there.
Yeah, I heard about this a while back. Yeah, you're
Must
yeah,
have just
I think
completely
you're
passed
right.
me by. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they bought them out, I think.
Yeah. Which will be interesting to see what happens then with Mixbus and whether they'll start having some SSL features in there, which would be quite nice.
Right, so this is...
Or an SSL version of Mixbus.
Because don't you use Harrison? Have you used Harrison?
I've used it in the past for things
Yeah.
like mastering and stuff. I don't actually write in it, but it's because it's. I got it for. I remember I bought the basic version,
Yeah.
which was about 30 quid or something, and then
I think I remember you telling me about that, and
Yeah.
I did look at it back in the day.
and I got an upgrade to 32C for something stupid like 60 quid or something. And I thought, yeah, I might as well go for it. So I rarely. It looks nice. It's one of those doors that, you know, when you fire it up, you go, oh, that actually look, because it's like modelled on a Harrison desk, and it looks really cool having all those, especially on a big wide screen. Now you can see all the faders. But I'm not very proficient in it. But, I didn't know that had even happened. Fucking hell, can't find these flipping trainers.
I missed out on that Yamaha SK10 I was looking out.
Oh, yeah.
Before the holidays. Somebody else bought it.
Okay. Right.
Would have been a nice addition for the channel, but I should
Hmm.
have bought it before I went. It was like €200.
It was a sign.
It was a sign. It's okay. I actually bought instead. I bought another arcade machine. Super Hang On.
Oh, what? Sit on bike one?
Not the sit-on one. The stand-up one. Interestingly, the stand-up one has a bigger screen than the sit-on one.
Yeah, I seem to remember that because the sit-on one, the screen was
It's like 14-inch. The stand-up one is 19-inch. But yeah.
Wow. I used to love that. If I went into an arcade and I saw a Super Hang On, I was just like, yes. It was that, Star Wars, Gauntlet, Defender. If an arcade had all of those, then it was a good arcade.
I'd love a Gauntlet machine. They go for crazy money, though.
I bet they do, yeah.
The 4-player ones.
The 4-player, yeah.
No, my favourite was Space Dungeon.
Space Dungeon?
Yeah, I think you mentioned that before.
A bad dream.
It was a really good... I loved playing it.
Yeah.
I played it to death. I could have bought a new car rather than playing that bloody thing.
But I've an agreement with a friend. I have a Sega Rally sit-down cab that I have no interest in, really.
What? Great
Well,
game.
I got it ages. It's a funny story, but I got it. It was a dual sit-down cab, like the whole assembly.
Yeah.
And I got it for, I think, €250. And in it, I found 96 euros worth of money. So it's sort of in the cab, like after I got it. Anyway, a friend of mine loves Sega Rally, like far more than I do. So we're going to do a swap. He's already got a half of it, and I'm going to get do you remember Operation Wolf?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm going to get that.
Was that the one with the
Sega Rally.
Uzi mounted?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I remember that.
And he's worried because he has to come over the border with a machine with an Uzi gun.
Yeah,
at the
rightly
back
so.
of his van.
Oh, wow. No, there were some great games back then.
Well, it's not like it's a P90, is it?
What was the one? The clay pigeon shooting one. That was light based. It had these lights that went. It was like a projection screen. It wasn't a camera.
Oh,
or anything,
we're
it was
talking
big.
Bronze Age type
Yeah.
of arcades. Yeah, I don't know. There was a few of these, to be honest. There was a lot of
talking
these
analog
old,
here.
shooting ones. Yeah.
Daytona. That was a good one.
Now, I have a Scud Race cabinet, which can accommodate for games like Daytona or even Sega Rally. So I still have that to restore. But
and they did touring cars as well, didn't they? Sega touring cars.
Yeah,
that was a little bit later on. Yeah. Pole position. I remember going to a holiday camp in Scarborough, and they had the big, I think it was 3 screens. Pole
Primrose Valley.
position.
Oh, yeah.
And you
But
sat
these
in
are-
like it was like a car. Yeah, it was like just the seat of the car, and you got in, and you were like this, and 3 screens.
Now, these are super rare. People will actually
bet.
kill for it.
Yeah, I bet.
I've seen fights for
Yeah,
those cabs.
Those are great.
Yeah, I only know of one.
Yeah. I only ever saw, that was the only one I ever saw with the 3 screens. I remember playing the standard single screen version, but not the.
They had one on the East Coast near north of Dublin, and I remember there was a crew from England of arcade collectors that actually came down and took a lot of cabs from that place, and there was a war in Ireland at the time. Obviously, they weren't happy. People from England came in and took the cabs, but they were there. Nobody wanted them in Ireland anyway. But in it was one of those 3-screen pole position. I actually don't know. I know the collector scene in England, but I don't know who got it.
Yes, that was because I only lived like back in the 70s and the early 80s. I lived 15 miles from Great Yarmouth, so we would just hop on a bus to Great Yarmouth and just go in the arcades and play just everything. As soon as it came out, it was it'd be in one of those places. And, Pleasurewood Hills was not too much further down the road, so we used to go there, and they used to have loads of their arcade had like the biggest of all their stuff.
So that's where you got your love for FM sounds.
Yeah. What can I say? Yeah. No, it's I actually we went on holiday to Clacton once, just after my mum met my stepdad, and Clacton on Sea was probably one of the biggest. It's kind of like the Blackpool of the South. It's one of the biggest seaside resorts at the time, because they just had the roller coaster installed on the pier that was one of the first in the UK to invert. And it was on the end of Clacton Pier. So Clacton was where it was at. And we used to go out for dinner or something, and we'd walk past all the arcades. And I just couldn't, my mum literally had to tear me away. And she tells me tales of me making her cry because I was just so obsessed with going in these arcades.
Yeah.
Of course, Mum, can I have some money? I was only like 12 or 13 at the time. Yeah, those were the days. Nowadays, I go to the arcades in Felixstowe. It's like the nearest place to us, and there's virtually no video games. It's all shover pennies and grabber things, and and those stupid games where you can actually shoot water at a TV screen or something. They're just and all the games spit out the tickets that you then collect, and you can collect 10 million of these tickets, and you can get a penny chew or something like that. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, the expectations have changed. It's the physical experience now that matters. Like it was the case as well for us back then. It's just at some point we were able to play Golden Axe and Shinobi at home, so that experience faded away from us, and so the arcade survived on physical kind of things you could drive or specific controller, things that moved, and then that went away as well because people could get that at home at some point.
The ironic thing is, a few years ago we went to Felixstowe just on a bank holiday weekend, and there was one of these. It's like a grabber machine. So you put a pound in, you get 3 goes. You have 2 levers, one for horizontal, one for XY axis thing. and instead of grabbing something, it's a pole on this arm, this sort of, 2 axes, and there's a shape. So it's like a triangle, like a chunk of triangle or a chunk of square or something, I don't know. And you've got 5 holes. And what you've got to do is get the triangle in the triangle hole. It's a simple thing.
Okay,
but
yeah.
You've just got to line it up right. And of course, it never, even with the best will in the world. So we go past this machine, and my boy, who was, I don't know how old he was at the time, he said, "Oh, Dad, can I have a pound to go on this machine? I might be able to win a PlayStation." Because the prizes were an Xbox, a PlayStation, 50 quid in cash, whatever. So I'm like, yeah, okay. So I gave him a quid. He had 3 goes and he didn't get it. He said, "Dad, can I have another pound? I've worked it out. I'm going to get it." And I'm like, "Seriously? All right, here's another pound. If you get that PlayStation, I'll give you my VR headset." So he goes like, boom, straight through. Bells start going off, lights flashing. The empty PlayStation box drops down in through the chute, and I'm like, "Fuck!" And the first thing he turns around and says, "You're giving me your VR headset?" I'm like, "No, I'm not. I'm really not." But he actually won, and we took the box to the lady in the booth. And she said, "Oh yeah, you got to come back later because the manager's not here, and they're kept in the lockup."
Oh.
So we're like, "Well, when later? Like in an hour?" "Oh no, he'll be back here on Thursday or something." Oh great. So we went back to Felixstowe on Thursday, and he said, "Oh no, I've got to go and buy it." So he had to go to Argos, and he sends me a message the next day. He says, "Do you want the one that comes with Spider-Man or the one that comes with FIFA?" And I said, "Okay, I've got a choice. I'll have the one with Spider-Man. That's what the boy wanted."
The one that comes with VR.
Yeah. But he won a
Yeah.
PS4. And he still got it, and now he just hogs my PS5 all the flipping time.
You want to get
the irony of it, I love, because I remember visiting and doing a video on an arcade that opened in Limerick, just about an hour from me, and they have vintage machines, like really old school machines. They have modern machines. They have stuff imported from Japan. Said the machine that actually does the most money is one where you have you put a coin, it's like a crane or whatever it is. I couldn't figure it out, and the prize is a PS5. And he says we make more money on that machine more than every other machines here combined on a single night.
Yeah.
And the irony of it, like of a gaming machine for home, is actually the stuff that actually does win in the arcades.
Exactly. Yeah. I did actually give my son the VR headset, but only about a month ago when I bought my VR2 headset.
Well, I'll tell you what, you got to get him.
VR2 is great. It's fabulous.
It's good.
He's got to buy your Moog raffle tickets now. Then.
Yeah.
I've been using the VR2 a good bit, and Beat Saber is compatible with it now.
Yes. Yeah. It was a bit of a slow start. I mean, I only got it because of Gran Turismo, which is amazing in VR.
But I need the wheel as well. I don't have one.
Yeah, I mean, it's become a regular thing now. On a Sunday morning, I'll come down, I'll have my breakfast, and I'll set the wheel and the pedals up, put the VR, and do like a couple of 100 miles of racing. It's just, and I've almost instantly become a lot better at it. I'm not great at it, but I'm a lot better at it because with the depth of field, you're judging everything so much more naturally.
Of course,
and easily.
Lateral motion and everything.
Yeah, everything is just
perception,
perfect. It's so good.
And even the previous VR, I used to get a little queasy every now and then.
There are certain games that
but this one,
no, I've not had any.
I can go on for hours with it. It's just I haven't had.
There was one
issue.
game on the first VR that made me really ill. It was like a robot arena thing, and you were in this. It was a bit like the big robot heavy lifters in Aliens. You kind of in one of these machines, and you were bouncing around this arena, and after about 5 minutes, I was just about to barf. It was really bad. But I bought a really good game for the first VR called Blood and Truth. It's like a British gangster game, you know, and it's made by the same people who made the Getaway on PS2?
Okay, yeah.
Which is the London-based, you know, and it was, you know, you could drive around London. It was actually exactly the same as, you know, real London. And yeah, they made this VR thing, and it's really good, but it's not compatible with VR2.
Yeah. No, none of the games really are. They have to be specifically redesigned.
Squadrons is not Star Wars Squadrons is not VR2, which
like Beat Saber wasn't for the longest time, and then it is as of a few months ago.
The boys been playing a lot of the Resident Evils that are VR compatible.
The Resident Evil Village.
The Village, yeah.
Oh my god.
I haven't played it yet myself.
Oh my god. I finished, like, I cleared it on every level, like up to expert. But in VR, I'm actually afraid of the fucking thing. It's just so scary. Yeah. The Horizon Zero Dawn game on it is actually very good. Is Robbie frozen in a
Looks like it.
creepy, very creepy face?
Yeah, that's it's definitely a sort of if it
There you go. Back again.
He's back.
And he's back.
It did that the other night.
You did.
All the screens just went into a little spinny wheel, and I know it's me, it's not you guys. Very strange. Yeah. Anyway, I can't remember what I was saying. So,
all these audio and video experts and all that equipment, and we still can't figure it out.
It's almost like the service. It's not the internet, because everything else is working fine, but it's almost like StreamYard for like 20 seconds. Just
something funny happened to me during the winter, or during the harshest part of the winter, back in January and December. But I was experiencing like the internet just dropping for a few seconds and having to sort of come back on, and I couldn't figure that out. Essentially, I have because of my house configuration, it's actually two cottages sort of stuck together with a flat section. So two roofs aren't connecting, and essentially to get internet here in this room, I have to run a wire out the wall, outside, over around the house, and back into the other roof. The cold was wreaking havoc on my internet connection, and actually
just because it was the cable,
and the obviously because it was exposed to outdoors and sun and weather, the cable had sort of disintegrated or whatever happened to it, but it was just super rigid, and it had kind of broken. It was coming back with the moisture every now and then, and just disconnecting, that kind of way. And one day it just died, and that was it. I had no internet. So right now I'm running a cable over the carpet, which Fiona isn't too happy about, but I'll have to figure it out down the line.
Right,
in summer.
I've got to do an Ian.
So am I. Time to do Ian.
See, look, we
got together.
They're going to talk about us, mate.
I know. It's all right. We can stand it. We've got broad shoulders.
You need to.
Right. See you later, guys.
Good night, lads.
I'll hop back on later. See ya.
Bye.
Jeff, how long is your hair? Every time you come here, it's longer.
Well, and I need to cut it because it's this fucking long.
Jeez.
Yeah, it goes to the middle of the back. So yeah.
Yeah, I can see.
I've been saying I need to. I've been saying I need to cut it since November. So
I mean, we got pretty much both ends of the spectrum here, haven't we?
Yeah. Well, I could cut it and send you some, and I still had some, and you have.
I tried that; it doesn't work.
No. Try super glue or something.
Super glue. Oh, fuck.
Did you ever have long hair, Matt?
Yeah. Oh, in the 90s, I could put it in my mouth. It was.
Yeah, likewise. Yeah.
Yeah, but
In your mouth, I can put it in my ass.
yeah, but don't put it in your mouth after that.
Are we talking about your dick again?
Yes, exactly.
Like that, he's sitting there pointing at the ceiling, and all we can hear is this ethereal voice.
Yeah, I didn't expect him to come in.
Oh, here we go. Fuck me, he's back.
Look at him. Look at him.
Oh, are we working?
All that fancy camera equipment, and it's still
Yeah.
pointing at the ceiling.
Yeah, so I'm over here somewhere, you stupid camera. Ooh. No, wrong way, you twat. Yeah. What?
Yeah, I went to. I went from long hair to nothing overnight.
Oh, really? Yeah.
All of it to just shave it all. That's it.
Oh.
I shaved all mine off for charity. Oh shit, I can't remember. It's got to be 30 years ago. It's got to be 30 years ago, and just kept it. Just kept, and eventually, you know, the fucking.
Oh, you still have plenty. I mean,
Yeah.
The bare patches are appearing, and it's just like that. Fucking
Yeah.
stuff.
It's fail an MOT, put it that way.
Yeah. I mean, my missus is a bloody hairdresser, so you know, it's not like if I grew it, it wouldn't be a problem. But
oh no, I made mine a choice before it was taken out of my hands. It was going that way.
yeah.
Well, and before COVID, I was totally clean cut and, you know, shortened haired and all about like Kent. And
Oh my god.
and then COVID hit, and I go, oh yeah, I remember having long hair and liking it. So, you know, I mean, that's what happens when you work in, you know, finance stuff. You need to look the part, and now I work from home, so I just need to look the part of a
Suppose yeah.
hippie, I guess.
They haven't called you back to the office.
I have an office downtown, but I run the operations here. The head
Fair enough.
office is in Toronto. I run the operations here, and I mean, I you know, I go to the office once a month, maybe. So yeah.
Yeah, they're asking us at work to go back 3 days a week, and they're giving us like until April to kind of get used to going back. But everybody's going, well, I'm not going back until April.
Yeah.
The problem is we don't have enough room for everybody, so they're going to have to find new buildings, and the buildings that we used to have around the main buildings are now occupied and sold.
Hmm.
So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, a lot of people are not willing. I mean, you waste so much time going to the office to do the exact same thing you're doing out at home.
And I mean, in IT, all the teams I work with are abroad. Like they're in Germany, they're in Canada, they're in China. So there's no reason for me to be in any sort of a specific location, you know. Yeah. Yeah, the chair I'm sitting on was actually provided by the office, and yesterday it broke. The metal base sheared off. So I shouldn't say that. Whatever I did on it, but
it's Simon's fault.
Yeah, but my wife was like, you know, just bring him back and ask for another one. I was like, just don't. No, I'm not going to mention anything. Like they're asking us to go back. If I want more equipment, they're like. So just stay silent. So actually, I borrowed a MIG welder from a friend, and I managed to fix it. Like I was going like side to side on it. It's back together now, but I was like, no, I'm not gonna ask for a new chair from the office. Didn't want me to go back then.
Yeah, they're gonna say, yeah, we have a new chair for you. It's in the office.
Yeah, not happening.
Yeah. Yeah, but working from home is, I think I'm even more productive than I was in the office, because I don't know, too many things to distract you, for me anyway, in the office. At home, I'm just focused on what I'm doing, and that's it.
Yeah, the few times I had to go back, I found myself getting very easily distracted by just ambient noise and colleagues on the phone and
Yeah.
that kind of stuff.
Someone comes, hey, how you doing? I'm doing fine. You talk for 15 minutes and that's it. There you go. 15 minutes wasted.
Yeah, it's mind you, my Fiona, my wife, just retired 3 weeks ago.
Oh.
So she's going to be home every day now, so I'm not sure.
Well, that's an incentive to go back to the office.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, actually. It might last for a while because she's on a cleaning kind of spree now. She wants to fix the whole house and tidy everything and clear everything. So
yeah, wait till she gets to that room.
No, this is off bounds. She knows. She actually, we got the whole house repainted 1 year, and this room was actually off bounds. It was like, no, it would take too much to
Fiona
actually
did the
move.
same thing when she gave up work at British Airways, and suddenly, the whole house had to be decorated.
Yeah.
And
What
it's
is
like,
it?
New furniture. Do this, do that, do the other, and all the rest of it. I go, oh, okay. I go, and the workshop, and the lawn, and the lean-to as well, and let's do it all. I go, okay.
I'm not making this face because
Done.
you.
I was cutting wood all day today, actually chopping wood with an axe, just to tidy one of the shed, so she could move stuff from one room here into the shed. Never mind. Yeah, shoulder and bits. I love her though.
Definitely cool.
I like the though.
Yeah.
I love her though. Yeah.
I
She
think
does other things.
after a while, you develop sort of like a system where you spend less time in each other's proximity.
Shut off switch.
Give each other a little bit of space.
Yeah.
So I come up here, and then she watches her awful programs downstairs. 'Cause I'll tell you what, if
You
I'm
have it
trapped in there-
downstairs. This is
Oh,
a
yeah.
cottage.
Yeah, but see, if I'm trapped in the same room as her watching The Masked Singer, I'm going to kill somebody. Seriously. He goes, "Do you know who it is?" No, I don't give a fuck who it is.
Yeah. Hence this room.
Yeah, let me out. If I have to hear one more of those puns, I'm going to punch somebody in the face. No, that's too much. Too much.
What are you working on, Kent?
Rewiring the studio.
Again?
It's a weekly rewiring of the studio, I think.
Yeah, it's the weekly tidy up. Is this coming through at all?
No.
Yeah. Oh, the keyboard, no.
No.
I wonder why that is.
If you can't figure it out, I mean.
Volume is on, is up, the mixer is
that's
turned
all
on.
doing stuff, and
Can you hear it?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I've had the weirdest thing happen on Discord if I'm streaming on or connecting with people on Discord. So this mic is going through a mixer, and so all my like synth and equipment. So people on Discord can actually hear this, and I'm routing it properly, but they can't hear any of the equipment that I have on. So if I press the keyboard, they can't hear it.
Yeah.
It's all going through the audio interface. That's
the same thing.
The mixer is going into
Yeah.
but it just
Yeah.
Really?
and it's only happening on Discord. Haven't
That's
been able to figure it
weird.
out.
Do you run loopback or anything like that on the machine?
This is as lightweight a setup as you can probably.
Because what I did was, like, for instance, like, everybody could hear everything that was in the room, me, the mic, the keyboards, everything, but couldn't hear anything that was being played out of the door. So go to loopback, click on add, and it goes add Cubase, and then suddenly everybody could hear everything.
What? That's
Whether
really
it's some
weird,
sort of like different audio protocols or whatever.
My setup is literally it's a 16-track mixer going into a single audio interface.
Yeah. Same here.
going into my computer. So like
Yeah. But somehow
whatever is going into that interface.
anything generated on the computer is going out onto your would be going out onto your stream, but it's not going through the
Wow.
interface, so it has to have its own virtual cable,
Yeah.
as it were, to join the stream.
But that mic is going through the mixer and into
Yeah.
the audio interface then. Yeah, it's really weird. It's
I
only
know, it's
happening on
weird.
Discord, yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
there's something. There'll be something there where you need to point it to that app
Obviously, yeah.
somehow. So normally some sort of virtual cable system, like Loopback or something like that, helps no end with that. But it's like this is all going. The mic, everything's going through the audio, the Focusrite, into the Mac Mini and out.
And yet, wow.
All plugged into the same unit. It might have something to do with the channels or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's one of those
could
things
be.
you'll wake up tomorrow and go, oh yes, click.
Are you? Yeah. If you're sending keyboards to a bus,
Mm-hmm.
it might. So maybe the audio for here is just taking the stereo out, and I don't know. No, maybe not.
I really don't get it. I don't get it.
Because if you have multiple outs going to the computer,
Yeah.
or is it just a stereo feed?
No. It's just a stereo feed.
Oh,
You
okay,
know,
well then-
USB into the Mac.
Yeah. Okay.
And on the screen it shows it as going out into the channels 1 and 2 to the actual final out, and also this, and it's
Yeah.
registering that, but it's not coming through into the stream. Pass.
We've been through that before,
Mhm.
multiple times,
Mm-hmm.
and you found the fix eventually. Do you remember what it was?
A lot of swearing.
A lot of swearing and banging.
Can't remember.
Write it down.
Let's try. Hang on. Let's try. Playback door hardware inputs.
High
Oh, I
five.
don't know. What's
Write it down is like people saying image your computer when it's working, so you don't have to deal with that anymore. But when it's working, you're just happy that it's working and you want to get on with things.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. That's a custom. What? It's not a custom mix. That's a custard cream. That's good. What the fuck's that? Well, what? That's peculiar. So that. Well, it's not wired in. You'll have to play it a lot louder than that. Stereoized, yeah, okay. Does not. Software door playback.
Yep. Hear the mic.
Yeah, everything's there. It shows everything going to 1 and 2, yeah. So weird. A.1, A.2, yeah,
Yeah, Prometheus is right. Sell your gear.
okay. Yeah, I do that and I go.
It's not working.
"Oh."
It's clearly not working. Sell it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes me go one channel. That makes me go stereo. Yes. Oh, mate. I don't know. Can't remember what it was I did. Sure as hell wasn't that, was it?
Anybody bought some of dumb stuff yet?
I sent the email. I'm still waiting to hear.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I sent an email with a few things, and
Thing is, I mean, she's going to be absolutely under the cosh.
Of course,
with all-
yeah.
yeah.
It's
And-
going to be tight.
I'm pretty sure also that I mean the UK people will have priority because you can go pick it up and it's less of a hassle.
That's fair enough.
For me, you know, I mean, yeah, absolutely, that's fair enough. I mean, shipping a couple of things here. I mean,
Yeah, I'm the same. Yeah.
yeah, well, yeah. So you know, that's fine.
Yes, I wouldn't want to be Margaret dealing with all that because that's going to be fucking a nightmare.
Yeah, and then maybe a million questions. And I just said, you know, I want this. If only one is available, I'll take it. Just I'll pay for shipping. Tell me the price. Here's my mailing information.
Well, that's pretty much what I did. I said, you know, all I want is I'm not even bothered what it is. You know, I'll probably get shit for it, but I asked for his Model D, and it's purely because I want to own something at Don's. It's not.
Well, yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
And to be fair, if Don bought one, you know, he obviously had interest in it, and there's that to it as well. You know, it has validity to me in that. So, yeah, you know, I'll just wait and see now. Wait and see.
Yeah. I mean, you know, yeah, exactly. And if someone else gets what I want, hey, fair enough. You know.
I'm sorry, my missus is being a dick.
What's she saying?
Now we need to know.
I'm not saying anything. Right. Hayley, give me the cushion and let me just show Ollie and Jeff. I have a particular type of cushion. You can imagine what she was doing.
No. Oh, hello, dog.
Hayley, bugger off. She's literally being a tit right in front of me. Enough.
I can't help suspecting that this dog's been going out in the garden in the rain, getting wet, and comes in and dries herself on me.
Oh, I've got one like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are, aren't you? Hey. Freak back. Previously wagging your tail.
Yeah, I haven't sent. I was tempted by a few things while I was on holidays, and then because that NK1 slipped through my fingers, and in the meantime, I'd bought that arcade machine, so I was like, okay, here it goes my cash for this month. But maybe if there's any update in the list next month or something like that, I might be. I just want to. It's not so much for the gear; it's the idea of having something that used to have, you know, for obvious reasons.
Well, I mean, here we've still got the D50 here. There's a DX. Don't ask me which. I can't remember which one it is. There's a Moog pedal. There's the Rhythm Wolf and the Timber Wolf. What else is here? Oh, the Code 8, but the Code 8 doesn't work. It's got a voice out on it. So it might I'll have to go and get it repaired.
Rhythm Wolf.
I mean, if I don't land the Behringer, I'd seriously consider the D50.
It's nice. It's in good nick, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Recently serviced, would you believe?
I wonder why.
No, I don't know. I wish I knew what I was doing. It's like, wait a minute, this used to work like this. What's changed? Oh yes, me.
Didn't you run it into the mixer first and then run the mixer out into the Focusrite?
Yeah, that's what it's doing.
That's what it's doing.
That's what it's doing.
Oh.
Because that's a bit. Because the noise floor doing it that way, it's like absolutely. There's nothing. There's no noise at all. It's fantastic. But must be doing something wrong somewhere. Oh.
Right, gentlemen, I'm going to disappear for about 20 minutes because I've got to get this lot home.
Yeah.
You're pulling a knee in?
I will be back very shortly. It's literally
challenging wank.
Hey?
Challenging wank. Or is it a wank challenge?
Yeah, that's about 20 minutes, isn't it?
Depends how long it takes her. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
right. Listen.
Boom, boom.
All right. See you, man.
Right. See you later.
See you later, darling. Take care.
So when you said, "Oh," did you stumble upon something?
No, I thought, hang on a minute. I wonder if I accidentally plugged it into the monitor outs rather than the outs on the back of the mixer. And I go, well, it won't make any difference because its reading is coming through on the
Yeah.
meter. Why it ain't getting through elsewhere is confusing.
Oh, and by the way, Ken, thank you for the WD-40 info instead of the deoxit.
Oh yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
Because but it was so fucking weird because I sprayed the volume pot and so and you let it rest and then again and then I turned it on and it was still crackling, but I had stereo channels and then nothing. Volume maximum 0 and nothing, and just let it rest for 2 days, powered it on, and now it's working fine. So thanks, man.
Yeah. No, I've used Deoxit in the past, and it hasn't cleared pots and sliders. I'm talking 40-year-old.
Yeah.
Deoxit just doesn't cut it, basically.
Yeah.
And I remember I was on some forum somewhere. And I said, "Oh no, use WD-40. Don't use Deoxit because Deoxit's no good." Oh my God!
Yeah.
They were building a Wicker Man within about 4 hours.
I had the same stuff happen to me on arcade forums.
And,
I got
yeah,
so
and in
much
the
shit
end-
about it.
And I kind of lost my temper. I go, look, people who don't know use Deoxit, okay? People who think they're doing the right thing without doing all the bloody actual doing the work, right? Use Deoxit because they don't know any better. Bless them, poor little shits. Because us working stiffs use WD-40. Get the fuck over it. And suddenly I wasn't part of that group anymore.
Yeah.
How strange. Not that I gave a flying fuck anyway. So
I got so much shit from arcade groups for exactly the same stuff because they all like Deoxit for sockets and pots. I'm like, WD-40 any day of the week, like just use that, guaranteed.
Yeah.
Unless, and I've had it happen. Recently I was fixing an arcade monitor. The carbon ring on the pot was actually broken. There was a big gouge in it. Whatever happened to short or something like that.
Yeah.
That's not, obviously you're going to get a big spike in your pot. That doesn't solve it. But that was the only time that WD-40 didn't fix one of the pots.
Yeah.
And Deoxit is so expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like 10 times more.
Yeah. And it doesn't actually provide you with anything
Doesn't work.
more. It doesn't. I mean, if you use Deoxit on the sliders,
Sockets.
The sliders on a 2600, right?
Okay.
But a tonus one, so what, 70, 71, 72, something like that, right? You put Deoxit in it because it's going like this, right? So you load it up with Deoxit, you put about 10 quid's worth into the fucker, and you come back to it after an hour. Yeah? You put 40p's worth of bloody WD-40 in it.
Yeah.
Done.
There you go.
All right. And there's this thing. It's just this thing about, oh no, you got to use the proper tool for the proper job. Yeah, and the proper tool is WD-40. Get the fuck over it.
I know.
You know. But I mean, a mate of mine, old Ben Rossborough, he runs EMS Cyberwave up near the Welsh border, and he does vintage repairs up there. And he said to me one day, he says, "Do you use Deoxit or do you use WD-40?" I went, "WD-40. Why would you use?" He goes, "Oh, I use WD-40 as well, but I never say it to the customers." He said, "I did that once and I got nothing but from them." I mean, yeah. I said, "Yes, it's almost like a snobbery,
isn't it?"
Yeah, and it's it's no more than that.
Mm-hmm.
There was a parallel, but I can't for the life of me remember what it was. But it was something to do with something to do with like fashion or something along those lines, where the expensive way is absolutely no gain over doing it the very, very cheap way. But if you've done it the expensive way because of the label on it, kind of thing,
Yeah.
so it's kind of like that. So, yeah, but you know, if you're a tech and you use Deoxit, good luck to you. But I bet you work on them fucking sliders a long time though. You know, I mean, you know, sometimes you know, like for instance, on really, really old Minimogs like RAs and Musonics ones. So we're talking what's again 71, 72. And the pots are sealed, and you get a pot where it goes, and you know you've got to split that bastard open regardless. But you spray the WD-40 in it, you know, once you split it open, because you can't take the pot out. It's actually almost like it's like a one-piece thing.
Yeah, okay.
And you spray it in there, give it a little twirl with its arse off it, and give it a shake and everything. Put it all back together again and put it back into the synth, and it is absolutely gorgeous. Because the carbon track on it is like what, 5-6 millimeters deep. It's a hell of a carbon track.
Wow.
Do you know what I mean? And then it doesn't have a metal pickup. It has a prong with a big square piece of carbon on it, rubbing on the carbon. Hence, they go on forever.
Doesn't that wear super fast though? I mean,
no, we'll be long gone before these things wear out. Because what they've done is they've made the carbon go like what do you call it? It's like a point, and but there's hardly any pressure between the copper holder and the track. It's just enough that it works, and yeah, it goes on forever. Bloody brilliant little thing it is. But nobody makes those pots anymore because they're too bleeding expensive to make. But
I only use Deoxit because I already paid for it, but I only use it on jacks.
Yeah,
so
fair enough.
Yeah,
I had to fix them yesterday on my D50. It wasn't coming through my mixer, and I Deoxit the jacks, and everything's beautiful.
Yeah, so. But when I've got to do things with jacks like switching jacks, I get the WD-40 in there, and that really does the job on them. So. Good old WD all over the 2600 jack sockets because they're all switching jacks, and it works a treat. Absolutely works beautiful.
I never checked what's actually in Deoxit.
I don't know. It's all sort of, I don't know. It's like.
I mean, for the price, it must be like Pope Jizz or something like that.
But you know,
yeah, but that's what it is. It's like, you know, where you got Parfum de Toilette from Chanel. You know, and you go, yeah, we got this Chanel. It is you know, $600 a liter or whatever.
Chateau de Chateau.
Yeah, you know. Yeah,
I haven't read the label, but they smell really similar. So
yeah, exactly. So you can get something that smells almost like identical, and it goes, yeah, it's mostly made from, you know, fish arse and, you know, all sorts of bloody, you know, bitter white spirit, you know, and gob in it, and it's the same thing, and it smells exactly the same. But one's $600 and the other one's like 20p. It's that kind of thing.
Yeah.
The thing with WD-40, we know it repels water. It's hydrophobe or something like that. So. Like that should tell you all you need to know about the thing. Like if you want to deoxidize something, move kind of water corrosion off it or moisture corrosion of it, that's the thing to use any time of the day.
Yeah,
what about the other product they make called Fader Lube? What's the equivalent of that you would use if you didn't want to use Fader Lube?
No, WD-40 again.
But that's not a lube. That's a cleaner, right?
Yeah, but you see, the thing is, right? You think about it, right? You got Deoxit, right? When a slider is crackling, the last thing it is oxidized.
Right? Yeah.
It's full of fucking fluff and shit and little scrapes of carbon dust. There's nothing to deoxidize. So it's just this, you know, myth that's built up. You know, but if people want to spend like 22 quid on a tiny tin of Deoxit, look yourself
the beautiful red and black can, you know, it's just it's very colorful, you know.
But £4.99, I can have like a litre of the fucking WD-40, mate.
Yeah.
Or just fill up a bin with it and just throw the synth in it. Just soak it overnight. That'll do it.
Like a flea dip.
Yeah, exactly like that.
I used to fill jars with it and just soak stuff overnight.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. You know, rusty bolts and stuff like that. You know,
Yeah.
you've got can't get the nut off. You just drop it in the jar of that and come back to it in the morning. And there you go. On the move. But I remember saying something about it. I think the first time I was on PSN, I was on there as a guest, and I was saying about using WD-40, and you know, I was getting messages on Facebook saying, "You use WD-40? I thought you were a proper tech." I'm going, what made you think I was a proper tech?
That's great.
I'd always say, oh, yeah, if you don't use deoxit.
Yeah, no, I mean, I still get comments about WD-40s on my videos, using that for pots and stuff. And I'm like, look, I've 450 videos on that channel of repairing stuff. If you know, the track record is there. Like, if you don't like
just you know, you have all this proof of how it works, right? How well
Yeah,
it's
but I
done.
read on this one website it's not.
Yeah,
good.
exactly. Yeah. I've seen that one big YouTuber that used deoxit on restoration, not a repair.
Some guy who said I should only use deoxit. You know, that guy that's never even opened up a synth in his life. So,
Well, it's like this whole anti-science argument. People go out of their way not to believe in actual science and believe in some nonsense. It's like they've never heard of Occam's razor. Take the simplest fucking path. The science makes the sense.
Yeah.
But they want to make these like the flat Earth theory is amazing. Like they try to describe the motions of the sun and the moon and everything else, and how the constellations are viewed differently from different angles and stuff, which is obviously bullshit. But they have all these like, oh, we have this model for this and this model for that. It's like, it's too complicated. It doesn't work that way.
yeah, but it's like, you know, this is the difference between science and a cult, right? Science, when the facts change, you know, you change your opinion. You change your opinion. In a cult, when the facts change, you change the facts. Simple as that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because apparently one is easier than the other. It's not. It's not.
I think the only time I thought about using deoxit was I was repairing a Pac-Man board, and they used Atari at the time, or Namco at the time, was using those a single swipe sockets, and they get very corroded and they're shite anyway. So, but anyway, so I was like, you know, here would be a good case of using deoxit. I was like, or change the socket for dual swipes. Just cut them off, change them, and you're good for another 20 years.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a couple of times in, I think in memory mugs more than anything else, where the socket becomes not so much corroded, it just doesn't seem to be making a good contact with the legs of the IC anymore.
Yeah.
And somebody was saying to me, they go, oh, you know, you get like a, there's this little tool you can get, and you can pull all the contacts of the socket back across to make them nice and tight
Change
again.
the socket.
I'd go, yeah, or I could take the socket out and put a new one in it. Or solder the chip directly into the board.
How original do you need the fucking thing to be? Like,
you go, why have they got so many sockets in them? I said, because it doesn't have through hole. So, you know, they got to cover their ass. You know? But yeah, mate, I don't know.
There's a big thing in the retro computer and arcade repair stuff about sockets that machined sockets should be the thing that you use.
Oh, God,
and I'm very much against that. I hate them as well.
I hate them with a passion. They go, finally, I've got it in, but I'm going to have to pull this out and check that all the legs went in.
And they wreck your IC's legs.
Yeah, and I love the way you can put them into the machine sockets.
Fine.
And you go, sorted, and you move on, right? And then you got this fault, and you trace it to this IC, and you're going, hang on, and you pop it out, and one leg has folded perfectly.
Yeah, exactly. It's fine square, and
it looks perfectly like it's gone into the machine hole. It's like
So whenever I
no,
replace stuff with dual swipe, people always go for machine sockets. No, they're a terrible
No.
idea. They make sense in some industries where you have those legs and you need to.
Well, multi-pin CPUs, for instance,
Yeah.
sorted. But no, for dual inlines, no, awful.
Yeah, so there's this big myth going on around the retro computer and arcade stuff that you should replace all your sockets with machined pins.
Oh God,
I never do. Like I'm so against it. They're
Yeah.
shite. They're terrible.
Oh no, absolutely not. Good God. Yeah, no. I'd rather eat my own face than bloody fit them. God.
What? I might go for machine sockets here.
I don't know. No, they're awful. They are awful.
But it's funny the myths that are
Yeah.
perpetuated in
there's loads of them as
hobbies
well,
and
yeah.
And it's always by people who've watched a lot of videos but never actually necessarily done the work themselves.
Yeah.
And that's why I asked Kent, because I knew that he knew the best way.
Yeah.
I was about to go because the deoxid thing. I mean, I'm gonna spend $60 on a.
That's fair enough.
And but then I go no. I know someone who's intelligent. So
It's like this thing about like always turn it off at the switch on the back, never at the switch on the wall. Why? It's not different.
what's the difference? Yeah.
None at all. Especially if you've got switch mode, they're pretty much loaded anyway.
Right.
You know what I mean? If you don't believe me, here, catch this switch mode. I turned that off a week ago. So, yeah, but I think all industries get these kind of myths built up around them. I think the car industry has it.
Yeah.
Electronics industry has it. They've all got it. They'll build some sort of. Oh no, you never use this. You use that, and whatever. Some of it's true, and the rest of it's just horse shit.
There was a kid in my Discord today actually that had a CRT monitor, like a TV, an actual old TV that he used for retro gaming, which I love because he's way too young to actually have experienced all those retro games and consoles, but he wants to play them, and it's lovely. Yeah. But his CRT died, and there was big smoke out of it, so he sent to us on the Discord a couple of photos, and there's a big Rifa cap that exploded.
Yeah.
And I said to him, well, he said, like, well, can I find a replacement or what? I said, no, you don't need a replacement. That's a filter cap beside that big transformer. It says a filter cap. Just check that one leg is going to ground. And if that's the case, it's a filter cap. Take that out and it'll power on again and you never have to worry about it. I was like, why? And then comments came on the Discord like, that's bad advice. And I said, no, it's like, look, the power we get nowadays and the power that's generated is far more stable than the stuff that was.
But what if aliens invade? You'll need
a
filter cap. Yeah.
So this
He's
thing
going
is
to get irradiated. He's no longer protected.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And I had to fight, and I actually messaged in private, and that's on my own Discord, my own community. But so I messaged him privately, said, just take it out, remove it, just double check that it's connected to ground at some point. But if it's connected to ground, it's filter cap, it's not in the path, take it out and it'll work fine. And sure enough, it worked fine. So he posted pictures afterwards, and people are like, well, then you don't need it. No, you don't need it. It's all tech. They were designed to accommodate the power supplies we used to get at the time.
That's funny. Some people love to have the secret knowledge or the special answers.
Yeah. I mean, if it was on 24/7, yes, replace it with an X2 cap or something like that, equivalent. It's not.
It's just using normal WD-40. It's absolutely fine.
Yeah, and it's sprayed with WD-40.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Whatever it is, it'll be fine. WD-40. Broken leg, WD-40.
WD-40.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it's a panacea. WD-40 for everything.
Yeah, yeah.
Got COVID.
Broken key.
Yeah. I've gone deaf in one ear. WD-40. Psst, there. Oh, yes, I can hear now.
Bonjour.
Yeah, it's not a magic fluid, but it certainly works. It certainly does what you think
It works for a lot of stuff. It's really close to magic, though.
It is getting there, I must admit.
You know.
But more like sooty and sweep magic, more than sort of thing. So,
I'm surprised there's not a Harry Potter spell named after it.
yeah.
Any luck with your
audio?
I haven't even looked back at it yet.
I suppose.
I tell you what, I saw a video. I come across a video the other day, and as it started,
And then you have to wipe the screen.
Yeah, I was watching this thing, and as it started, I'm going, well, that's just stupid. And I carried on watching it and go, no, hang on a minute, this is brilliant. And what this guy had done is he'd put, I think it was like 0 to 9 written on the keys, on the first few keys, right? And then A to Z on all the others. And then he spelt Dead Mouse on the keyboard and played it back. And it was a fantastic sequence.
Shit.
Yeah. And then he put in, what was the other one he did? He put in these different names of groups, and the sequence it was playing back kind of reflected what the group was what the group does when it's using sequences. Yeah. And I'm watching this and I'm going, fuck.
Again, out the secrets of the universe.
Yeah. And I'm looking at this and going, yes, I wonder.
Yeah.
Instead of sitting there trying to work out a sequence, just get a dictionary, pick a word, spell it out on the keyboard, and then loop it. You know.
I tell you, that's a very viral video or like shorts on YouTube.
So, and it wasn't a very long video, but by the end of the video, I'm going to do this.
Yeah,
that's cool. Yeah.
Well, it's a guy like the guy's taking ASCII art and putting it in a DAW and getting a sequence out of that, and that's pretty clever actually too.
Yeah. So it's all like, well, you know, it's an interesting randomization thing that you can do. So you know, because you can't always write the world's greatest sequence every time. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And just to be able to just say, well, we'll do it off a word or something relating to the track you're writing, for instance.
Need that MIDI chord pack. That's all you need.
Oh God! Every time I see it, you know, when they got that guy, he goes, yeah. He says, I just written this tune, man. No, you didn't write that tune. Look up the word "write." I don't think it means what you think.
I'm always in two minds out of it because my first reaction is I want to slap the guys. And then my second reaction is like, well, how much of the stuff I've wrote is actually 100% me every time? You know, like it's like...
No, I get that.
Because I don't think I've come with any sort of original groundbreaking chord progression ever.
But you know, the thing is but there's more of you involved in it.
I know.
If you're the guy pushing the keys.
I know. Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
No, that's always my stance, but
just dropping a file in.
I'm trying to be the devil's advocate here.
I know.
Especially being interested in AI, I'm also going like, geez, how much of it is all me?
I must admit, though, sometimes, you know, when these MIDI chord pack ads come in, I'm going, for fuck's sake. I go, I wonder how much of that is because that wasn't available to me back in the day.
Yeah, there's that too.
If you approach it the right way, it is educational, like this theory board thing, right?
Yeah.
So you've got chords on one side and you've got lead on the other side. The screen lights up telling you what mode you're in, what chord you've chosen, and everything is locked into those things. So if you want to do like Japanese pentatonic here, Joshi scale, everything is lined up and it sounds beautiful and it's cool.
But that's what I mean. Yeah. Like how much of that then is 100% you as opposed to...
It's not, because I'm using the scale and I'm locked into the scale so I don't fuck it up. But but it matches like a lot of
I know.
ethnic music and other styles of music that people like to emulate. The cool thing about it though is as you hit the keys on here, if you put this at the end of the chain, you put something like the key step 37 with the light up keys in between this and your device. As you hit the stuff, it'll light up all the keys you need to learn. So you will use this to immediately learn all the chord shapes that you just played.
It's almost
So
like
it is very educational if you approach it the
electronic
right way.
chord book kind of thing, isn't it?
Totally, and then you just
Yeah.
learn them and then you learn the chord shapes. You got muscle memory, and so it's not a spoon-fed, dumbass kind of thing if you approach it that way.
But I suppose when you think about it, after a few hundred years of people writing music, whether it's Western or Eastern or whatever, but you know, a lot of people have been writing music for a long time. It must be impossible to write anything that you could happily say that is completely original.
Of course.
Well, especially for the chord progressions, because I mean, there's really limited number of chords, so you can't copyright a chord progression. You can copyright a melody, but a chord progression, I mean, you know, the 2-5-4, it's on hundreds of songs.
And see, another thing is you have to appeal to a generalist as well, because if you write something that you feel is like very, very different, I mean, very original, trying not to follow anything, you probably end up with a track that nobody's really
will
enjoying
like it.
listening to as well.
Oh,
so, So you've always got to go with the flow and the style as well, which ties you
Well, not
down
only that,
more.
but look at guitarists who basically use pentatonic scales for their runs, for their shredding. It's just fucking pentatonic scales. So all those guys are ripping that shit off, right?
Yeah. It's like, you know, if somebody does like a cover, as long as it's a good cover, I'll enjoy that all day long. That's no problem with that at all.
Who are you talking to?
You know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I love a good cover myself.
Speaking of covers and deadmau5 earlier, I had a very drunken night on holiday, and I submitted those two deadmau5 covers to Mousetrap. Needless to say, I never heard back.
Oh, okay. Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah, deadmau5 is another
didn't think I
Canadian
would, to be
product.
honest,
I'm ashamed.
It's one of those you wake up in the morning and go, "Oh God, why?"
Oh, we've all done shit like that, mate.
I know.
It's worse than texting an ex-girlfriend in the middle of the night. You up?
It is. I've had better success.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember I decided I was going to do this you know, film score to a film that hasn't been written or made yet, and because I needed something, I want to do a film score, but what? Nobody's going to commission me to do a film score for them, are they? So I thought, right, imagine if, say, one of my favourite books was a film, write a score to the book. So I started writing this score to this Ringworld science fiction book. And I don't know at what point I decided to have this mad fucking idea, but I printed off a copy of this, sort of like the title, opening title to this book, and I sent it to the author. I said, "Yeah, I've written this this score to your book for a film that hasn't been made." And I went boom, and it went whoosh, like that, and I went, "Oh fuck! What I just did?" Oh no! Anyway, I thought I'd sleep on it.
You get a restraining order the next day or something.
Cuts through up.
I get an email back from Larry Niven, and he goes, "Oh, this is brilliant. You should send this to James Cameron. He owns the rights to the book."
Oh wow!
Okay. So I start off this email conversation with him, and he said, yeah. I said, "Why has James Cameron got the rights to your book?" He goes, "Oh, he got them in a deal, and it was all thrown in, and he wanted to make it into a film." I went, "Oh, that would be brilliant if they made Ringworld into a film. That's a fantastic story." He goes, yeah, no, he made Avatar instead. I went, ooh,
Mm.
oh dear. Talk about pick the wrong one.
Well, he also probably
Fuck.
thought Halo kind of already ripped it off, so he didn't want to.
Yeah, but let's face it, Halo doesn't get anywhere near the
No, but it's just
nitty-gritty of
the
Ringworld.
idea of it, the basic.
Yeah. But yeah, but he said, no,
Like,
it's a
at
really
least
good
he
idea.
replied to you.
Yeah. I said, well, put
Yeah.
a good word in for me.
Yeah.
Because knowing Hans Zimmer is not enough. It doesn't get you a job. I'll tell you that. I know Hans Zimmer. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, okay. All right, fair enough.
One thing I do is, I take a movie
Mm.
and just turn off the sound, and I
Yeah.
rewrite the whole
Yeah.
score.
Yeah, I've done that as
And
well.
yeah, and I mean it's totally different, and it's
And I'll
I
tell you
used
what,
to
I
do
can't...
streams on Twitch where I would pick like a small animated kind of GIF, like
Yeah.
pixel art type of stuff, but it's like a few seconds of it, and actually just write, like I'd loop it for about 10 seconds and just write a small 10-second piece, but it would be live on
Mhm.
Twitch and do all the sound effects, and so I'd have
Yeah.
like loads of gear here and actually I'll do all the sound effects for it. It was like, geez, it was super fun. Never got anything out of it.
No. No, I mean, I must admit that I've tried that with a few things as well. I even used to do it with like this old stereo VCR I had back in the day. And then you could play the video back with the track on it. Single take stuff. But I tell you what I cannot write to is adverts. I've tried and I've tried and I've tried. I can't write music to adverts. I just can't do it.
it's really hard.
It is.
How
I
about
had a
Mentos
whole-
ad? You got to do a Mentos ad.
Yeah, mate, I came away with a completely different perspective and respect for people who write music for ads. No matter how
I mean,
dreary the music is, it's sort of like, it's really, really hard.
But you want to talk about
Really hard.
derivatives? So many of them are copies of real things. So
yeah.
True enough, yeah. But you can see why some adverts take like some track from the 60s instead. You go, God,
Yeah.
that's a lot easier to do. Just edit that in. I'll do it. Fuck writing for it.
And it costs the same very often. I mean, they'll pay
Right.
20 grand for the Rolling Stones, whatever song it is, but a guy doing a jingle, a professional, will charge you the same. So
My idea of music for adverts is 1465 with the ukulele and then marimba is going doo, 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 doo.
Yeah, but I just can't imagine myself sitting in a chair in a studio one day and going,
I
so,
know.
what is this? What music says panty pads? It's like, is that jar-like sequence? Perhaps no, perhaps not.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's sort of like, no, if I'm working to picture, but there's a story involved, yeah, I get that. That's much easier for me to do. I think it's much easier for everybody to do, actually, compared to, but adverts like that, it's just like,
also, if you guys want to spice things up and not copy things, just go microtonal.
yeah, yeah.
There's a whole world out there.
And so I think another thing that's quite difficult is when you have to write those little, like literally a 2-second musical hook in an advert. So you can have an advert, it's just like talk, and there's a little at the end or something like that. And making that stick in the psyche, that must be difficult as well.
I had
Yeah.
I had a gig recently doing a series of, it was 8 ads
Yeah.
for the same stuff, and they were essentially 10 seconds of the actual ads and 5 seconds of a cue at the end or call to action. So the call to action had to be the same kind of theme, but every 10-second had to be somewhat different or evolving. And at the end of the 8 weeks, because they were released every week, they would actually link them together. And so they had to be sort of not only just individual and linking to the call to action, but also linkable and like a progression, so they could actually be assembled together at the end.
Yeah.
Into the 9th week, that would be like a minute-long video or something like that. And it was just really, really, I found it really tough to actually make it work. And when I actually thought of a progression and melodic stuff, everything I submitted was not quite right. And at the end, all they wanted was percussions.
Yeah.
rhythmic stuff.
Well,
And,
see,
and I was
that's
over.
another thing. That's another thing where there's things that you think you want to write.
Yeah.
That you think that that'll give the most pleasure and stuff like that. And I found out early on. I'm thankful for it, obviously, but I found out I can be all very, very clever and everything with all the electronic and digital stuff and blah blah blah. But it turns out that what people tend to want me to do is just to play, just to amble along on an 80.
Yeah.
They go, no, that'll do.
Yeah.
That's fine. I can listen to that for 20 minutes. The rest of the stuff, yeah, it's all very good and everything, but I'm not interested. Just play some shit on the 80. You go, okay.
So you got pigeonholed now. People want to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, they do. I mean, like I said, as my SoundCloud account showed, there was all the stuff that I'd done. Oh, it was all clever and blah 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 blah, blah, big tracks and all the rest of it, big sounds. And then the one track with me just sort of like ambling about on a CS80 has got like 20 times more bloody plays than all the other tracks put together. So, okay, that's what people want. I'd like to perfect it a bit more, obviously, but. I think there's more mistakes in that than Conservative government put together in 14 years. There's a lot of mistakes and missed times and stuff like that. Because I did this stupid thing. I did a stereo track, ran it, and it's about 10, 12, 15 minutes long, whatever it was. Go back to the beginning and then play over the top of it. But I was making it up as I went along the first time, and bugger me if I can remember what I played.
Yeah.
By the time I'm doing the second one, so I'm kind of following it as best as I can. And go, I didn't know it was going to go there. Shit. Correct it quick. So there was lots of this every now and again. Nobody gave a shit.
Yeah, but that makes it organic, right?
I guess so. Whatever the science is behind it. I mean, I'm not going to try to analyse it or fight it. To be honest with you, if that's what works, then fine. I've got no problem with that. It's damn sight easier to do anyway.
It was enticing, the same stuff like this. Sometimes you work things like very intricate stuff and very thoughtful stuff, and then what they want is him just noodling around.
Yeah. Well, it's like when Ty said to me, he says, yeah, I used to, I can spend, a week putting 5 minutes of music together and getting it absolutely right and sounding beautiful and everything like that. He said, but nobody's listening to it when they're watching the program.
Of course not.
They might be aware of it, but they're not actually listening.
No.
They're watching and listening to the guy over the talking about pansies or whatever.
And to be honest, to people, they shouldn't get distracted by the music when they're watching the show.
Precisely, yeah. But if it's not right,
they'll notice.
They'll notice if it's not right. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's like, people listen to have music in the background. They're not listening to the music. Like, I remember one guy said, which I at the moment thought was a fucking big insult, but then I realized after that, no, it's a fucking compliment. He said, "Oh my God, I love this song. Yeah, it's like, wow, it's great. Like background music." And I'm going, "No, fuck you, man. I poured my soul into that every note." I mean, yeah. And then I go, no, okay, no, he likes it. It's perfect for him. So that's a compliment right there.
It's relaxing. It's background music. Yeah, it's relaxing.
Yeah, but but to me, I mean, there's a melody in there, and it means something to me. And go, no. It's not.
Yeah, but the thing is that the spectrum is so wide, because you can have music playing in the background that is soothing. You're getting on with what you're doing. You may not be listening to every single note consciously,
but it's carrying you.
But you are, and you're listening to it and you're enjoying it, as opposed to the other end of the scale, which is like, oh, fucking awful shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I had friends who could study listening to gangster rap. I don't know how they did that. But
yeah, some of it is a little hard to get through, but
it's just so raucous and distracting. How do you concentrate on something in front of you when this is,
I went through a phase of being an absolute nightmare for my wife, but at the end, she actually I'm so proud that she actually got to pay more attention to music in films. But I think for about 6 months, I used to like every 5 seconds stop the film and go, okay, that progression here in the background music, like that's because of that scene, and that angle just complements like that absolute nightmare husband to my partner. Yeah.
It took us 3 months to watch La La Land.
Yeah.
3 fucking months.
But so now she does actually recognize and appreciate it. Although I have to wonder whether she's doing that just so I can leave her alone and she
Fiona
can watch
got
the
a
whole
crash
thing.
course in film scoring. I tell you.
Yeah.
Hey, the best thing about La La Land is he plays a Rolly Seaboard in it.
Yeah. Or does he?
Yeah.
Or does he? Can anybody play a Rolly Seaboard?
Ryan Gosling is on stage playing a Rolly Seaboard.
Yeah.
Taking as well.
I tell you what. Do you know what? I mean, I can play that Rise, and I can play it relatively competently, as long as I don't go too fast on it or anything. But when I get a Seaboard out and use that, oh my God. 4-year-old recorder practice, mate. It's oh God.
Oh, I'm thinking the Rise, not the Grand.
Oh yeah, no, the Rise ain't.
No one
so
has
bad.
the Grand. Yeah.
Yeah, the Grand. Oh man, it is so hard. And I even had the joy of being able to watch Ty sound fucking awful on one as well. I mean, it's not
It's a
just
rare
me then.
privilege.
Yeah.
Can you dial in the training wheels more because it's harder to stay in tune?
Nope.
Really?
Yep. There's no dial down on her.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
It's for the big boys.
So what you can do is the one thing you can do using the dashboard is turn it off.
Yeah.
So you either have it or you don't.
Wow. Then it's no longer a Seaboard.
Yeah. And it's just so what it is basically is one note. Go from C to C. It's just one note, and it's sort of like where you are. So you have to be absolutely dead on to the millimeter for it to be in tune. So you try doing chords on it and stuff like that. It's like,
But you still get all the 5D expression stuff, all that.
yes,
works,
it's
right?
all on there. Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, with the Rise, you can increase or decrease those 5 dimensions.
Plus, you have the
depending on how
sliders,
you
which is
use it.
nice to have. The pad and the sliders, those are nice.
Yeah, exactly. But in terms of tuning, it's free for.
So I guess only Jordan Rudess can play it correctly.
Yeah, because he played it well in the original demo.
Yeah,
Well, I imagine a fretless bass player could play him quite well as well.
Yeah.
It's pretty much the same kind of thing.
Yeah.
But you do aim for the lumps that are supposed to be the notes, but getting the top of that lump perfectly is not easy.
All right,
I mean,
Ken, you have to go to
more
Juilliard,
practice.
then you can play the Grand. So.
Yeah, well, yeah, missed opportunities. Oh wait a
But
minute,
then-
they were never opportunities. No, that one never came up. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I could sit down and practice the Grand for months and become quite proficient on it, but at the end of the day, to what end? Really?
Is it something you want to play chords on though? Like to me.
Oh God, yeah. I play chords on the Rise. Thank God.
Okay.
You can do that on the Rise.
But that's what I mean. Is it something? Should you even? You know what I mean? Is it what it's for?
That's a good question. Probably it's down to the individual.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
if
play
you-
chords on it. It's not that bad. You just figure it out.
on the Rise it ain't that bad, and it can be quite interesting because you can move your fingers around. You can put expression on different notes and stuff like that.
I tell you, it's
But
a lot
even,
easier
like,
to
the
play
way
the
I-
Rise than it is to play the Osmos. The Osmos has got the key spread thing to worry about. It's
Yeah.
more sensitive. Like
Yeah.
ah.
Yeah, the Osmos is actually harder to play than the Rise is. That said, you can dial back. At least
The way I
with
see
Rise.
these, I would actually see them more as a solo expression type of instrument.
They do
and
solo very well. Yeah, they do
Yeah.
solo very.
And if
very
I
well.
want to play chords to accompany it, like you can have a secondary keyboard.
But that's part of the
An
beauty.
actual
Is you have
keyboard.
the chords droning down here, and all of your polyphonic expression is up here with the lead.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
don't move those hands. You just keep these kind of boring chords there for
But when
your
I got,
strings or
to be
whatever.
fair, when I got my first Rise, we didn't have this plethora of polyphonic aftertouch keyboards available. You know,
Yeah.
it was they were a bit thin on the ground. You know,
Yeah.
because I spent 35 years going, when are we going to bring back polyphonic aftertouch? I thought it was a fucking good idea. No, it cost too much and all the rest of it. And then suddenly, Hydra do it, and then everybody wants to do it. All of a sudden, they just needed
Well,
somebody
there
to
are a few
jump.
sneaky ones along the way though, like the Vax 99 and some other stuff that kind of came.
Yeah,
with
but it was quite switchy.
Yeah.
It wasn't the what you would call a smooth transition from one thing
Vax
to another
77, I
on
think
it.
it was.
WD-40.
Yep, lots of that.
It also folded up too. It was a fold-up keyboard. That was pretty
That's
cool.
right. Yeah. Yeah, there was the Vax. There was something else as well, floating around for a little while, but it was
There are a
quite
few.
pricey.
Yeah.
Yeah, but some of them didn't really get. You couldn't nuance your aftertouch, if you know what I mean. Because even on the Ensoniques, yes, you can have poly aftertouch on the EPS and stuff like that, but it doesn't nuance the same way as it would.
It's
on
not
the
great,
Rise.
but it's pretty good. I tried it the other day just to make sure it was still there, and
Yeah.
it does work pretty well.
Oh
It's pretty
yeah,
cool.
but it's
Yeah.
it's
Even the
yeah, it's
not the
kinda-
Mirage, but the EPS.
Yeah. It's a shame the Mirage didn't have it actually. But but now you've got these Hydras and montages and all the rest of it that all got. Well, now it seems to be they don't even bother saying it's got a poly aftertouch with new gear coming out. It's obvious it's got it, kind of thing.
The tricky thing is the Hydra Explorer because they added that feature set to it, but it's not a great key bed. It feels but it does have that expression. It just feels like it's gonna break.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever tried one. I tried one in the store for a while. I'm like, okay, all those features are there, but it just doesn't feel the 49 or whatever.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I must because I bought the 49 blind because I buy everything blind because it's not exactly like I can go to a shop, is it? So.
Got to keep up your street cred.
Yeah. So, and when I got the 49 and was playing it, I was going, oh, thank God, this is just as good as I was hoping it was going to be.
Yeah.
So, hence as soon as I heard about the deluxe, I go, I'm getting that. It's a no-brainer. So, I do love the deluxe. I just didn't really have room or the need to have a deluxe and a 49.
Yeah.
And I know Robbie was getting a little bit perturbed about being the only person in the world that didn't have a poly aftertouch keyboard. So I said, "Oh, do you want to borrow me 49 then?" So you can play it with my DX1 you borrowed as well. Okay. So actually, there's a lot of stuff you can borrow because I've got no fucking room for anything here anymore. It's swamped in gear.
God, I wish I didn't borrow you. They could just get all kinds of goodies.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you could borrow, mate. I don't know.
It's like Kent's lending library.
Yeah. So, and because there's a lot of keyboards as well that would accept poly expression, even though they didn't have.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Poly
Yeah, the spec
expression
is there.
keyboards on them.
Yeah.
I believe the old what's her name? I got one in the cupboard here. Motif ES 76 will accept the poly expression from like the Hydra.
Well, even that little, I think it's a Techniques Rompler that both Robert and I have, Native ES. That is also poly AT.
Yeah.
Which is weird because that was like end of the 90s, early 2000s, something like that. So it's like an oddball.
Yeah. Yeah. No, there's quite a few machines I would like to actually go back and visit, but play them via the Hydra and see what that's like.
I like the Hydra a lot. I just don't use it enough. Just too many other distractions. But I use it a whole lot when I first got it.
Yeah.
So.
It's funny because some people say they don't really like the sound sets on it, and I was going,
No, it does. It has so much breadth of sound character.
Yeah. Well, I certainly prefer the sounds that this kicks out over the Osmos.
And that's again back to programming. If better
Yeah.
programmers made Osmos presets, it would be killer. But I enjoy the wacky sounds on the Osmos, but I know some people don't.
Yeah, I mean, some of them more. Sometimes it comes across as a little biting, little.
But the fluty
doesn't-
bits and the
Yeah.
the
No.
plucks and the strums they're really good. It's just the
Yeah.
bowed stuff doesn't sound that realistic,
Yeah.
and some of the other stuff people expect from like you have those orchestral libraries. It's not going to do that.
Yeah. No, this is it.
Yeah. So
But yeah. So what was it last week? I downloaded 14 terabyte sample
Fuck's
library.
sakes.
Jesus. 14 terabyte.
Gonna fill up your brand new drive.
How
Thank
big
God
of
for
a
those.
storage have you?
22 tera. As the external drive.
Yeah, is that NAS like?
Yeah, and then there's a couple of others that make up almost 22 as well, that are backups of the backup, as it were.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah. So, what was interesting though, I was literally going alphabetically through all the different sample library companies. I go, right, do I have any sample libraries by this company? And I go, try and sign in, and go, oh, I'm in. Oh, I have 12 libraries I bought from these people. Oh, I'll download them while I'm here then.
Well, it's like I bought the Waves bundle a couple Black Fridays ago, and still totally forgot to download it and run it, and I haven't even looked at it yet. And I bought it 2 years ago, whatever. So
yeah, with ties like that as well, you know. Sort of okay. He goes, I ended up buying it twice. I didn't know I'd already owned it.
Well, I only bought it because Yoad was talking it up on Sonic Talk, and I'm like, that sounds pretty cool. I like some of the features in that. I want to try it out. And I found it on sale.
Well, I tell you what was an eye opener for me. I went to the Eventide site. I go, I'm sure I got something by Eventide. There was something I used. So
Probably Black Hole, right?
And they go, yeah. And there was it. I was going, yeah, I got Black Hole. I use that quite a lot.
I have Black Hole on my iPad.
So I tried put my account in anyway, because I go, it might not work because I may have got it from, in which case you don't technically have an Eventide account. But I typed in the email address and everything, put in the password, didn't work, put in a different password, put in another password that I use from time to time. But eventually got in and was presented with 57 instruments that I bought from them, effects and stuff. By getting their download app and clicking on it and everything like that, and go, right, let's have a look at my account. And I was like, and scroll all this stuff I'd bought from them. I don't remember buying any of this. Oh my God! So
it's like drugs, man. Can't stop.
Yeah. This is where I found out about the 47 grand pianos I own.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot of
They're all
grand pianos.
slightly different. One's a little bit better than the other.
Yeah. I got the Bosendorfer D6. Oh, and the Bosendorfer D7.
Any of you tried the new Baby Audio plug-in synth thing? The whatever Spring thing that they've released.
Heard about it.
Yeah.
Spring thing.
It's like a Spring modeling type of engine. I haven't tried it yet. Whatever it's called.
Does it have a slinky patch?
Yeah.
Slinky patch.
So it's downstairs alone or in Paris.
Yeah.
It can't, as a piano nut, have you tried Piano Tech at all? What do you think of that?
Yeah.
And?
Yeah, lovely.
So you can throw away the other piano.
No, they've all got their own thing. They've all
I
got
know.
their own thing.
They even have Piano Tech on iPad now. It's crazy.
Yeah. No, I was quite surprised at how many. Well, it's the A200s I have, and how many different Fenders I have as well. There's quite a few of them. Surprisingly, and a lot of guitars, and I don't use a lot of guitars, and yet I've got fucking hundreds of guitars and bass guitars and stuff.
You just need a way to perform them. I do performance techniques on the Machina Plus with guitar samples to mimic guitar playing because my guitar playing stinks, and it works.
Mind you, I did get a lot of guitars with Complete 14. You know, you get them whether you want them or not. You get because you buy the whole thing, don't you? You get everything. And there's loads of Scavy stuff on there. You know, Scavy 60s and 50s guitars and basses and stuff. But I wanted to get all my all different choir libraries. Oh my god, so many choirs. Some that can sing, some that are just static, and all the rest of it. Or
Some could say
individual voices.
soniccake.com.
Yeah, it's bloody hell. What I tell you what surprised me when I went to eventually ended up at East West, and they got a download app now. I thought, well, that's a lot easier than it used to be. And Christ almighty, the amount of stuff I buy East West.
That's the one you can type in the phonemes, right? In East West.
Yeah, but you can do that with Dominus as well. I mean, up
really?
to a point, yeah. But you know, but your Latin has to be pretty good. But they do a word builder for that, but it's mostly Latin words. But yeah, you can do your English into symphonic choirs. There is another one. There's another one I got where you can do that as well. And I'm buggered if I can remember what it was called. I have to consult the main.
Have you found
drive.
a good, you know, that really interesting Bulgarian women's choir? Have you found a sample pack of that stuff? That's really interesting.
Oh,
it's almost like Dead Can Dance. You know, her
yeah.
singing style. Yeah.
I'm trying to remember whether I did buy that or not.
It's pretty haunting. It's really cool.
I mean, the use of harmonies is one thing, but the actual quality of the voice is very, very specific. Yeah.
Well, it kind of like that with
I used
Dominus.
to be really into Bulgarian chants years ago.
Yeah, because I mean, like Dominus is a very particular kind of choir sound.
Yeah.
You know, if you're doing some sort of like Lord of the Rings score, you're laughing. Do you know what I mean? But you know,
So I'm sure there's Gregorian libraries too, right? You do Gregorian chants and all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I used a couple of libraries, choirs recently, libraries, and they're actually going to end up in a new Contra game.
Hey.
But it was like I used 3 different libraries, and actually 4, because I wanted each voice to come from a different library on each card. So I couldn't, you know, people wouldn't recognize necessarily what the library was, and I ended up sampling because there's a church here and there's a choir here, so most of the members actually sing in the choir. So I used to actually. I got them here to actually just sing single notes and sample them into the local Crochoa sample library.
That's how Emil got some of their choirs. They used the choir at Santa Cruz, UC Santa Cruz choir, to sample them.
Yeah.
Well, it's like I got that's Jerry Aldo's CR78. I think it was about a couple of weeks ago, and because Robbie hit me up and he goes, go to your account. Jerry's got something for you to look at. I went, oh, okay. I went and had a look, and I went, CR78. Oh, please be as good as I want you to be. So fired up and playing with it and everything like that, and going, oh, yes. Oh, this little bastards have done it again. They really nailed it.
Oh, the CR78.
Yeah. Man. But I'm still in 2 minds. You know where they were going on about Heart of Glass using a CR78, and I'm going, I'm not so sure about that.
How about the opening at Eminence Front? That's a CR78, right?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the Heart of Glass, I'm not sure it's a CR78. I think it might be a TR55.
Or a Donkomatic.
Yeah. Because there was a period where the sounds were getting very, very similar. We could have more or less of something. But I don't know, because I seem to remember trying to... Because I think to get that kind of Heart of Glass rhythm on a 78, I think you have to press Bossa Nova and it Bossa Nova and Rumba? I can't honestly remember now. But it was you do the combination of the presets, which was a thing you always had to do. And if you were really good, you had them and then push the rock, so you could have a snare added as well. Build up some complex rhythms.
Do you know, it reminds me that whatever it's called, manual Soviet synth, has a rhythm section, and I actually need to record those and publish them somewhere.
Yeah, there's some really
There's like
stuff coming out of Russia.
Yeah, there's like 8 switches, and each has a different rhythm, and depending on it, they're double switches, and they have each a different pattern going. So there's like there's like 16 different rhythms on that as well.
Which one is that? What's it called?
It's a Soviet
There's
type of
Elita.
synth.
There's a couple other.
A manual, Mayan is the spelling. The model.
Oh, really?
spelling.
Oh, okay.
It spells manual.
Yeah.
Hold on. Oh. Can you hear this?
Yeah.
I don't know. So it has those.
Oh, nice.
But it has all those kind of switches, and you can actually add them and combine them.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
But and then there's a switch that actually accesses a B bank for it. So I need to actually record those and just release them for free somewhere.
Yeah, they're nice. They've got nice tones to them.
Yeah.
Is that hard to find? I haven't seen that one before.
A pure chance find. Somebody was throwing it away.
Oh wow!
I was like, oh, hold on, I'll grab that.
Crazy.
It was funny because we used to back in the day we used to still go to these organ shops, and you try out the new techniques. You try out the new Yamaha or the Horner or whatever. And some of the rhythm units built into these organs, some of the sounds were absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
I remember though, there was this really expensive Yamaha. It might have been a D85, I don't know. But we were listening to the rhythms, and it did a triangle. And the triangle was absolutely spot on. And it was, until we got the sampling, did I ever hear a triangle as good as what was on this bloody organ. Because it was really metallic and clear, and there are some beautiful rhythms in some of these old organs that have been lost in time.
I made I'm not sure if the link went through on the chat, but I made a sample library from first the synth. So I sampled every note for every whatever, the 2, 4, 8, 16.
Oh, nice.
And I had this stuff like a filter and full ADSR on it. Source for Contact. It's. I put the link in the chat. I'm not sure if it's visible.
Don't think it's come through.
No.
Put it in the private chat. I can put it in there.
Yeah, I need to probably log out, exit, and log back in. I'll do that in a minute. But it's for Contact. I need to actually make it for Descent Sampler as well. But it sort of expands on that because this doesn't really have a DSR. Like it has attack and just decay, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me log out. And
a lot of them were very, very basic puppies, to say the least.
You ever seen that one? It's called the Pim or Pip or something like that. It's a little Russian synth with a dog on it.
I think I've
It's
seen
like
one of
beige.
them.
It's beige.
Yeah.
It has this little cartoon dog on it. It's like, I wonder how
Yeah.
that thing sounds.
Yeah, because there was a load of those ones that where they were done in that colour that looked like the plastic had gone off.
Very clinical.
Yeah.
Like
You got that
test
sort of
equipment or something.
Yeah. There he is.
private chat.
There we go. Oh, Piano Book. Cool. I love Piano Book.
Yeah.
My last several jams, I'm getting cool contact libraries off Piano Book because I need them.
I actually need to post more because I made a Hill and Pipes
nice.
library as well recently, and I have this kind of mad kalimba, but it's
Oh yeah.
it's all wooden
Oh, it's huge.
and tunable. Oh, that didn't sound right.
Tunable.
Yeah, brink.
Have you seen those giant Imbiras you can sit on? The gung, 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 gung.
Yeah, I've made the libraries. I just need to publish them now.
Hmm.
But yeah, so the you shared it. Okay.
Yeah, let's check it out. I love that site. Get all kinds of good libraries off of there.
I wonder. Let's have a look at this audio again for a minute.
What a weird synth.
What the hell is going on here?
So those are vertical dials on the synth?
Yeah, they're kind of funny. It's
Wow.
the way the contact works. But
Crazy.
there's I've put a DSR for each whatever they called, like length of, because it goes with length of tubes, isn't it?
Oh, the footing.
Footing, yeah.
Footage,
So
yeah.
for 2, 16, 8, and 4, and there's a global ADSR as well that takes over if you wanna. But each has their own ADSR.
Nice.
So it's kind of handy if you want to create kind of transients or
How many presets did it have out of the box?
none.
Oh, none? Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't bother creating presets.
No, but I mean, the unit itself, does it have storage or does it?
No.
Okay, right,
It's
yeah.
no, it's a Vox.
Yeah.
Organ, really.
Yeah.
And then I just added just convolution reverbs on it, in case you want that, but you can switch it off.
Cool. So you stepped away. Have you ever seen that one with the dog on it called Pim or Pip or whatever? It's kind of beige. It's another Russian synth.
No.
It's hard to tell if it's a toy for kids or if it's an actual serious, like, small synth. I can't tell. But it has a dog on it, like it's like cartoon dog kind of on the cover.
Okay. Yeah, I get so many every time I use it. I get so many questions, and I sort of treat it like an acoustic instrument because the whatever audio out is on that is a DIN connector with mad pin out. I don't have the schematics to figure it out, so I actually, if I use it, I mic it right off because there's a big speaker off it. That's actually very decent quality. So I
Gives
just
some more character too, yeah. So.
Yeah, that too, yeah. Because there's a good bit of static as well to it, so there's that sort of grain in it. But I use it for mostly texture and chords. So I sort of separate, like if I want chords, I sort of separate. Like I'll play one note on the accordion, one note on the cello, and one note on the organ. So you get kind of a more interesting sort of texture throughout a chord.
Interesting. Yeah, I used to look into some of that stuff, all the weird Russian synths.
Oh, it's fascinating. Yeah, some of them are. That actually got me interested. So it was an ad on a Free Cycle sort of a mailing list, and essentially the lady was just throwing it out. It used to be our son's, and he'd moved to Canada, and didn't want it anymore, or just told her to get rid of it or whatever. So she was giving it away for free, and I think there was a melodica in it and ukulele or something like that. So I was like, yeah, no, I'll take all that. Sure, I'll give them a second life. And then so I recorded a few things with it and sent it to her and him. So they were more than happy that it was getting a second life.
I finally got a little melodica. It actually came in this nice case. What's cool about it is it's not just the mouthpiece one on the end.
Oh yeah.
It has the tube, so you can lay it down and play polyphonically.
Oh yeah. I have
just lay
I
it down
have
like
a
a
couple
keyboard
of
and
these.
just play it like that.
Yeah, they're very handy.
Yeah, super cool.
Ever tinkered with one of those? Hold on. That thing.
No.
It's not a reed instrument, it's a flute.
Oh. Oh, that is great.
Yeah.
Who makes that?
Suzuki.
No wonder. They make a lot of crazy little things. Suzuki, what does it say? I can't see the Oh, Andes, like the flute.
Andes 25.
Yeah, so it's like a panpipe kind of thing.
Yeah, it's a tiny organ.
That's crazy.
You're cold and wet. Ugh.
Huh.
You're cold and wet.
Sounds great with a chorus.
Yeah.
But what doesn't?
I got this thing a while ago on a trip somewhere. It's actually from, I think it's from Denmark. Where did I put that thing?
Why?
Let me find it here. I think it's in here. It's not in there. I reorganized a bunch of shit and I lost some stuff.
Hang about a minute.
Yeah, I can't find it. I got this thing too. This is the new Artiphone Corda thing. Have you seen this thing?
No.
It's it has a strum pad, so it lights up, turns on. You pick your presets, you load them from iOS. It's all Bluetooth and stuff. It's also a Bluetooth controller. And if I do this, you can see it better. And I'll just use the built-in speaker.
Huh.
So you have built-in sequencing. You have 4 parts, just like this is basically the Orba put into a strip form. So if you saw the Orba, so you pick a drum preset.
Now.
And then, so you like on you get this slide function like you have on the Seaboard for timbre, and then you give vibrato, wiggling there.
Wow.
And you have a strum play here. Doesn't work on that instrument so well, but.
Huh.
And then.
That's mad.
Yeah, and then it has.
I like that though.
It has these function buttons on the back marked. So every normal play button with a function is, the drum mode, the bass mode, the chord mode, the lead mode, and then you have an art mode, which I think is this one. And you can use that for drums too. So crazy, huh?
Wow.
And it's a Bluetooth MIDI controller too, so use it for anything. You don't have to use, or USB. You don't have to.
Is it only iOS though?
There either is an Android app or there's one coming. I forgot.
Okay.
But I don't use Android that much, so I'm not sure.
Yeah. I don't have any iOS.
It
device.
usually comes last. If people
I was looking
want
at
to support
I was looking at those recorders, whatever it's called, the
this thing.
MIDI recorder. Yeah, but they were on the iOS at the time as well.
Well, the app is iOS, but it's Bluetooth, so it doesn't matter. Did I put it in here?
But okay.
Where did I put it? Where did I put it? I just moved stuff around. I think I dumped it over here somewhere. Anyway, it's
Bluetooth.
so you don't
is
have
there
to
MIDI?
use the app. You can
is there a MIDI connection on it?
Yeah, Bluetooth MIDI. It's BLE. It's a BLE device. Bluetooth Low Energy.
Is
So
it
you just
fast enough?
It's awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I did. It's not much to see, but I did a quick demo last night on my little stream with. I hooked it to my So because most synths don't have Bluetooth, right? So I wanted to hook my Polyvolver to the recorder. So I Bluetooth recorder to the iPhone. Um, I iPhone via a Mio MIDI thing through the camera connection kit to standard MIDI out for the Polyvolver. And then I use a routing app called MIDI Flow, which let me choose the input as the recorder, Bluetooth MIDI, and the output as the Mio, and instantly works. I was playing the flute with my Polyvolver, so very simple.
Okay.
I've done the Matrix Brood. I've done with some other stuff too, just as a proof of concept. But
can you configure the fingering layout on this? Or?
Kind of. If you want that, it's only a physical modeling synth in the actual flute, but it has more expressions. It has the tilt, the roll, a thumb strip. It also has this very embarrassing mode where, going in and out of your mouth is vibrato.
It's like the UE, yeah.
It doesn't look nice, but it really works. So it's almost like a Rolly 5D thing where you have all these little expression tricks, and they can all be mixed at the same time to add expression.
The thumb roll I'm not a fan of for octave, isn't it?
The thumb strip is for whatever you want it to be.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there is an upper one. Yes, there's an upper one for octave. You got to have that. The thumb one up top, but there's down below. There's an actual ribbon, like a strip.
Okay.
And that can be a filter or whatever the hell you want it to be, modulation of some kind. So they almost have a Seaboard level quality of control over a wind synth, which nobody has. It's amazing.
It's the thing I'm struggling with the UE is that thumb kind of roller for octaves. So if you want to go an octave up, you just go up with your thumb. It's just not very intuitive when you're
yeah, but they all work that way. Like the one, because they're based on a sax generally. So like I have a WX5 Yamaha controller, which is a really nice wind controller. It's just MIDI, no sounds. And it has the same idea. It has some buttons for the thumbs to go up and down the octaves. But also has a little cool mod wheel on the back, or pitch wheel or whatever. So you can flick your thumb to go woo, woo, woo.
Yeah, no, I'm still struggling with that on the UE.
But the EWI I never played. I know they're popular, been around a long time.
EWI, yeah.
But I like the fact that they have built-in sounds too. That's also cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I've had people complain about them, saying they're not expressive enough, or they're not well built unless you buy the nice one. Stuff like that. But again, I've never played one, so I can't comment on it.
I have no complaint about the expression on it. To be honest, it's far more expressive than any flute I've played.
Does this one have the bite sensor, or is it just
yeah. No,
okay.
the bite, and
so that helps. Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I've used it on a flute sample library I've done. That doesn't sound great on the keyboard, but with that thing, it just sounds magical.
Yeah.
And but my main problem is I'm finding it tough to switch octaves with it. I'm used to playing fast sort of Irish music with it.
So although the tricky thing on most of those wind controllers is, from my experience anyway, it's not that advanced, but is legato doesn't work quite well. But they figured out the legato portamento on the Osmos really well. So if you dial in like a Bunsuri flute or a Duke or something like that, and you dial in the portamento just right, like the real instruments do, right? And the wind controllers so far, I haven't seen them act as well as that. So that's one trick the Osmos has, which is pretty clever.
Okay.
So yeah, Osmos isn't great at every realistic sound in the world, but man, for expression and for like the Indian guys are going crazy for it because the flute's on there, and some of the string sounds and stuff are so expressive, and their music is so incredibly expressive. They need that.
Microtone and everything. Yeah.
And that too, yeah. You can dial in scala stuff and all that if you want to get super crazy on it. No, the little red. I misplaced it. I moved it around this morning somewhere, but the little red recorder from Spain is excellent. And you don't need the app. The app is just there to use its built-in sounds and use it as a learning tool if you're trying to learn how to play flute. But if you already know that, or you just don't care about that feature, you just add it as a Bluetooth device, period. And then any Bluetooth-aware app on your device will work with it.
Yeah.
So yeah, don't worry the fact that they don't have a app. As long as Bluetooth works well on Android, which I don't know if it does. I never tried it. I don't even think Rolly works on the Android, but I could be wrong about that. So as long as you can get Bluetooth stuff to work that way, not just for audio, but for MIDI.
But it's like it has to be a mobile device then. Can I link it to PC?
No. Well, here's the problem with the PC is their Bluetooth stinks, which is why Rolly doesn't work with it. On the Mac, it works beautiful because their Bluetooth is always really nice. So that's really the problem is the host you're using is the problem. It's not so much the fact that it's not iOS and not Mac. It's just the fact that those other guys are kind of shitty with their functionality.
Yeah, but I mean, connectivity could be like, if they had
if you got Witty, put a Witty on your PC and it should work beautifully. The Witty Master or whatever. And then you add a proper high quality Bluetooth 5 super fast Bluetooth to your PC.
Sure.
And it should pair perfectly.
Okay.
Because I've done that with I've used Witty to map the X-Key wireless controller, also made by the guys who make Witty, with my what the hell is that thing called? The little Roland 101 controller. It's the 707 and the roll. I forget the letters in the beginning, but it's the 101 and the 707. I have the little 101. It's the modern Roland sound set. It's not the old stuff. It's the modern stuff from the Roland Cloud. But it has some great presets in there and stuff. So I hooked the keyboard to that with Witty, no wires, and it worked beautifully. So
maybe I need to look into that because I mean, it wouldn't be so much for controlling sample libraries or stuff that reproduce the flute sound, but I'm actually interested in seeing if I can control more like even chiptune type of stuff.
Totally, yeah.
But actually leading a melody on with a flute style of playing on those. I've always been curious about that.
But to really, I mean, if you have your reasons you don't like iOS, that's fine. But you're missing out a lot, unfortunately.
I don't have any iOS device. I've nothing against it. I used to have a Mac before, but yeah.
You should get at least an iPad Mini or something if you don't want the phone, because the library of apps, which are so amazing, all the expression, all the Bluetooth, all the multi-touch, all the granular, some of the best granular apps ever made and probably still will be for a long time are on iOS.
I know. I made a cover years ago, I think 2015, a cover using only iOS instruments.
Oh, you did? Oh, cool. Yeah.
Of a World of Warcraft tune. So that was all
nice.
in this actually acoustic. And I used iOS instrument that replicated it.
We'll definitely get another one because you're already familiar how cool they are, and the Bluetooth is flawless.
Yeah.
You know? And like I said, if you use it as a conduit, so the Bluetooth device goes to any synth in your room. It's so easy. You just need the Bluetooth pair, the Lightning or USB-C, whatever, to a MIDI connector like a Mio, the MIDI Flow app, which is like $3 or something like that. And you can route anything to anything, and it's no brainer. It's so easy.
Kent is having routing issues as well.
Yeah. Well, he's still sitting on the floor, right? Looks like a little kid.
Yep. Feel like it sometimes.
And you're on one side of our headphones now.
Still not on one side again.
Oh, you're on the left side again, yeah.
I hear you stereo.
No, I'm on the left.
Yeah, I'm on the left.
And you're not hearing not hearing the synth.
No.
Can't you
if you
affected
move the
Jeff's
center
audio?
of the screen.
It's spreading like a virus now. Now Jeff has audio problems.
Yeah, maybe I'm all in mono here. I don't know.
Audio COVID.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to fix that.
Fucking shit.
Over how? Oh,
Yeah, my issue with a lot of kind of wind controllers is stuff like bends and expressive sort of all those kind of little ornamental notes which don't necessarily register
Like
well.
those note rolls where you're kind of half lifting and stuff.
Yeah, like you
Yeah.
you know, that kind of ornamentals and those things actually
Can
don't
you get
register well on
those partial moves? Those I never tried. Do those register where you slide off the note just a little bit to change the airflow? Because you get those on a real flute, right? But I don't think a controller will pick that up.
I couldn't get them on the controller, no.
Yeah, okay.
Unless you play with, there's a strip that actually lets you bend notes, individual notes. But it's the same as a keyboard. Then you kind of have to use the what a pitch bend to roll into the next note, and it just.
But you also can't do overblow too, right?
The what?
A lot of wind controls don't do the overblow properly.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I think the Silphio does that. I'll go grab my Silphio. Hold on a second. I think it's charged up.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Justin.
I'm at the gig. We just finished the first set. I figured I can give you a little bit of a walkthrough if I can get my freaking camera. So here's the venue. Here's our bass player's rig. And here's my rig. Piano mostly, synth, and then organ. This is going to my iPad, and both of these are into the XR18 with MIDI. But what's cool is our bass player has got an iPad rig as well, but he's running a instrument with the SWAM module setup.
What's the controller?
That is a instrument. Yeah, it's cool, but I miss him playing the bass.
An actual bass, is it?
It's cool. I mean, it's different.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. We're kind of doing a mixture of originals and some covers that nobody's really heard, but yeah, having fun.
What's the occasion for the gig then?
Oh, it's just a gig.
Okay.
The guy that's fronting it is just put a blues album out, or he's getting ready to put it out, and he wanted to do this kind of almost like a release party. But yeah, it's fun.
Is it local to you?
Excuse me?
Is it local to you? Like?
Yeah, it's about 45 minutes from me.
Oh, wow.
In Lyman. And Kent, you'll appreciate this. The venue, it's like a brewery, but they allow dogs to just roam free and do whatever they want here.
Nice.
So when we got here, there were just like dogs running around, just being themselves. It was fun.
Pissing on the guitar.
Yeah, and by the way, Justin, sorry for being a fucking idiot.
No, that's good. I still haven't gotten the package yet, but I'll track it and see what's going on. But we'll get you. We'll get you.
Yeah, just send me an email. I'll ship you the money again to reship. You know.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I just checked my mail today. I still haven't gotten it back, so we'll figure it out.
Yeah. But I mean, it's just more work for you, and I'm sorry about that. So.
Well, the post office is like just a couple blocks down from where I live, so it's not that big a deal. I just might have to fill out another custom form. Like that's the
Yeah.
worst of it, really.
Ah, okay. Yeah. I'm so sorry, man.
No, dude, it's not a big deal.
You know, the thing is, you know, I asked Justin to send me one of his CDs, and I forgot to put the apartment number. So I just have the building number, and they go, "Well, what the fuck?" Of course, you know.
Yeah,
Not like
really.
I'm known by my name here, you know.
Yeah.
You don't know Jeff? I mean,
You know. No,
Yeah,
they
you got
don't.
That's like a given.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just figured I'd check in, show you guys, the cool setup we got. But
is that a tent venue or is that a permanent?
the way that this is set up, excuse me, so what this is it's a brewery. It's like an indoor-outdoor place. When they're outside in like the spring through the fall, they have an outdoor stage. They've got a couple of wood-fired pizza ovens that they bring outside, and they brew their own stuff. So like if I were to come out here, it's a little cold out, but you can kind of see.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so there's the brewery over here. It's kind of night, but at least you get a kind of an idea. So what they have is restrooms are here, and then over here they've got they got like an outdoor bar here, kind of thing. So this is kind of where they set stuff up. And then over in this area they set up tables, and then in this area it's hard to see.
Is that snow
but
on the ground?
Yes.
Yeah, you have a lot of snow.
No, it's a hill. Yeah, it's just a hill. There's not much snow, but here you can see outdoor stage. So what they do is they'll put a canopy up and over there. But yeah, so they brew their own beer. The brewery is called Funky Bow. I couldn't tell you where they got the name, but for the winter time and the colder months, they have this greenhouse set up. That's their tap room. So if you go in here, and then they've got an outdoor ATM if they need it. But if we go in here, come in. So there's an ATM here. But yeah, it's a greenhouse setup.
That's a really cool setup, yeah.
There's my bass player. Well, instrument player. So stage over here.
Yeah.
And then our drummer's kit is just this. So it's an octapad, snare pad, his hi-hat pad, kick drum. So nice, easy, compact setup. Unlike my rig. Then you come over here. Oh, there's a puppy dog. There you go, Ken. Let's see. Puppy. There you go, boy. There's that good puppy. Oh, another one. So they have a no leash policy, so the dogs can just like run around. And then this is the bar setup. So they do wood-fired pizza. It's actually really good. So that's pretty much it.
It's a big space.
Yeah. Comfortably a couple hundred people, maybe 300. But when they're busy, they're really, really busy. But nice thing too is they're family friendly. So like you easily have a birthday party here, do whatever here. And then when they set up outside in the summer, they'll have like giant like Jenga, Connect 4 like games and stuff set up, cornhole, all that stuff. So it's a really cool venue.
Yeah.
It's kind of strange because the last time I was here, I was with my old cover band, and wasn't a very good night because I was like, it was the last gig with that band, and I didn't feel like I was being treated, fairly with them. But nah, it's a cool venue. There's really like a lot of people would think it's a bar because, you know, their main thing is beer. I don't really see it like that though. I think it's different. Like they don't just have the beer, but they have like their pizza's like homemade, like all fresh ingredients. So it's like really, really good. But yeah, it's a fun place.
Aziohead is asking what the carpet situation is in there.
Oh, the carpet. Oh, I got to do the carpet cam.
Carpet shot.
Oh man, I totally forgot about that. So here's the carpet. 100% gravel.
All natural, baby.
All natural.
Yeah,
Organic.
dogs and beer. You shouldn't have real carpet. That's for sure. So.
Oh yeah. Oh no, you're kidding me, man. I mean, this. I don't know how this ranks with like the carpet at NAMM, but you know, or Super Booth or whatever. But
we'll take natural over anything.
Yeah, it's up there, man. But yeah, just 100%
analog.
Yeah, 100% analog.
There you go.
This isn't FM. This isn't digital. This isn't even granular. No, actually, it is granular.
It is, yeah.
Granular carpet.
Yeah, it's granular.
I like it.
Oh man. Oh, so fun. Yeah, Azio, I'll send you some. You just got to pay the customs fees. Oh man.
How long was the first set?
I think we started a little late. We started at like 10 after because we were still kind of sound checking. But I'd say it was like a good hour.
Okay.
But, you know, healthy mix of originals. I mean, we are doing covers, but they're not like, I mean, other than the couple of Jimmy Buffett things that I mentioned that I'm not too crazy about. But hey, it's a cover band. Shh. Our bass player walked in. I just got to watch. I just got to be careful what I say. What's our set? I'll go get it. So some of the covers, we did White Room by Cream.
Are you vlogging?
Yeah. That was one of the guitar players. No, Jim, I'm in a live stream. So White Room by Cream, Peace Fog by The Doors. We did a couple of Dire Straits tunes. The Jimmy Buffett tunes we did were Changes in Latitude and Cheeseburger in Paradise.
We can hear that, Kent, by the way. Sorry.
Yeah, it sounds good.
You're still on the left, though, Kent.
Yeah, working on it.
Sorry,
You're just on one speaker right now. The next set, I think the coolest one we're doing in the next set is probably Can't Find My Way Home. Then we're doing Easy by the Commodores. All I Have to Do Is Dream by Everly Brothers, but we do a kind of a cool version. The cool thing about the covers is we don't do them like note to note like the record. We just kind of put our own spin on it.
Sure.
Makes this band different than other cover bands.
You got it right, like Kent. It's both sides.
Good stuff.
Yeah. So you've got another hour to go then?
We got another couple hours.
Oh wow.
All right, hang on. I gotta split my camera. Hang on. There we go. Puppy dog. Puppy dog. There you go. There's a couple more over here. There we go. Puppy dog. Oh yeah, puppy dog. Oh,
Justin, he took Fuggles' place.
Oh,
That's
really?
stout. Yeah, Fuggles died on Labor Day.
I'm live streaming, by the way, on a pub.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so he's a good boy too. Look at that. Look at that big boy. Look at him. That's a big boy. That's a big boy. That's the other cool thing about this place is, I know I've mentioned it, but yeah, leash free. Yeah. So I got to pull in Ian. We got to get ready to get back on, but I just wanted to, check in. All right. I'll talk to you guys later.
Thank you, Justin.
Yep. You're welcome.
Take care, man.
Bye. Yep. Take care.
He's having that same problem I had on my old Bluetooth headset. You get the little sing-songy echo cancellation stuff. That's why I switched back to wire.
A circus.
Yeah, it's like a calliope. So here's the Silphio. Grabbed it upstairs. Let's see here. See if the volume is correct. And here's the embarrassing vibrato.
Yeah. Yeah, the same with the Iwi. Yeah.
Oh, you do the same with the Iwi? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Also got some other presets here.
Yeah, you're back on, Kent.
Seems to be working, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
So I've got the tilt here. And the ribbon down here is doing the slight filtery thing. And the twist.
Oh my god. Wow.
Yeah, it does a lot in one thing. So my fingering sucks, so it's not going to be very musical, but the patches are all physical modeling kind of combinations of stuff. So the patches there, that's what they only have right now, 50 patches in this thing. They're going to add more in the future, but it takes so long to set up a patch because there's so many layers to it with all the expression. So
I'm surprised nobody's come up with a, because it's pressure sensitive as well. Like these things, the cool thing about these things is if you blow harder, you reach the octave. So the same fingering will actually work for about 3 octaves. And I don't understand.
Yeah, it's weird.
That can't be built in.
Maybe it's just not calibrated properly. You can't count on it.
No, it's not even configured.
But I mean, maybe they tried that and just found it was too random, and they're just gonna have people complaining about it. Here's a weird one. What's this called? Antimatter pad. What's this one? I forgot what some of these are. So.
So you found a shield in the Zelda game.
Yeah. Some other ones are on here that are fun. What's this one? That's the tricky one. These percussive ones are always tough because the lift off, you get that, they're kind of broken. Some organy stuff. What's this one?
That twisting stuff is mental.
It's cool, right?
Yeah.
Some have tilt turned on, some don't. Depends on the patch.
Yeah.
But
and that's all built-in patches.
It's all built in. I'm just got an audio output. It's on battery right now. Not even Bluetooth. But then you can transmit all the stuff, obviously, over Bluetooth. And what's really clever, too, is they thought about this, is Silphio Link. So because this is Bluetooth natively, or USB wired or whatever. It's fine for most things, but like you're concerned about latency. So because some of these people use this are exacting people, they need to have primo stuff. So they made this little special hub, which is actually radio frequency. So better than Wi-Fi, better than Bluetooth. It's RF, and you can plug in. It Bluetooth's. You plug into this directly. This RFs to anywhere. So if you're going across a room or across a stadium, whatever, you direct connect your Sophia to this, and then this is your radio frequency to go to anywhere.
And it RFs what? Audio or MIDI?
Both.
Okay.
From what I remember, I haven't used it much, but here's it's got MIDI ports on it. It's got USB and stuff, and some selector buttons on the front. But
wow.
So this is a whole bundle. It came in a little bag, so the whole damn thing is super portable, and lasts quite a while on a charge. So you can keep doing this stuff for a while. I haven't even charged this thing for probably 4 or 5 months, maybe. It's still halfway charged at least.
Oh.
So it's really good at sitting there, not getting used. Hold this charge. And then so you have the 3 and the 2 buttons on the back for the pitch. So 2 down, 3 up, 2 zones. But what's cool is patch switching on here. There's this little logo on the front. It's actually a touch-sensitive logo, and this is your modification key. And the little menu in the back shows you when I'm doing the mod.
Oh, okay.
And then you can go through, and so here's my patch selector. So here's your scale connect selector, patch selector, and stuff. And you can get really deep on this little screen. If you want to go nuts, you can edit every parameter on this thing, like a proper synth.
Yeah.
But it's so you have this thing, and then you use these 2 bottom keys, which are lower octave, to go through the patches. So you can see the patches there. So it's really cool stuff. Hold on a second.
How do you turn this on?
Cool.
Oops, how do you turn this on? That'll work.
Everybody's busy but me.
It's weird because I just powered this up. Got a little red light on it.
What's that?
Uh-oh.
This little finger drum.
Oh.
But
It's already
I can't
broken?
see. No, I can't. How do you turn them on?
I don't know.
That's the one I have, Andy.
Oh, there you go. Okay, is it the 5000?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's the nice one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you pay for that?
Can't remember. Probably. Are they 600 or something?
Okay.
So I can't remember.
Yeah.
No, they're pretty powerful. The thing I can't get used to is this roller.
Yeah.
For octave switch, but it has a strip. Like there's a just a thing here for
D-pad thing or something.
Yeah, for mod wheel type of stuff. There's the screen right here, and I mean it's pretty powerful.
Yeah.
And it has the choice of like fingering is. I use it pretty much as a sort of Irish lute tin whistle, but you
Okay.
can have all sort of you can configure all these for the sharps and whatever, or use it as a saxophone controller. Like you can
Right.
configure it pretty well.
I think default this is sax, but you can go in and dial all kinds
Yeah.
of stuff on here. So
Yeah, my only problem is octave switching because I'm not used to having my thumb to switch octave. I'm just using used to like blowing harder.
Sure.
And it's like once you're used to an instrument, it's hard to switch.
Isn't
it's
there a
been sort of
key on there?
counterintuitive to play anything fast with it. I can play slow melodies.
So there's no
but
key to raise it. It's always a breath pressure thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought the real instruments had some kind of a key to change octaves.
Not that I know. Like you just go up and down to change octave.
No, I mean in the real ones. in like
Oh,
like a brass instrument or something, or woodwind.
Well,
Or
it
something.
depends what instruments. In stuff like silver flutes, I think that's a key
Some kind
combination.
of key, right?
In even in key, the Irish flutes, it's just even though the keys for flats and sharps, you just blow harder for the next
Okay.
octave. Yeah. And I mean that takes a while to get used
So
to.
you
this
only get
flute,
2
but,
octaves out of them, then basically.
2 easy ones, I get 2.5.
Okay, real hard.
Some really technical people can get 3.
Wow.
With alternative fingering, 2.5 is tough already. Yeah.
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 Interesting.
But I mean, I've been playing that all my life, so like.
Sure.
Yeah. I suppose I'm very demanding on the.
Does Irish music use the flutter tongue at all, or is that
like stuff like
yeah,
that? Not traditionally, not traditionally, but there's back in the early 2000 or mid 2005, something like that. There's a band called Fluke that came on the scene in Irish music and started using stuff like tonguing a lot, and since then it's been used as ornaments as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. And I'll go through a couple more of these real quick, and I'll turn it off. What preset is this? Sax. This one's called Boom Shock. It's probably some Kraftwerky sound. Let's see. Oh, it's percussive. So yeah, see, with just a twist and a tilt, you got a complete timbre change there, which is really amazing. Then I got more drums, more of this, more of that. This is called 1984 Pad. Breath pressure. I got to practice it. Get running out of breath. So this plug. One other clever thing that they did here is they think about different instruments and back pressure. Yeah. So they 3D printed these little plugs that fit in the hole down here.
Okay.
And they give you a sax back pressure, a flute back pressure.
Oh.
Based on the analysis they've done, So, and you feel it because you're like, oh shit, I'm out of breath already. You got to take another breath. So, yeah, it does try to simulate as much as they can with the real instrument, which is pretty clever.
Yeah, that's the thing I had to get used with the EWI because your breath isn't really going anywhere. With this, so learning because in a flute you're just breathing out. All you have to worry is about just breathing back in. Mm-hmm. But when you breathe into this thing, your breath really isn't going anywhere. So you have to also relearn your breath. And so I get out of the breath really quickly with this thing.
There's a pass through. You can feel a bit of a leak, but they put enough pressure in here to simulate that.
Yeah, it's minimal on this. Like it's the moisture kind of relief type of stuff. So it's been tricky to learn to rebreathe.
Yeah.
Out with this.
I'll bet.
Yeah. Because you're blowing for ages and you think you've breathed out, and then you try to take a breath, and suddenly you realize, oh, I'm still full. Like I have no room for extra stuff.
Yeah. That's a weird one. It's called Sophia Do. Like a didgeridoo.
Any chord packs?
Yeah. Here's one called Braveheart. I bet that's a little fluty thing. register probably sounds better. I played way low.
Yeah.
Is it whistle? I don't know if they mean whistle instrument or whistle. Pretty harsh. Anyway, you get the idea. Lots of crazy stuff on here. But the one thing they didn't do on this one is they didn't have a bite sensor.
Oh yeah.
But
The
because it's
idea
mainly
we
aimed
have
at like fluty type people, not sax people.
This has one, and I mean, I'm used to reeds anyway.
Oh yeah.
I used to play a couple of double reeded instruments, like
Oh, nice.
Like
You ever played the
stuff,
Duke?
so- No, it's called a bombard,
Okay.
and it's a traditional instrument from Brittany.
Hey.
It's this thing. So it's a double reed on it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So this one is in G. They're normally in B flat because they're meant to be following bagpipes.
Oh, okay.
But this one is in G. I think it's one of the lowest standard one to do. But it's double reed. It's really loud, really hard to blow in. But I'm used to using the double reed, like the pressure on the double reed to control some of the tone.
You have to get them wet too, right? So they're pliable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a fun one from China called a sheng. Have you seen one of those?
Not dissimilar, yeah. It's
like a little gourd kind of thing with it has two drones that you can plug up, and then the equivalent of like the chanter or whatever, the little keys. There you go. You got one. Yeah. It's fun with the drones.
Yeah.
But
I used to play that when I was in college. I was part of a pipe band, Breton pipe band, locally.
That's cool. And here's a little guy in the little red one. So this is the one to get if you want a cheap portable one that's Bluetooth. But it's also, again, a proper flute. You pop this out and...
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
So, yeah.
Thinking about. Andrew.
Fuck, it's got to do with you.
Well, okay, fuck you.
Honestly.
Same old Andrew. We
Just see
did
what I've
miss
done,
you.
Simon. I did this for you.
What's that?
The blue.
All blue.
All blue.
Oh.
I could go. Well, what do I know?
Simon's not blue.
He's got a lot of blue in there.
Yeah, I've the main lights on.
I've got the red as well.
Oh, tell us a ghost story.
Once upon a time, I lived in a flat in an apartment in Islington. It was in a very old house.
That's scary enough.
And it had been done up. And this is entirely true, by the way. And that's on one side. Is that supposed to be on one side? There we go.
I don't think so.
Yeah. So I moved into this really big old Georgian house, and we have the first floor kind of apartment. It was the whole thing, and it had these huge long windows. It was a beautiful place. It was just when I got started in the music industry, and it was stunning. We got it at a song, and we didn't understand why. It was beautiful, and then one night, Or one day we've gone out and we bought. My girlfriend at the time wanted something called zebra finches. They were little finches that you get in a cage.
Those are cute, yeah.
They're very, very pretty. So we bought these home with us, put them down on the table. You know, we knew all about feeding them and everything. Went to bed that night, and when we woke up the next morning, they were all dead. So we went back to the shop that we got them from and said, look, they said, well, terribly sorry, it must be, something, they must have had a virus thing. We'll get some, we'll just wait and get a new shipment in. And eventually, a few days later, they rang us and said we got some more. So we had these new ones in, we brought them home. Sure enough, the next morning, they were all dead as well. All of them. And we're kind of...
You sure they weren't resting? They were dead for sure?
They were, they were definitely dead. And I went to bed that night after 2 lots of these. I went to bed that night, and the room we were in at the back felt kind of chilly, and it was in the middle of summer, and we just thought, whatever. My girlfriend got up early to go into work, and I woke up at about 11 o'clock because I was in a recording studio, so I didn't get in till 3 or 4 or something. And I woke up at 11 o'clock, eyes wide open. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't move, and I felt like something was on top of me. And I couldn't do a damn thing. I felt it was the most awful feeling.
Ever.
And then,
well, because I blinded you, I put a pillow over your head.
That would probably have been a good thing to have done with me at that time because I was an arse. But nonetheless, it just so happened my girlfriend had come home early from work and she opened the door and it was like a rubber band or something snapped and I was suddenly able to breathe and speak and I couldn't get out of bed fast enough and I just thought it's a nightmare. It's just a nightmare. And we got a friend in because we, even though the rent was very cheap for what it was, we were still struggling, starting out in the music industry and all that thing. And we got a friend in to share with us and he moved in a few days later and within a week, he'd moved out, and he wouldn't tell us why. He wouldn't tell us why. He was out, and I thought, is it the smell? What? And he eventually agreed to meet us at a pub round the corner, and he said, I woke up in the middle of the night twice, and I couldn't breathe, and it felt like something was on top of me. He said it's the scariest thing ever, and I just thought that's weird. So we both went to bed. Not my friend, my girlfriend and I went to bed that night and she woke up in the middle of the night and I just happened to wake up because she was shaking and I could see in her face she couldn't move or breathe or anything. And at that point, and it got deathly cold in one corner of this room and at that point, we woke up, we packed our bags, we left the place and we never went back. So there's a story for you. True. Probably imagined the whole thing, probably drug fueled or whatever. But no, seriously, it was awful. It was an awful place, and we think the reason the rent was so cheap was because other people had probably experienced it as well. Very odd. And I'm not really one for this, but yeah, there was a malign something there. It might have been.
Is that when you first considered the Range Rover back then?
I left it outside and I was down there at the back for comfort.
Now, Andrew, did you feel like you could not move?
Yeah, completely paralyzed.
Okay.
I was entirely aware, but I could not move.
But it could be, one explanation, sleep paralysis.
Panic attack.
Indeed, it could be.
Because I've had that.
But it happened to 2 other... I've had similar kinds of things, but nothing like this. And it happened to 2 other people in the same flat. And we had the dead finches. It was just one of those things where I'm not going to hang around to find out if I've got a medical issue here because that means everyone else has as well. 2 other people do as well.
It's a perfectly valid fuck that kind of moment.
Yeah.
Definitely. I would have said the same fucking thing.
Yeah, I wasn't going to hang around to find out. I just kind of, boom. And the curious thing is, and this is really curious, right? Really curious. When we moved into this house back here, almost 20 years ago now, we moved into this house and both Liz and I kept seeing, we thought we saw someone out the corner of our vision. Didn't film a line, just felt really nice, just like someone was, oh, that's what you're doing, especially in the garden. and we happened to know the local vicar, who was a lovely man, not particularly madly religious, but we knew this vicar, and we invited him round, and he said, "Do you want me to bless the house?" And we said, "Yeah, well, that'll be nice. You know, why not?" And he blessed the house, and after that, we only ever. We still see this old man from time to time out the corner of our eye. We feel his presence, but it's only in the garden, not in the house. It's a really odd thing. It's a really odd thing.
Have God Have Beast actually says mold toxicity is the scientific possibility, and I would actually lean on that. We've had the experience in this house, both the two of us having vivid dreams, you know, like whatever it's called, nightmares, where you think you're awake and you know that kind of stuff. And then we installed proper ventilation and drying up the place, and it sort of disappeared. It doesn't matter when it happens in a rented place. It's a fuck that sort of reflex. I don't care what the explanation is. I'm leaving the fucking place. Like,
and the problem I've always had is I have a fairly scientific mind, so.
Yeah.
You know, I kind of rigorously look at things, and I will poo-poo everything to start. Yeah, I just do. You know, it's kind of show me give me evidence. You know, sorry, but that's a cop-out kind of thing with almost everything. And then when I started, you know, when the whole evolution of you know into the public consciousness of quantum theory, when that started happening, and the possibilities of what that might mean, and they keep coming back and. An awful lot of it is horseshit put about by people who have no scientific rigor whatsoever. But the few bits that, you know, what there is there that one can discern makes almost anything possible. And that's kind of, you know, I have no proof of one thing or another, none. But it's a comfort to know that the universe has so much that we don't know about still, which is great. It's a good thing. Good thing. Especially Kent and his studio. We never know about that. From one week.
It's Heisenberg Uncertainty Studio, right? So.
It is. It is. Don't look at it because it will have changed. If you look at it, you'll immediately change it.
Yeah, it would have moved on.
That's what's going on. So there's my ghost story.
Schrodinger's synth.
Schrodinger's synth. Yeah. As soon as you look at it, that's a bit like my videos.
Right.
Oh, that sounds nice.
A little bit of distortion there.
Yeah, certainly is. Which end? You have to find out which end is doing it.
Is this the tuning right on this? Aha!
I could have done better. Try that again.
American tuning. That's better.
All right, fellas, I'm going to leave you because it's way past my bedtime.
You can't do that. Not now.
See you, Ollie. Good fun.
It's just 7 o'clock. Come on.
I only came so that I could imagine I was biting the bottom of your beard, hanging on it, and going, "Let me in, let me in."
Andrew, don't be like that. We talked about it.
Well, all right, you know,
You
fair
have
enough.
quite the imagination, you know that.
Yeah, and look what happened to mine. It's all gone now. Thank you.
Have a good night, folks. Thank you very much.
Good night, Ollie.
Bye.
Good night. Does that mean I have to change the color scheme now?
Yeah.
Okay, what do we want?
Deep purple.
Okay.
I was thinking about music, but you know, okay.
Yeah, I Sort of. More lilac than purple. But
Well,
there we go.
It'll do.
I have magenta.
Well, and there you go. As long as it's not teal, we're all right.
And the Buddha is littered, so that's fine.
So what have you been up to today, gents, apart from Kent, who's doing yet again? If you see Bang Olufsen, you see, yeah. So what have you been up to?
Just goofing around. Playing with wind
Saturday.
synths and other stuff.
Trying to put two notes together and then, realizing that I can only do one at a time.
Found this recently.
And
You guys
then-
ever seen one of these?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, I have
No.
actually.
Forgot I had it.
The Nocturne, I used to be fairly familiar with Novation stuff. I don't know it. What is it? What's it do? Just a controller?
Just a controller, but it's got the the little DJ thing.
Oh,
and,
right.
And some little buttons at the bottom and stuff. So it seemed something cool at the time, but unfortunately, I think it's tied to an app, which might make it difficult. I have to look into it.
Yeah.
An long expired app.
Yeah, that reminds me of I once watched a video of a review of a Novation Peak, but the guy insisted in saying Novation Piak all along. Novation Piak, and he was
Novation
British
Piak.
too. Novation Piak. I watch it just for the laugh because
It's like when guys can't pronounce Azure for the cloud. They say, it's Azure. It's like, do you speak English? It's Azure. Azure skies.
Is it Azure or
Yeah.
Azure?
No, well, I mean, there's differences there maybe, but people say Azure like it's a foreign word. It's if you read any poetry,
it is a
whatever,
French word.
Yeah, it's if you read
Azure.
poetry and stuff, you're gonna come across the damn word. But that also
The
means they
hell's
don't get
that?
the joke that cloud computing, blue skies, in the clouds, Azure, it's all connected, right? So that means they don't even get the reference.
It's all about, actually, the name is all about the revenue they make because they figure once they've got you there, as you're there.
As you're going along.
Yeah.
As you're going along, they'll get you to spend
As your
some
wallet's
more, that's
open,
what
keep
it is.
pulling money out. Yeah,
That's what it is.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
as you're here. Thank you very much.
it's true. Very expensive.
We use Azure all the time. It's actually, you say that, it's not that bad compared to some. It's not. We use it a lot, Azure.
Well, it was very bad when they started because they were constantly changing things, not telling you, services down. I go, hey, Exchange isn't working today. Sorry, everybody, no email. Like,
Yeah,
But it was not a Piak, so you're fine.
that's true. Or
I
a
still
or
can't-
a Moog grand-mère.
Yes, the grand-mère. Yes, of course. Yeah.
The grand-mère, the Moog
The
grand-mère.
muwag. I love the muwag.
Yeah. Yeah. Just trying to think. The ARP 2500.
26,
Yeah, well, yeah, all right.
26, not 25.
No, 25. I like the 25.
Okay.
Prefer I like the 25 a lot. Always wanted a 2500.
CS80.
Nah. And how are you, young fella, my lad?
Which one does? Because I mean, Andrew's.
Okay, I could say Andrew. I could
none of
say
us are very
Kent,
young, so it's
or I could
Well, you're
say
younger than me.
Maffei.
maybe. I guess.
Maffei.
I'm 58.
A little
What?
bit younger, yeah.
You're 68.
58.
You're 68. Really, 68.
Yeah, I'm
Flipping hell.
175 years old. Yes, yeah,
170.
exactly.
Well, now I'm beginning to. Yeah, all right.
Now you
that
see
makes
it.
sense.
Yeah.
I'm pre-Christmas.
You don't
Yeah, Ken-
look a day over.
You
I'm
used
sorry,
to walk,
I didn't get that, Andy. You said you don't look a day over and then The image is fucked up.
Oh,
You
the over
know,
65 was a bad
you know,
joke.
Walking with Dinosaurs.
That was
I
a good
filmed
joke.
it.
Yeah, he used to walk God to school. He used to babysit him.
Well, no, the thing is, you know what? I mean, we're twins, right? And the fat
What?
Jesus, and he was a skinny Jesus, and
Oh, right. Big Daddy
Yeah.
the Kid and Spooky. Yeah, I know what you mean.
yeah, the spooky, yeah, Daddy Spooky, yeah.
Which we've already covered in this show, so. It's- yeah. That looks, Kent. That looks like a scene out of some sort of AI enhanced thing where they've removed you from it. You're there. You're actually there doing things, but you've been removed from the view.
We might see a middle finger pop up. Not once.
Yeah.
Come off the side. No.
Comes this way.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, in stereo too. Wow. Who's farting?
Yeah. Oh, there he is.
I shouldn't have gone under there with headphones on. I got to almost where I needed to be. Went,
Said Fiona.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Booyah! Booyah!
Instead of yeah. That was a good one though, Andrew. Yeah, I remember.
I'm just repeating what Ken says so that you all get it. You know.
Yeah. I remember that.
Do you need cables, Kent?
No.
I've got some cables if you want. I've got about 400.
Is that all? Fucking lightweight.
Yeah.
You need an XLR?
Yeah, I've got them all. But never where I want them and when I want them, right? Never.
Yeah.
I've got all the cables, and whenever I go wherever, either in the studio or here, I never have the one I want exactly where I need it at the time.
Or adapters or any of that stuff, right?
I've got all of it, but I just don't have it. Mind
Yeah.
you, I do have my 4K video USB thing, so I can plug in another camera. But then I forgot the particular cable that comes with it, so there's a mini HDMI and there's a full HDMI and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's just.
What cameras do you guys use?
I use lots. So we Blackmagic 6Ks, JVC LS3s, the Panasonics, the new Panasonics, which are really lovely. Sony's, I mean, just lots of different ones, and then we bring in, if we need something specific, then we'll bring in, Reds or
Don't you have to worry about variances and color spaces and stuff with the different models and all that?
We use the same models for a shoot, so if we're doing a shoot, we do it all, in one or another.
Right.
Sometimes you can't avoid it, but actually managing the color space is part of the gig anyway. So you manage it before you shoot. You do the test, you manage it, and then you bring it in and do all the testing beforehand and make sure it's okay. Then you can go and do the shoot, knowing everything's fine.
Is that since in recent movies, or they don't seem to care about the color timing anymore?
Some of them, certainly broadcast. That's
Yeah.
sort of the case.
Just jarring cut to another angle, like whoa, it's a totally different camera or whatever. So
yeah, that can be very annoying. But and the art of doing color correction and grading, being a colorist, they're worth every penny they earn. Every penny.
Have you seen that Nix gadget?
Nix.
Yeah. Little hexagon thing. You put it up against something and it matches the colour onto the screen.
Oh, those, yeah.
oh, it's like the spider, like the old spiders and stuff.
Yeah, I've got the spider here somewhere. Yeah, I've got the spider.
I have a Spider
Yeah,
Pro
they-
somewhere, but I lost it.
They work. They're okay. I mean, it's more about if you understand color science and you understand your cameras, you'll know what how to set up the white balance, and you'll know what's going to have an issue with noise in the blacks or the greys or whatever. That kind of stuff. You just set it up right. It's about
Problem though, if you're in a room like this where the light keeps changing and stuff, and different color temperature lights, it's a nightmare, right?
Well,
you can get a spider to work.
Sort of. The funny thing is, that exact situation is what S-Log and log footage is for, right? But it's just for that. It's where you have extremes of contrast between really bright and really dark. And that's where you use S-Log, because it puts all the information into the highlights and into the blacks, and then you can bring it all together. Yeah, the middle is always desaturated, and that's why you have LUTs.
So it's like HDR stuff, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, everyone's taken to shooting everything on freaking log, and most of the time you don't need it.
It's like raw photo too. Most people don't use raw photos for cameras. It's too much.
Yeah. Well, raw is good. It's just kind of, if you're going to shoot it, understand what you're going to do with it afterwards.
I was the camera raw monkey boy at Apple for a couple of years. I was doing all their raw testing, posting all this stuff on their website and all that. So.
Oh really?
I was for Aperture. I was the monkey doing all the work behind the scenes. So.
Well, I'm doing a lot of that with am I doing a lot of that? It's one of the things that I do amongst others with Adobe. So, yeah. Although I can't actually, I need to be a little mindful of that. We contribute to it because we've got a lot of experience with that. So we contribute to that whole thing. We're in discussions a lot with them about it. They're actually doing the work. We occasionally supply some bits and pieces to them, but they're doing all the work. And they're doing a great job at the moment.
It's funny, the biggest problems we had was like the lights you have behind you right there, those LED lights that have extreme weird colors. And all these wedding photographers would send us these images like, my images are all weird because your software sucks and all that stuff. I'm like, what kind of horrible lighting are you using at these weddings? Like, they're awful colors and mixes of lights. And
you're using 3 or 4 different panels, all of which are different white balances. Some, they say they're 5100 or 5400,
exactly,
and they're 72 and then 23. And you've got all these conflicting things and different flicker and, just overlit. It's kind of, what do you expect? Excuse me? Yeah.
They want the software to work miracles. They're stupid.
Jeff. Jeff.
Yes.
Feel free to jump in when you understand what the fuck they're talking about.
Oh, I'm just waiting for a break to say that I'm going to fuck off because dinner time.
We were just going to come and light you properly.
Well, wait a minute. Now that's not good enough. Wait a second. About this. This. Or this?
You see that. Yeah,
that's the right one.
Now you look like you've got jaundice properly. Yeah, that's good.
How about this?
Now you've just had a heart attack.
Yes.
Okay, now you've seen a ghost. You're very pale. So.
That's not bad.
That's not
heart
bad.
Condition geniuses.
Yeah.
No, I was just clear about my cardiologist, so I'm fine with that.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Cool.
So,
well
but
he's not going to sue.
That's a good one. No, anyway, I gotta eat, and I might be back. I might do a Matt who, when he said, "Oh, I'll be back in 20 minutes." Yeah, right. Been 2.5 hours.
That's what
I said. It was more of a challenging wank than you thought it was. So.
Right, I guess so. Yeah.
Maybe she had a beard.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Maybe she had a beard.
Oh
yeah. Wow. At the wrong place. Yeah. So anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. So I might be back. If not, well, you chaps have a good night. I'll see you next time. And if I'm back, well, then too bad for you. Okay. Bye.
Good to see you, Jeff.
See you later,
yeah. Good to see you. Bye.
Take care, man.
Cheers. Bye. Awful man. Honestly. Awful. So at least he's not Canadian, eh?
He's a hoser.
Oh.
Wow. Hey, hoser. It's sounding better, Kent. Although we can't hear your CS.
No, that's not making any noise whatsoever.
That's because it's broken. You need to take it to someone that can service it.
Where are you going to find one of them? Come on.
I don't know. They've all retired, I think.
Get in the real world, mate. It's not going to happen. Well, bottom. Wonder why that is though. It comes in, yeah, it goes out. So it comes out, it goes in, yeah.
Hmm. Yeah.
I appear to have locked my X32.
Locked it?
Yeah. Everyone locked it.
Oh, you mean memory stopped yourself from adjusting things accidentally or
Yeah,
otherwise?
the front panel's been shut out, yeah.
Is that because you're a knob?
Maybe I hit it with my knob. I don't know.
You probably missed everything then.
Quite possibly. No, it's completely locked out. Fucking hell.
So Ken, did you literally cable everything, or just some things?
Oh yeah, it was a complete rip out and redo.
Jesus.
Well,
New cables, or just replacing the ones that back where
They
they
are
were?
the new ones from the ones that I've made, but
Oh, okay.
recently. But no, what it was, I was going to actually reduce the amount of stuff that was in here because there was a lot of stuff plugged in and I wasn't using it. And I thought,
Yeah.
let's move it. So when it's done, it'll be a lot more spacious and not so crowded.
Well, that's why I usually go up. I don't have much room to go out, so I go up. Everything is stacked.
But I wanted a little semicircle of keyboards here, but I needed the keyboards on the right side. I needed this on the right-hand side, not the left.
But now those on the either side of you, behind you, are too far. You can't quite stretch out that far.
Oh no, once it's together, it's all right. I can get it all right. So I can concentrate here for doing one thing, here for another, here, there for another. But rather than having to go all the way over there to go and do the 80, so it's kind of worked out.
Yeah. Oh.
I don't know why the 80's flat. Oh man, so I've got to look up how do you unlock.
Is there any gang signs?
Yeah, I'll put it back. Right, I've got to now find out how.
He's back.
Still
Everyone
on his
watch it.
fucking knees.
Well, that's my favourite position for him.
Look at that bald spot. Look at that bald spot.
Fuck off. It's where my head's been rubbing underneath these desks.
It's where Fiona pats him. Good boy, Ken. Good boy.
It's like Benny Hill, the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You sure it's not minge burn?
I bet it does after that.
Yeah, don't let it. It's like acid. Acid for blood, mate. How do you unlock
I'm just looking at a Rode PSA 1 because what I've got is a bit. I mean, it works, but it's not quite as.
Oh.
Yeah.
PSA 1 Plus is what you need.
Mic arm. PSA 1 Plus. That's the one I'm looking at. Yeah. PSA 1 Plus. The only thing is, then I'd be doing what everyone else does.
What,
Yeah.
advertising Rode.
Yeah.
Yeah, just cover up the road part. You're all right. So
Call it street or avenue.
Cul-de-sac.
Cul-de-sac. That's what I have to do in the summer. If it gets too warm, I have to cul-de-sac.
Cul-de-sac, yeah.
Yeah. That's why I wear baggy shorts. So, yeah. How are you, Robbie?
Yeah, all right.
You look like you've had an evening of familyness.
Well, just sat down, watched a film, some wine, little snacky poods. Got bored, watched the football highlights, came in here.
Thus. Much the same. Much the same. Not bored, but this afternoon, however, I had a lovely time.
Yes.
I had a pal who I saw a few weeks ago, and we kind of promised to get together and have a little
yes, I remember you saying.
jamette. And he turned up with his beautiful Martin D38, whatever it is.
Did Martin mind?
No, he didn't. He was very good about it. He even lent us his Range Rover. And that's why the afternoon was so good. Yeah, so...
was he revving while you were...
Yeah. Proper blowback on that. And we just kind of played. He came up with some... He had a thing he wanted to do, and it was a bit complicated and not quite there. So I kind of diddled along with it, and we recorded him a couple of times, and then I started diddling with this thing, and it was all rather lovely. You know that sort of thing where someone comes along with their own thing, their own tune, their own chord sequence, and you've got something to work with. It sparks a million times more ideas than just sitting there tinkering your own stuff, because you kind of tend to fall into the same things, and he's doing it in a completely different key to the ones I would normally do, and suddenly I'm coming up with all this loveliness. So yeah, it was a really nice... It was only for about an hour and a half, but it was lovely, really nice. So yeah,
good,
love it.
Well, I bought Jamie Morden's new... Well, not just the new one, but all of his Polybrute patches. All 3 volumes, which is what...
Are they good?
Very good.
He's a very clever bunny, isn't he?
Yeah. He knows his shit. That's
and he had a really good ear for this stuff.
There was one particular patch that he said, have a listen to this one. He said, I'm quite proud of this one. I'm just trying to dig it up. Where is it? And it was... Where's it gone? There we go. It's done.
Great Exhaust Wagyu.
Lovely, and it's just one voice, as in one patch. It's not because the Polybrute can do 2 at the same time.
So it's a full 6-note poly.
Yeah, but you got that pad sound, but all of that other stuff. That's not a second layer. That's the same layer.
So it shows our sound.
It seems so that layer is also monophonic, isn't it? That not that layer. That seems to be monophonic, not poly, which is great.
Yeah,
That was actually what I liked about the UVI piano textures thing. I really like, if you listen to that, there's some lovely textures in there, some lovely ambiences.
Yeah, so there's 100 and... hang on, I'm going to do my maths. It's not 100, it's 200 and... It's nearly 300 patches.
over 3 volumes. Three
Three
banks.
volumes.
Yeah. Wow.
For $99. She's not bad.
How are we?
Don't be so fucking personal. Honestly, you're always getting personal, Steve.
I do, yeah, but you know,
You come in here. Oh.
Barge in, make a mess, and walk out again. That's always the way.
With your steamed up, I had a wank lens, and you expect us to treat you civilly.
I'm better in soft focus. You know that, darling. You know.
Hi, Steve.
I've heard some good noises.
He's using the old Vaseline on the lens trick, but it's not the usual source of Vaseline. So
yeah. Well, you say Vaseline.
I wonder where that ointment had got to. Oh dear.
There's a lot of vitamin E in that.
There's a bit too much vitamin E.
Oh dear, shoot that man. Quick.
That's going to be...
Something like that.
Something like that. I need
Sure.
something sort of just here.
I do. I was saying to Kent earlier, I had to replace the Hydrosynth to put the Polybrute back up to get these sounds loaded.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's but they're all lovely synths, which is a good thing. Fade to grey. But only if you back announce it. Yeah.
I was trying to program the CR78 to do the opening of that the other day.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't quite get there. Then I tried to do Mad World, because I think Nick Howes said in the chat yesterday, get it to do the intro to Mad World by Tears for Fears. So I'm going through all the sounds. I'm thinking, I know it's a CR78, but it's not that CR78. So I did a bit of research, and apparently they did that old trick of programming the pattern on the CR78 and playing it at twice the speed, and then slow it down to the tempo they wanted, so then everything pitch shifts down, and you get that. It's just
granular, sort of heavy feeling.
But everything just gets that sort of beef.
I used to use the other trick when I wasn't able to play fast enough. When I was going to cassette, we'd take the cassette speed down, you'd change the key of what you're recording at, and then you'd crank it back up to regular pitch again afterwards, and suddenly your envelopes would be that much tighter, and your sounds would be, and your articulation would be tighter. But it's been a few years since I had to play that fast, fortunately. And
because there was that classic, the old classic SP1200 trick where you'd sample a record in at 78 RPM and then pitch it down, so you get a longer sample, but at the right pitch.
Yeah, so you reduce resolution and increase time. Yeah, got it. Yeah, makes sense. There's always a trade-off, isn't there? You always wind up.
Oh yeah, but then it gave it that crunchy
character. Yeah.
Exactly, that colorization.
Nothing wrong with that approach. That's a good idea.
Colorization.
Yeah. See, in Australia, colorization is where you put the blue cellophane at the top of the TV screen and the brown cellophane at the bottom of the TV screen. And you get
definitely not the Ted Turner colorization. That was terrible.
Yeah, that's right. But you could just, and then you get your Technicolor and you can draw, like squiggly smoke out of the chimney and all that sort of stuff. All the stuff we don't have in the Southern Hemisphere.
You don't have squiggly smoke in the Southern Hemisphere.
Sadly, no.
We'll set up a collection for you, Steve.
It spins the other way.
I've got an
no.
I've got an OnlyFans for that. The squiggly smoke.
you need a new mandolin. Captain Coriolis's mandolin. So it spins out.
Coriolis effect, yes, that's right.
There we go.
It's,
It's like that episode of The Simpsons, isn't it?
Which
You ever
one?
seen that? The one where Bart learns of the Coriolis effect. And he doesn't believe them, so he phones up somebody in Australia and he says he pretends to be
toilet,
he says pretends to be the water company. He says, Can you just flush your toilet and tell me which way it's going round? In this really bad Australian accent, which is of course what I was doing there.
No, really? Thought it was Welsh. Hello. I am from Melbourne, see.
That was half the comedy of that thing was the bad Australian accents by the American voice actors. But yeah, it was a classic, that one.
But I think anyway,
and he has to go to Australia to apologise, and they decide to commute his sentence down to getting the boot. You just got to kick him up the arse with the boot.
Yeah.
How's Bach going on lots of mini moogs and other such lovely paraphernalia?
I've actually made progress with the program. So the program is splitting the MIDI files largely correctly. And then that gives me my annotated scores. So that gives me 1,000 pages of score. And I can just work through that now. So
1,000 pages of score, you freaking nutter.
No, but that's what you get. I mean, you take the 220 pages of Well-Tempered Clavier, they're both books, and then that's 96 works effectively. And of course, some of those are 2, 3, 4, or 5 parts, or sometimes more.
Does each
that breaks out to a different page? So yeah.
Does each one just have one bass note on the bass clef?
No, you're referring to Prelude and Fugue number 3. And Bach dropped a little gag whereby if you split his scores apart in the manner I'm doing, you'll have one group of 5 notes and everything else will be 4. So you need one extra player to play that one note at bar 37. So
he knew.
Oh, I'm sure he did. He realised. He said, "This is to stop the Australians." That's why he would have done it.
Synth fuckers, we'll have them. We'll sort them out. Ha ha ha. Analog synths, indeed. Yeah.
Yes. So
most people never eat sheet music anyway, so they won't even get there.
I don't either. I'm just pretending. I just stand in front of it and just do this, and something happens.
There's fighting words. That's smarty talk. That is.
No, we just have a bit of fun with it. But anyway, it's going quite well. I'll have some demos done shortly on the first batch, so that'll be good.
Good. That'll be great to hear.
I'll start punching out the demos, and then we can all have arguments about how it should be done better, but at least it'll be done. Yeah.
So the 5 instruments, you got 2 mini Moogs, 1 Voyager, is that right? Or
one
else?
One SE1.
SE1, that's right.
I've got 2 SEO2, which in lower voices won't be distinguishable. Especially when you put those back through the filter of the other sets. Yeah. You start to, you're not really having as much latitude there. So it's a bit of an indulgent exercise, but we'll get there. The other option is to actually take it and sample the whole lot.
Sorry, but have you seen Robbie? Have you seen what Kent's doing? He's repairing his CS80 for fuck. Kent, what are you doing, man?
Well, there's no sound coming out of the bloody.
Is it
the only man I know in the world that could have a CS80 and then when it's not working, is it plugged in?
No, you say, of course it is. How many times have we determined that it was user error?
Or just a routing problem? But yeah.
Also, it's giving you a shock. Okay, is the audio plugged in? Is the mixer turned on?
Yeah.
Is the slider pushed up?
Yeah.
Is it routed correctly?
Routed.
Just lose it altogether.
You know, it's...
honestly, everything is as it should be. I plugged the headphones into the back, and you can hear the sound coming out.
Okay.
And it's like, yeah.
Is the hamster turning in the wheel?
But when you plug
Is
the
there
headphones,
smoke?
you plug the headphones into the headphone socket, you hear it.
Okay.
When you plug it into the back, you don't.
So is it a friggly diggly headphone thing? Because the headphone cuts out the backs, doesn't it?
No.
Does it not? I thought it
No.
did.
This is 1976, mate. It didn't do that anyway.
Oh.
In 1976,
Still
they
don't
turned
do it today,
off.
do they?
Yeah.
Really?
Puggity.
Why is abbreviation such a big word?
Yardy, buckety, run, ding, doo.
Yeah. What's another word for the thesaurus?
Do you think they saw us?
What did they pack styrofoam in?
Yeah, get that.
When a cow laughs, does milk come out its nose?
I like that one.
Oh dear.
No, I actually wrote a whole song along those lines, and I just asked it was called Imponderable Conundrums, and it just went through all those questions and sort of all stuff we can't understand, but about life and stuff, you know.
How do you solve a problem like Maria? Yeah. Yeah.
No.
Hello.
The aerial shot again.
Is that like towards the chest? Oh, aerial. Sorry, gotcha.
Aerial. That's what I'm saying. An aerial shot. Just
aerial,
upwards. Yeah.
Aerial.
You're the video guy. I know nothing about it.
I am.
Except,
good. When did that happen?
Except the soft focus. I know about it.
Yeah.
That was the low angle to make Kent look more powerful. So.
Ah, yes, the upwards light with the upwards face. Dear. Yeah, so my bark's going okay. Thank you. That's all good. And
is your bark worse than your bite?
It'd have to be. I'm missing teeth.
Ah, right. There we go. That explains a lot. I think it might be time to get this cut somehow. It's just a bit mad.
Wafty.
Yes. Hello, my name's Quinton. I'm your director.
Yes. You have your sylph-like quiff.
Silk-like quiff.
Sylph, S-Y.
Oh, sylph. Oh, right.
It's hard to say, isn't it? Sylph-like quiff.
Just don't have a queef.
With two F's and not an M.
Yeah, we do. The queef is totally different.
Oh, right. There we go. That's caused me some trouble in the past, but we won't go into that. The charges were dropped eventually. It was all a massive misunderstanding. What is that, young Robbie? Is that your
Polybrook?
So I was just trying that patch and it wasn't working very well. So there you go.
So tell me, how does it feel?
Not too bad until you go like that, and then it
All
doesn't
right.
feel quite right.
All right. Okay.
Robbie, I just had a thought that you
Steady.
could actually.
Easy.
Okay, I won't think again.
Go on.
These Australians coming here cogitating.
Go ahead.
I was just thinking about you having to repitch the CR78, just as an idea. And I was thinking that little device on your desk, the little black square one, has the ability to repitch stuff like that.
It does.
It's the smallest Fairlight substitute you could possibly find, I think. But
Quite
that
possibly.
was just an idea.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
It might have too much fidelity, though. That's the only issue. But yeah, you can have fun with it.
Oh, I do have lots of fun with it when I play around.
How much is that doggy in the window?
Oh. That's
That doesn't sound healthy.
That's very Keir Starmer. Actually, no, that's probably not the right description these days.
Oh, it's that bloody thing.
That bloody old thing. Spring reverbs, I don't know. What do you do with them?
I've actually got it. I've got here as going to send them anonymously to Kent 2 15-inch spring reverbs. I'm just going to send to him in boxes. And you can do the slink.
Just send 2 springs.
Well, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, the audio's going in. It's not coming out.
Oh.
That's why we're not into 80.
Oh.
Have you got a battery to it, or is you putting a stereo plug into it?
Yeah, it's power supplied up and everything, and just using like normal mono cables, but audio going in now.
Look, the people who cause you grief, I don't know. I would send it back. I would send it back. Cheap and nasty piece of hardware.
Send it back from whence it came.
Wait, you remember the crackling that was going on?
And the little booming, yeah.
Oh, was that it?
It was this. I thought it was the 80, but it wasn't. It was this doing it.
So it's the PSU, do you think?
I don't know.
Do you know anyone that could take it apart and have a look?
The thing is, this is probably going to be SMT.
No, possibly about it.
No, but there's no possibles about it. If that's a 244 in a box that size, yeah, it's SMT.
It's SMT.
Yeah.
Damn it.
But it's also got the motors on the pots, which means that will generate or potentially generate interference too.
Yeah, possibly.
Servos tend to be nasty like that.
If you've built something with a servo and you haven't ended up doing the RF protection around it and grounding it properly, then
you have no business making these sorts of things, do you?
Exactly that. And I can't imagine that piece of kit would have that.
Well, you'd hope not, but I nothing surprises me anymore. You know, the quality that you expect out of an expensive item is just,
Go on then, get it out. Yeah.
That's not so much a surprise as a crushing disappointment.
Oh. I tell you what, I must admit, I felt a sense of pride. I went downstairs to go and make a coffee, and Fiona's in the front room. She's watching Running Man, and she's at the coffee table wiring up solenoids.
Oh,
you're in for a weekend, aren't you?
She's that's my kind of woman. That.
Yeah, she's making a pinball machine.
That's great. That's great.
It's looking really good.
I'm a bit nervous actually because next week is Synth East, and I had planned for my boy to come with me to help load and unload the DX1.
Oh fuck! He's not coming.
He's not coming.
Oh shit!
So my wife said, "I'll come."
I tell you what, if you get that sack truck I showed you, walk in the park, mate.
Yeah, well, I'll probably get the one that I showed you.
Okay.
It's 50 quid cheaper.
Yeah.
And I can literally go around the corner and pick it up from Screwfix. So, but it's the same. I mean, it is the same sort of thing, except the one that you showed me is steel, whereas the one that I've picked is aluminium. Yeah.
No, it'd be fine.
I mean, the thing is, I'm even thinking about, do I need anything that elaborate? Because I'm only going to use it maybe once or twice a year. But
you'd be surprised how often they come in handy.
Yeah, it's like one of those things when you've got it, then
and rubbish and what have you.
I don't do building.
Well, no. I mean, just general tidying up.
Bodies, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, from time
in the cellar.
Wrapped in. I'd love a cellar. I'd love a basement. I really would.
You could fill it full of people.
Somewhere. Yeah,
you could fill it.
Yeah.
You could fill it full of people called Jack. They'd all be basement Jacks then.
Yeah, but you could get one of those sort of like latex sex dolls, put it into dustbin liners, tie it all up, and leave it down there. And when you move house, just leave it.
Yeah. That would be cool. I did actually
to distract them from the other bodies. Yeah.
I did think about doing something similar. Obviously not as gruesome, but when I moved out of the house last year, because I knew they weren't fucking selling, that they wanted to get another renter in and an extortionately larger sum of money.
Did you sew prawns into all the curtains?
I did want to do something like that because obviously it's not. I've got nothing against the people that are moving in because I don't know them from Jack, but
he's in the basement,
felt like,
Jack.
I felt like putting something in there just to alert the new occupiers to the ineptitude and arseholery that the landlords are capable of. But I didn't, because the landlord would go in
the name.
Yeah, the landlord would go in and find it and then say, right, you're not getting your deposit back or something like that. So I didn't. I bottled it.
You're kind of, one wants to be, justice, and then you think, but my deposit. You've kind of been, you've got every which way, aren't you, on the landlord front?
That's it. So
yeah.
They'll find out in their own sweet time. They'll find out that house was shit. And the landlords are cunts. So.
Oh, he suggested. He hinted at raffish.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yes.
Allegedly.
Right.
Apparently, I've heard it said, it's been mooted that the landlord is a cunt. I've heard,
It's been weird, though, because it was like, it'll be a year next week that I got that email that said, you're being evicted. Although they didn't use the word eviction. They're terminating the tenancy agreement.
Did he say evicted? You are being evicted.
Diplomatic immunity.
Diplomatic immunity. Yeah, evicted.
Joss Ackland, what a man.
Dracul, evicted.
Gone now, isn't he? Oh, Joss Ackland.
Yeah, he must. He was one of those guys that always looked old, even when he probably wasn't very old. He looked old.
Oh, was it
Methuselah?
Randall
The actor William Hickey.
Randall Hopkirk, deceased.
Yeah, well, Hopkirk, deceased, celebrated his 92nd birthday yesterday.
There you go. Not
still
he
going.
Was lying. Yeah.
Whereas Randall died years ago.
Yeah, probably.
Without permission. That's right. The celebration was without any permission whatsoever.
Diplomatic
Diplomatic immunity.
What happened there?
With whom?
No, watch. Ready?
Go on.
Soft focus. Yeah.
Oh, well done.
Nice. Nice, mate. Nice.
Oh, I know what it is.
Yeah. Channel 4.
Is it?
No, it's when I push my...
Easy. There's no Range Rover there.
Push my keyboard.
Yeah.
Oh.
Up against something. Must be a power thing.
The inflatable doll. The inflatable sheep. The inflatable weasel.
From outer space.
From outer space.
It's the 6-operator flashlight.
Way.
Must be something to do with the HDMI connection because the camera's not going. The camera's staying powered, so it's the video cable. So something's getting
I
pulled.
must learn how to say arse in more languages.
Arse.
It's universally known, though, isn't it? The word arse.
Arse.
Pretty much.
It's like fuck. Everybody knows what fuck means. It doesn't matter where you come from. Fuck is fuck.
Indeed.
Just saying.
Right.
You did a full study on that, yeah?
Well, when I used to go back to Italy in the 80s, and I used to hang out with the kids there, I'd want to learn all the Italian swear words, and I would want to teach them English swear words, but they all knew it. They all knew because they watch, English speaking television and films, and
like Randall and Hopkirk deceased.
Like Randall and Hopkirk deceased.
Did you buy them black shirts and see how much trouble they could get into?
Oh, steady on.
Is murder actually shitter in French? I don't know. Is it? Is that what it means? I don't know.
Murder is
shitter.
Yeah.
There's
Okay,
difference in the
excrement.
pronunciation.
Excrement. Murder.
Yeah.
Excrement.
X what?
Excrement.
So you've been cremated and now you've been excremated. How do they? What? How does that even work?
Well, at the moment, you're excremated.
Is it? Is it add water? There'd be a few beauty spots in the UK that would end up with a terrible problem if that was the case.
Imagine if Kent's mind right now was subtitles across the base of screen.
Do you know, the funny thing is, I think it is.
Well, it almost is, isn't it? Yeah. It almost is. He's saying that bloody Australian. Again.
I'm going to have to go and get my quadriverb.
An item of quality. Is it really misbehaving that badly? That's interesting. I'll have to check mine.
Absolutely nothing coming out. It might
If you're
just
from
be the output
Phuket,
stage,
fuck
you
it.
never know.
Yeah, Phuket.
Oh, yeah, it's not doing it anymore.
Always blame the cheapest component. I'd look at the output sockets.
The user. That's the cheapest component, isn't it?
You haven't got the bill yet.
That's right. Yeah, send me the bill for the gift. That's right. Yeah, that's right. It can be. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Issue a credit note. That's what you do.
Do something.
Yep, nothing.
No, just leave it, Kent. That's not going to help you.
Pardon me.
Go on.
If it's not the power supply, which is sometimes the way, those things.
No.
If it's not hot, then that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it could be just the cap on the output, because that could be what that rumbling and what have you was that it was doing.
I don't know. I tend to DI everything anyway now, so it doesn't. It's sort of.
Oh God, you can't play an 80 without a reverb on it. We've got to.
No, you can't. I agree. No, but it's one of those things. You wind up with a signal chain that has 15 leads in it, just to isolate the components at either end, and then, I use things there's a thing called an ice block, which is a one-to-one transformer audio that completely isolates the signals, but just leaves the magnetic attachment.
I suppose I could just DI it and then put it in and run it through. I don't know. I could put it through Black Hole. Fiona.
You've got a mixer there. Run the little white box as an insert on your mix desk, and then see if you can run something through it via the mix desk, and that way you'll be able to isolate it. Otherwise,
hang on, doesn't the X32 have reverbs on it? The Clark Technique ones.
Get back to me when I've learned how to use it.
Yeah, use those.
Yeah, I've got to figure it all out yet. I haven't spent any time on it at all, hence this rebuild, so I can.
Yeah.
But everything else is.
Lots of modulation there.
Indeed.
Very nice.
So it's getting there. Well, it's actually practically nearly is there. So all these cables that are left out don't have to go in.
All 15 of them were for that little white box.
Yeah, there's a massive pile of them. For Christ's sake, it's ridiculous. Just because there's less gearing in now. So the idea is less gear, less to go wrong.
Yeah. The problem is you end up with a Fender Rhodes Mark 1 in the garage, and you want to get it out, but you don't want to have the hernia that goes with it, you know.
Yeah. Well, even Richard Hilton had one of the electric Stage 88 out in his garage with MIDI.
What?
Donkeys years. Yeah.
A version 1, the original.
No, Yamaha. The Yamaha.
CP80. Oh, Yamaha CP8.
Yeah, the CP80 with MIDI retrofit.
Sorry, not the Rhodes 88.
He tried giving it away, nobody wanted it.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
They do require a special black art of tuning the big Yamaha CPs. The stretch tuning has to be just right, or else it sounds like it's been put through a mangler.
Yeah.
I've seen them break as well. I've seen people try to tune them. Yeah. Yeah, they get.
They wind up with the helical frame sitting on top of the keyboard. The whole thing is twisted into oblivion. Go, I don't know how that, but,
Replace it all with rubber bands. That's what I do. Replace all the strings with rubber bands. That would work.
But yeah, the Rhodes Mark One, lovely instrument, but I've got to get mine serviced now, and that's going to take considerable resources, I think, and a lot of time and a bit of lugging, which is not desirable. But anyway.
Yeah. Is yours a 70?
Mine's an 88.
Yours is the 88.
I've got an 88 Rhodes Stage, yeah. Mark One, so from 1973. So she's 50 years old, and she sounds it. But no, you still get that beautiful, thick, dense sort of thing happening. You just got to punch the keys very, very hard because it's not really set up properly.
Yeah, I've played a few like that.
Oh.
But there's something about playing them as well, though. You know, really knackered old Fender Rhodes. There's something about when you have to really hit them, you end up with this kind of ding, 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 ding. You end up with a really sort of
Well, it's funny because
powerful-
there was that thread in the PSN group where it was, which we favourite Fender Rhodes tracks, and everyone's coming in with those brilliant tracks. And the one that for me that came straight to mind was Marshall Hayne Dancing in the City, because that whole intro is just Rhodes. It's all that thick, dense, very well recorded tube preamp, beautiful compressed electric piano sound.
Anything
That's what
by
I like.
Patrice
Lucky.
Rushen.
Sorry?
Anything by Patrice Rushen.
Really?
She was a
great.
mistress of the Rhodes. Really good.
She was featured in Keyboard Magazine at one stage, I believe.
For years, I just thought Patrice Rushen's just a singer. How wrong was I? She's a brilliant player. Yeah.
It's like Annette Peacock. Just
Yeah, well, she was great too. Yeah, no, she did some
Still
work
is.
with Brand X. Brand X.
Yeah, Brand X and Bill Bruford did
Yeah,
a load of
Bruford.
work with them.
Gradually Going Tornado was one of her. I think it was on one of those tracks. Yeah.
Yeah, I worked with her.
Strange voice, but amazing. Yeah.
She had a way with keys though, with writing tracks and keys, lots and lots. Fender Rhodes with lots of pedals on overdrive and all sorts of things, lots of pedals. And when I first saw it, I just went woo, because we were all in the 80s. We were all about making everything clean, and she's dirtying it all up, and it just sounded amazing. Just sounded amazing. Yeah, really, really good.
No, there is a certain art to the. There's so many different sort of Rhodes takes that are out there, like what Stevie Wonder does, and then what Billy Joel does, and then what Elton John had done with. I think Daniel was done on a Rhodes. There was a whole.
I'm sure he's done Daniel in lots of places, not just on the Rhodes.
I wasn't going to say it, but thank you, Rob.
Always a pleasure, never a chore.
I thought Daniel was done on an RD1000 using one of the electric piano presets because they sound amazing.
1973.
No, it was too small to get Daniel's arse on.
It was 1974, guys. Don't shoot me, I'm only the piano player.
Yeah.
Don't shoot me, I'm only the piano player. It was about 1974 or 73, I think.
What am I thinking of? Which there's another
RD1000. Yeah, well, RD1000 had the Rhodes sound on it, the good one. I used to use it.
Yeah, I've still got one somewhere. I'm trying to think which track he played. What?
It's only fucking Andrew Brooks, a.k.a. Frederick Nietzsche.
Yeah.
That's a great profile.
I'm not sure which way round your head is, whether or not it's upside down or the right way. I can't work it out, Andy.
Thank you, Andrew. That's part of the intended effect. If
turn your whole light out.
I was just noticed, and I'm going to do that right now because it looks like I'm sitting in a halo. He who dwells in inapproachable light. I'll go switch it off.
Tart. Oh, he's got his.
He could have just shut the door, of course, but
Mind you, don't fall out of that dressing gown, Mr. Brooks.
It's all right. I'm clothed underneath. I promise you.
How was the gig?
I'm not doing a tie. It was great. What a bloody stupid venue, but what an amazing venue. Oh, honestly, the Chameleon in Nottingham, and it's just off the main. If anyone's been to Nottingham, the main big square, big open space in the middle of Nottingham. That's the slap bang in the city centre, and it's just off there. You I'm going to get loads of tickets. I know I am, because you couldn't get anywhere near. And then it was down this tiny little snicket alley, and then it up there, and then oh, if only we'd known. Well, actually, we got there and he went up to the top, and the venue, the Chameleon itself, with a bar, and then up to the next, the performance area, there's a stage at the far end, fantastic PA system. I mean, just fantastic. You should have seen the mixer. The guy who does the sound there, a chap called Paul, I think his name was, massive Soundcraft desk. I mean, enormous, and all this analog outboard gear. It was proper throwback. Brilliant, absolutely fantastic, and it sounded great. The crowd was great. It was only a small room, could only hold about 80 people in there, and you'd be squashed in. But it was great. It was a really cool event. We got loads of good feedback, and yeah.
So he wasn't that good at his job then.
Yeah, got lots of feedback.
Yeah. Right, I'll rephrase that. We had lots of lovely comments from people who saw us. Right, yeah. Thank you, Olafson.
Well, hello, young Andy.
What did
Haven't
you do?
seen you for 2 weeks.
No, I honestly kept. Well, last week. Well, actually, most of this last week, I've just been really. I've had end of termitis for the whole thing, and now I'm feeling better. I'm going to go back to work on Monday, haven't I? So, but, yeah, it's just typical. So, but anyway, it was good. And obviously, Grace and I have been really busy and stuff. But yes.
So your half term was this week just gone?
Yeah, this one we just had it. Yeah,
right. Yeah, because my son's off next week.
Yeah, it is a movable feast.
It's a weird thing, isn't it?
As are takeaways.
They are. Yeah, well done, Andy. Yes.
I'll leave now.
What is Kent doing? What are you doing, Kent?
We don't know.
Are you having fun down there?
He's trying to plug in a CS80 and make it work.
Oh, I've got a buzz in me right ear.
Yeah, I've got a buzz in
something's
mine.
buzzing. It's in the left ear.
Have I got my headphones on the wrong way around?
Yeah, so have I.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are, Steve. Hiya.
Can't hear a thing. Can't hear a thing. What's going on? Hang on. Hello, can you hear? Hello. 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 Oh, that's better. I can hear you, Steve. I can hear you, mate. That's better.
Stops.
Jesus.
What you should do, Brooksy, is actually just ring up the Fender Rhodes Appreciation Society and get them to book their next gig in that venue. Tell them how
Yeah, they'd
good
love
it
it.
is.
Actually,
just to get one in there and up the stairs, and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Up to like fucking Render Roads. Oh my god! But the desk, the PA, the outboard, it's got some absolutely fabulous old sort of valve compressors and all sorts. It was like studio gear rather than PA gear, but well, it sounded fantastic. And it's all coming to an end at the end of next month. The building has been sold, and they've all got to come out. And the poor chap has not got a venue for his PA system and his gear. I hope he does find something.
Well, you'd hope so. That's, I mean, because the other problem is that all that gear. I mean, speaking from experience, all of the valve pre's are very heavy and very bulky, and
yeah, they are.
Like I've got TL audio and UA stuff, and it's weighty.
Yeah. But it's all. He's got it all in. Obviously, it's all racked up, and it all careful, like custom. It looks like he's custom made them either side, the back, in the corners here, and above the mixer itself. And beautifully done. He's done it himself. He's been the sound guy there for 17 years, and he's been putting it there. He's treated the room. He's done all this and now it'll all come down because it's all going to be turned into, guess what? Urban living flats. Yeah. Urban living flats. I mean, given where it was, I'm amazed. I mean, the problem is actually getting your musical gear into that venue is a ball ache. So apart from the fact that the room itself is amazing, the actual process is a pain in the arse.
Yeah.
And I'm probably going to get some kind of a ticket from Nottingham City Council for parking where I shouldn't. Well, all the signs said except loading, and we were definitely loading. So that would be my argument. We were loading gear. So
I remember speaking when Richard Hilton was in Melbourne. He was staying at a hotel that I used to do gigs in, and that hotel, you have to drive your car into the basement, move your keyboards into the lift in the car park, take it up to street level, bump it across a foyer into another lift to go upstairs, and then you need to wheel it round through the kitchen across the greasy floor and right round the back. It was the Hyatt. It was the Hyatt in Melbourne, corner of Collins and Russell, and then eventually get to stage. And then at the end of the night, you'd have to do the reverse process. And it was incredibly dangerous trying to walk with Yamaha guitar amps and stuff because you were heavy, you were out of balance, and you're on a floor that's covered in greasy hot water all the way. You know, it was just awful.
Oh dear.
So by the time you got home, you're exhausted just simply for the gymnastic effect of lugging your keyboard rig through all of those corridors and those lifts and so forth. The other thing was that the lifts are always occupied with people, so you have to get in and go the opposite way just so you could get up to where you wanted to go, because otherwise you'd be competing. So all of these crazy things.
That's just on one side still, Ken. Is that right?
Life on the road. I'm not sure that I could do it these days. You know, I never got a chance to do it when I was younger and fitter, but now, I've done my left knee in. My left knee's giving me chips just from lugging the boxes around up these flights of stairs and up the stairs here as well.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh well.
Yeah, no, it's well, I was doing 7 gigs a week with the band, and it was just on. So that was about 10 years of my life gone, but at least it was fun.
Good. That's what it's about. Enjoying yourself.
Well,
we did enjoy ourselves. We thoroughly enjoyed ourselves. I've still got me question mark.
Yep.
You can get back in. On the back of my hand.
So if you want to get into the place for free, just draw a question mark on your head.
Well, tonight it's a question mark.
Oh, tomorrow might be exclamation.
Tomorrow might be an exclamation mark, or
might
even
be an ampersand.
Some inverted commas, or even an apostrophe. That would really freak people out. They wouldn't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
Or a tilde or a caret.
You've got that on the wrong
tilde,
hand.
Yeah. You are.
Wrong hand.
Oh.
I swapped hands. I really have. That's right. Yeah,
it's in Spanish, you see.
Yeah, nobody knows how to use the apostrophe correctly.
Oh, well, Spanish have the inverted one at one end and the proper one at the other one, don't they? Yeah.
Yeah, they do. And the same with exclamation marks. And actually, do you know what? It makes so much sense. Because, well, why did they do that? What's the point of that? And I'm going, well, actually, it tells you right at the very beginning of this sentence that it's a question. Because in Spanish, a statement and a question can be absolutely identical. And you don't know at the start because it's all done in the voice. So if you've got the question mark, you know it's going to be a question. And I think it's really useful. I think we should introduce it into English. Not that we need it.
Well, it's the same as every dumb Australian has an upward inflection at the end of every sentence, you know. So you make yourself sound really dumb.
Yeah, that's right.
I think that's the case everywhere, and all English-speaking countries. I can't do it.
It's hard to do. It is hard to do.
I really can't. There we go.
It's just going to sound surprised that you've got to the end of the sentence, Andrew.
Do you think that's a statement of doubt?
Gloves off.
Here we go.
Oh, Robert. Hi, Robert, in the chat.
Yeah.
Not seen you for ages and ages.
Mentioned him half hour ago, and I must have summoned him in.
Robert.
How about an interpunct? Yeah. leave that for you. Oh dear. Well done, Robbie.
Is that a verb?
Depends how you use it.
Yeah. with a Range Rover normally, but
see, part of the whole idea of people having pronouns now in Australia, we don't have pronouns; we just have adverbs, and much easier. Everything becomes abusively.
Andrew Longhurst, twat. There we go. It works.
Hyphenated. Hyphenated. Sorry.
Yeah.
Stephen Chumley Bottom.
Arse.
Oh, now we're coming out the right side. And now we've got
both sides. Look
There we
at
go.
that. Yay, well done.
Lovely hub. Oh, sounds just like Vangelis.
Aye.
This is where we learned that Vangelis was just Kent in a fat suit.
Well, a suit, anyway.
Oh, God.
There's the vision.
Nothing else can
proper
really do
ring
that.
rod.
Yeah.
That's
It's the box, mate, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I was going to say the white box is bad and the quadriverb works.
Do you know how old this quadriverb? it has been. It's dragged.
Yeah.
Mate, it's been in the workshop. I left it in the garden once, and it was in the rain. Didn't care.
It's not as old as the 80, though.
No, it's not
No,
as
it's
old
not.
as the 80. I grant you, but the 80s had a lot more care and attention put into it than poor old Verb has. Christ, I was,
Yeah, they're good
Christ,
boxes.
How old was I when I had that? Must be 20. It must be maybe 20.
Oh, 1987, the quadriverb, I reckon.
It was very popular with guitarists for a while. Really popular
yeah.
as part of their reg.
Yeah, so it'd be 20.
It was just,
something.
it was just very popular. It was everywhere.
Well, it was the first. Well, they say cheap. You know, high quality.
Affordable.
What was it? It was
Yeah.
what was it? 449 or something like that. It wasn't a
Something
huge.
like that. But you know, this is in a time when you know it's going to cost you 4K for a plate.
That's yeah.
Or £22,000 for a 244. You know.
Yeah.
So you can see its popularity.
Or they gave away the Clark DN, whatever it was, Clark Technique.
Yeah. It wasn't the first one though, was it? I mean, Yamaha had the
R1000.
There was the.
They had the Rev
was that-
1.
R1000.
But that was
first
expensive. The Rev 1 and the Rev 7 were still pretty expensive boxes.
And the SPX 90.
The SPX 90 came before the quadriverb. So the
But it was
the SPX
mono
90
in.
was-
Isn't the quadriverb stereo in?
Stereo.
Yeah. The SPX was always mono. That was
yeah.
the only.
Yeah, because I think we had a little lexicon or something before this, and it was mono in, stereo out. And that was okay because all the synths were mono outs anyway, so it didn't really matter too much. We were actually enjoying the stereo.
And
Of course, when the stereo ones come out. It was
Most
like,
auxiliary sends are mono sends anyway, aren't they? So.
It takes fucking ages to balance every single aftertouch sensor. So they're all exactly the same pressure each. It's like,
Can you actually really do it?
yeah. All your stuff. And if you don't, they give you a right bloody hell. I'll tell you.
Yeah, they do.
But I mean, when Vangelis borrowed my one, and he said to me afterward about, he says, do you have your aftertouch quite firm? He says, I like mine really, really, really soft. I went, how soft? He goes, oh, really, really soft. I said, did Dusty do it for you? He went, yeah. I said, oh, I'll ask him what he set it to. So when I phoned Dusty, I said, what did you set it to then? And he goes, oh, I set it to about 9.5 volt. The standard is to set it to 7.2. And I go, that's quite soft. He went, yeah, that's what SA wants it. So I tried setting it to 9.2. I couldn't get on with it. It was like, no, that's too much. Fucking hell. You know, literally, you looked at it hard and it sort of like after-touched. It was like, open the door and go, no! Strong wind and it would go off.
Whoa. It's amazing. The carrot's orange versus the carrot's colour, isn't it? The carrot's orange. Well, yes, the carrot's orange has a double meaning, doesn't it? It could be the orange which belongs to the carrot, or the carrot is orange.
Is orange, yeah.
It's a double
meaning.
There we are. The carrot doesn't own the orange.
It's ambiguous. Yep, truly ambiguous.
It is. Yep. A good video on YouTube. A chap called Rob Words. I've probably mentioned him before. A chap who lives in Berlin, actually, English bloke. And he was talking about, you know, the words that have been destroyed, i.e., their meaning is now not what the words originally meant. And there's absolutely loads and loads and loads of them. Obvious ones are things like literally.
Yeah.
You know, the way that's used these days. You know, oh, I literally died laughing. Well, you can't have done because you're talking to me now. So, well, there was loads, and some of you go, oh, God, yeah, have I been using that word wrong all these years? I suppose I have, yeah.
It's loads of words that have been bastardised, you know, over the years.
Skunked is the technical term. Seriously, I learned that. Yeah,
really?
When it happens to a word, it's been skunked. Yeah, it's great.
Okay.
Like a skunk sprayed all its shit all over it. I thought that was great.
I can think of so many examples. I mean, woke is the one that comes to mind straight away. The woke used to be that you're a past tense of
wake.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there was a load of interest on that. Problematic.
Yeah.
Problematic is such a loaded word these days that if
quite problematic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's become in itself, in and of itself.
Yeah.
Anyway, just go and watch his videos. I like Rob Words. He has some interesting things to say about
What's that one? The guy that was going on about the words that are misused, or you know, they not misuse, they mispronounce the words.
Oh, there's loads.
Yeah.
There were loads. So the grammarian gets cross. And the linguist goes, well, if that's how it's being used, that's what it is, which is actually the truth.
Yeah.
So if a word is being used in that way, that's what it means. An example of that is a word like decimate, which actually in its original meaning, decimatere, to kill 1 in 10, not to obliterate everything, which is what it means these days. So it's changed. So people use it, and therefore that is what it means, even if it's different to what its original semantic, you know, etymological
usage
was.
Definition. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that a cunning linguist then?
Yeah.
Yeah. Getting clever now.
Literally and literally.
Virtually and figuratively.
Literally. I don't think that's right, Inky.
Blatantly.
There's
quartering of a decimeter.
I always remember the linguistics department at Melbourne University back in the day, where one of the lecturers was new and he'd just come from Southeast Asia, and his full name was Charles Randria Rasamanana, and his name tag was so big it actually fitted across his door and across the sides of the door, and was sort of bolted into the And the other one was a funny story. There was a little lady who was Scottish, like a Mrs. Doubtfire type, who was part of our linguistics class. And the first half of the year, she did very well. It was Chomsky's transformational syntax, and she did really well on that. But the second half of the year was phonetics, and she failed her phonetics exam because she pronounced everything with a Scottish accent, and her transcriptions of texts were audio texts were afflicted with the Scottish accent and all the change in symbols that required. So it was,
Rabbie Burns would be turning in his grave.
He would, yeah. So there was all of those aspects to literature that were fun and games. It was the hardest subject I ever did, was Chomsky's transformational syntax. I found that way more baffling than any other course I took at uni. But anyway.
Just for you, Steve.
Oh, thank you for that. That makes me feel much better.
I don't understand it either. I pretend I do, but I don't really. It sits next to another book which I bought at the same time, which I thought would make me look really clever, and which I have read and still don't understand it, which is called Introducing Logic. It just baffled me. I actually got much further with the Chomsky than I did.
Well, it's interesting because, of course, our mathematics for junior kids is predicated on learning arithmetic functions like plus, minus, divide, times, fractions, and so forth. Whereas if you train someone to count in base 2 and then use Boolean algebra, their approach to solving problems will be vastly different, and their way of coping with different issues would be vastly different. And that tool set solves a whole different bunch of problems to the ones that we commonly tackle with algebra, because we're used to counting things. We're merchants, whereas if we were logicians, we would use all the Boolean stuff, and it would be gates and ands and ors and nots and XORs and all of that sort of stuff. Yeah.
And or not is all you need. Thank you.
That's right.
Yeah. Let's put nor, nand, XOR.
I hear those words and you say those things. I think 7440 and 7400 series TTL chips that we used to use back in the late or mid 70s. It was that they were out. They were available, and they lasted for quite a long time. But it's a basis for a lot of synthesizer code.
Paul Artola says he taught that stuff for 25 years. Oh my God. Well, obviously you understand it, Paul. That's why you get on so well with VCV Rack, I have to say. I think, being able to, no, I mean that as a genuine thing, because it's a lot of the modular stuff has that sort of logic function built into it, and my brain doesn't cope very well with it.
So, you just got to think of your gates and try and work out how it's going to work. But,
yeah, on, off.
It does.
If it's on, it stops. If it's on, it lets it through. I'm fucked, aren't I? I'm sorry.
I think that's where we're going wrong.
If the gate is open, it goes through. The gate is closed, it doesn't. But if it's closed, it might go somewhere else. It might, depending on the. Oh God, no. I've got things in this rack over here which do that. And I go, if I set it to that, sometimes it'll go that way and sometimes it'll go that way, and that's cool. I don't have to understand what it's doing and precisely why. It just does it. Oh, Inky says you love Logic Gate. Get into modular then, Inky. You'll love it. It'll be right up your street. You have to sell your NPC and buy a module or two. Anyway, I've got some news. One of my latest purchases, which was quite expensive.
Oh, what was it?
Hermod Plus.
Oh, yep.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, today, as we were doing our last sort of getting ready, it crashed and it crashed and it crashed and it kept crashing whenever I was trying to save what we'd done. It crashed, and then to set it all up again. It crashed. Okay, knocked off. So I had to take it out and go back to the old method, which was great because I knew what I was doing with all of that. But I was pretty irritated because in theory the Hermod should be great. So now I've got to get in touch with Squarp Instruments and say, I'm having trouble with this. It keeps crashing when I'm trying to save. This is not good. This makes it unusable.
Yeah.
But fortunately, it will still be in warranty. Have I got a dodgy unit? Is it a dodgy SD card? No, actually, that's a question. Dodgy SD card, because it came supplied with one. If I go out and buy a decent SD card that I know is a decent one, and format it and put it in, and that's the first step. I'm going to do that and see if that works, because SD cards are useful full stop, aren't they? So,
but they have different speeds on them. So if you get a slow card in a fast device, it's going to fall over.
Fake SD cards are far more prevalent than anybody gives them credit for. They are.
Yeah.
I mean, even Amazon. If you buy from Amazon, Amazon aren't aware that the seller is supplying fake. There are ways of determining. But
I would go to Asda or PC World and just buy a ScanDisk one, because I know that they've worked with all the things that I've needed little SD cards.
As long as you get a genuine SanDisk, yeah, absolutely, they're the best.
Yeah.
But,
is it SanDisk or ScanDisk? SanDisk. Sorry. Right.
Yeah. That's what I scared.
128 gigabyte SD card SanDisk Extreme Pro is about 50. Yeah, exactly, Wagyu. It's no hard. It's no great hardship. I mean, whether the Hermod will be able to access 128 gigabytes, I wouldn't need 128 gigabytes. Yeah, exactly. It's blimmin' minuscule. Absolutely.
The other thing is that there is certain operating system formatting which doesn't work on larger volume discs. So you may have to get a smaller capacity disc.
The Hermod is only a sequencer. It doesn't deal with audio or anything like that. So all it's going to be recording and saving is MIDI or CV data.
Right.
What it's got in its memory. So I will not need a 128 gigabyte SD card.
Get a 512 meg one and see if you can get it to work on that.
Yeah,
or 1 gig.
Or 1 gigabyte, 8 gigabyte. Because and see how it works. So
that's another thing. Is it SDXC or SDHC? Because there's still companies that are still making units that only recognise HC, which is the high capacity that only goes to 32 gig.
Right.
And XC goes beyond that.
It's a modern device. It only came out towards the end of last year, so
Sonicware only support HC.
Oh.
So you can only get up to 32 gig in like the Sample Trek or the ELZ1 Play.
I mean, only 32 gig of sample. I mean, honestly.
I know.
I mean,
that's all you
I
need.
could reach up there at that little pile of floppies on my W30. Thank you, Kent. But it's got half a megabyte of memory, and I used to use it for all sorts limitations. So, but are you realistically? I mean, actually, you and your massive sample libraries, maybe you will, but I can't. Well, maybe that's just my imaginative limitation. So, being able to fill 32 gigabytes in something like a Sample Trek.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
it's a huge number of samples stored on a disk, though. So it's a library you're building.
But if the device is only capable of reading one and not the other, because XC devices that can read XC can also read HC, but HC cannot read XC.
Right. Wagyu's just asked, what was the size of the supplied card? I don't know. It doesn't say anywhere in the manual, and there's no way that I can find from the screen
There's nothing on
and
the
the
card.
menus, the menus, what its capacity is.
So did you say
no,
what
no, there
format
isn't.
it is?
It's not
Is
pro-
it its-
You've
is it
got
its
to-
own-
You have to format it within the HerMod.
But
Get
is
one
it
of
the
these.
printed
You can
on
still
card?
you can still look at the capacity of it. But, get one of those and plug it into your PC and just like use an adapter.
Oh, that's
So
a
you
good
know,
point. Yeah,
whatever you do
actually,
there.
yeah, Steve, that's a
you
good point. I can do that. Yes, I can do that. I've got one of those.
Can you
as well,
save
so.
to anything other than SD? Are there other stuff? Can you save via USB-C
Again,
or
this
something?
this is hard for me to answer yet because it does have 2 USB ports. It's got the square one. Is that the device?
That's the device one.
And the host. Yeah. So it does. But as again from the manual, it seems that that's just MIDI. I don't know. It would seem logical to me that you could take the memory of your device and dump it to a computer via your USB cable. Whether
Okay,
it's
now
the
here's a point. If you're using some USB to MIDI adapters, they don't all behave the same. I had problems with the Roland ones, which I never thought I'd have a problem with.
I've not tried any USB with the device at all yet,
All right,
so
okay.
it's not USB that's causing an issue.
All right, well then I'm just saying that just be alert that at every stage you can have a hiccup. Your disk capacity, your disk speed,
Yeah.
Robbie's H versus X compatibility for the size of the addressing.
Yeah,
And with SD card, I mean, I've stopped using SD cards completely now, just because except for some cameras, you can't use anything but as soon as I've filmed, I transfer it off straight away. I only use them as the first and only temporary storage if there's no other thing. And if I have to, I'll actually bang another one in and I'll make a copy as quickly as I can. So I've got 2, just in case.
But do they fail regularly then?
Yes,
But-
it's NAND
Yeah, they
memory
do.
fails.
SD
NAND memory fails.
SD cards have a much higher failure rate than almost anything else because they're so small and there are so
This
many
is true that yeah.
counterfeits out there. But they do fail. They do fail. Saying regularly, they fail often enough that I won't trust them
Yeah,
anymore for anything
okay.
that I do. I just won't.
So I have to remember. My sample library, which I have on the Bitbox sampler, which is also basically stored on a micro SD card. I have it all backed up on the computer anyway. I could probably be backing it up somewhere else, to be honest, couldn't I? But
You
yeah,
could.
It's just one of those things. A lot of these devices, they've all got SD cards in them. I mean,
Look at
Robbie, you've got the blue box. That's got an
box, yeah.
Yeah.
SD, yeah.
Did you say black box? No,
I got the
you've
black box.
I thought you
The sampler.
I thought you'd bought the blue box mixer as well.
No, I want the blue box mixer, but
Oh,
that's
right, I see. Yeah,
black.
yeah. I mean, again, I've got that. They're brilliant, aren't they? God, I'm just getting my head into the blue box mixer. That has been spiffing. Well, bloody hell, I had to go out and buy a separate power supply to power it.
Aye. Because
So
is
what's-
the blue box? Because the black box uses USB for its power.
Oh no, this is Eurorack module, so it's just Euro.
Oh, right, okay,
But
yeah.
it requires. I think I've talked about this before, but it requires. It has 2 power cables. It's the only Eurorack module I've seen that has 2 power cables on it, and it has 8. It requires 800 milliamps.
Milliamps, yeah.
800 milliamps on the 5-volt rail, which my power supply in the rack just was not able to deliver. So I needed to get a much beefier power supply. But it's like, oh God's sake, the thing was expensive enough as it is without having to go and buy another. Oh well, I have. That's sitting there and it works fine.
So have you got the HerMod or the HerMod Plus?
HerMod Plus. Are you doing some Google digging?
Yeah.
Issues with saving, crashing when saving.
No, I'm not looking that up. I'm looking up.
If I have problems like that, it's usually an idiot.
Mature stocking porn.
A SD card. I'll have a quick search actually.
Oh, please. You know, if you make love to someone and their toes curled, they may have left their pantyhose on. That's my latest discovery.
Yep.
Hang on, it has a hard disk. Doesn't it?
Are you sure?
If you hold X and press record, it enables hard disk recording.
No, not on the Hermod.
I'm looking at the manual for the Hermod Plus.
Hard disk recording?
Yeah.
It's a MIDI and CV sequencer. There's no audio in or out.
No, it's just recording. It's recording external MIDI instruments or other such things. It's CV gates, that kind of stuff. So
yeah,
it's not for recording audio. No, but it says. Hold on, mind you, it might just be that they are referring to an SD because people, it drives me nuts.
Yes, yeah.
So
I don't think it's got a hard drive. I think it's just all to SD card.
Another example of a word that's changed meaning in the vernacular.
Yeah.
The hard disk used to be something was metallic and that big, and now it's this is a hard drive sort of thing. Yeah. Yeah, hopeless.
Yeah. Hermod. Old. Well, I'll have to contact them and find out what they've got to say. If it's an
it's
issue,
not the most helpful manual, is it?
No, it's not. It really isn't. In fact, it's very frustrating, the manual. But fortunately, Grace was able to interpret it better than I could, and we got there in the end. And actually, the device works in a pretty logical, sensible way, but the manual doesn't seem to tell you that.
What's the troubleshooting? You never know what problem you're going to get and how they're going to resolve it.
Yeah, exactly.
And the other thing is that if you look at Roland boutiques, you get Sunshine Jones's manuals actually help you use the device, whereas Roland's instruction set don't. And the same with so many products that just have lousy manuals or lousy instructions or just don't give you a troubleshooting guide that really works, you know.
Quite.
Do you know, I think it's got to be it's got to be a 40 SD card because it's not a huge amount of data. I mean, it's really not.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean, that's what Grace and I both concluded. The first port of call is go and buy hopefully a decent SD card that you know how it works, that it will work. So yeah, it's just a frustration because I want that module to become and it's what it's supposed to be. It's called a modular brain. It has 8 CV gate tracks, and it's got 8 MIDI tracks, which can be polyphonic. And I've got the bit box in there, and there are other sort of polyphonic Eurorack modules, or even just sending it out to other things. I can use it to sequence the Pro 1, for example, via CV, and that's exciting to me. That it has that scope. But if it falls flat on its face when you try to save something, the thing is useless. So
I had a mate of mine who had the early Korg sequences that were doing MIDI and little tiny boxes that did it. And he used to work live with that. And he had so many mishaps and erasings and dropping memory and stopping in the middle of performances. He went back to using CDs for backing tracks as part of his... And he could play anything, but it was that frustration with the technology that when all your eggs are in one basket and the basket isn't robust, then you've got an issue,
Yeah, it's odd, isn't it? Because those early Korg sequencers, you'd have thought they were pretty solid.
Well,
hardware doesn't let you down. Well, yeah, it does.
Yeah. I had a 2022 Mini Moog, which I took back because it wasn't working. It just had the overload light on, and the A440 would work, and I took it back to get it fixed. And the people were fantastic. The Moog dealership here in Melbourne did a great job servicing it. They were no problem and very, very quick. But it turned out there was a 15-volt supply rail missing from the back of the power supply. how, I don't know. And the entire keyboard mechanism had been jammed towards the top C. So the top C wouldn't actually depress and release properly. So this is a 9,000 Australian dollar synthesizer, brand new out of the box, and that's your out of box experience. You know, it's a little
Done
bit
all that before Moog
disappointing.
moved everything to the Far East, eh?
Oh, look, I'm not going to judge Moog because it could have been one lousy Australia Post courier that did that. And you never know, but we just tend to have your own set of mishaps and problems, Rob. I mean, and we're all used to it now because we're just so battle weary from issues. One thing I did learn, actually, an interesting thing, I had a conversation with my keyboard tech during the week, and he told me of a new Aladdin's Cave opening in Melbourne, full of synthesizers, 3 CS80s, about 5 meters of Roland System 700, 160 synthesizers. They've got 9 Spec X mixers to mix the whole thing, so all top-end gear. And it's a guy who was involved originally with Mess when it was set up here, the synthesizer studio, and he's doing his own Mess on steroids now. So Mess meaning Melbourne synthesizer museum, so to speak. So, yeah, he's got his own private museum. He's just setting up at the moment with all this exotic gear and just stuff that you would never see in a month of Sundays. It's unbelievable. But he was saying an interesting thing. He said, as this memory fails, our children will be the first generation that won't have any photos to hand of their youth because they'll all be on SD cards somewhere or on hard disk somewhere.
Which will get
and
lost.
They'll all get lost.
Trade
So,
the phone in, yeah.
and this week I've been going through my old photographs that my grandparents had from the 1800s and stuff. And,
Wow.
and they're all faded, but they're all kind of precious because they've survived 100 years, unlike the digital media, which won't survive that long at all.
Do you know what's really fun? I've just looked through the whole manual. There's nothing about the SD card, about
No,
how
there
to
isn't.
format.
Yeah.
There's nothing about formatting it, even where it is.
I told you that. It took
There's fuck all. It's
I
just
told you that.
really. I know you did, but you know, one has to look, doesn't one? But it's you kind of think,
One
well,
did. One
I know-
muchly and
well,
often.
clearly you did. Forgive me for second guessing you, but it's just nonsense.
Ah, God, yeah, it's not good at all. I mean, that's one thing I will definitely feed back to Squarp and say the manual is sometimes impenetrable and less than helpful.
Deficient
And it doesn't
is the word, yeah.
Deficient. Il y a un déficit. I can do
Yeah.
French.
Oh, it's nice to sit down.
Have you got everything going through the white box now, Kent? Is that now uniformly across every device in the entire chain?
Not quite, no.
I can see it wasn't cheap either. I mean, it's sort of one of those things you probably just toss it, but yeah, it's one of those things.
No. I will open her up and see what's going on. I reckon one of the caps has gone dry on the output, or something of that nature. Hence the crackling
I'll
and
look
buzzing.
on mine. I'll have to look on mine, but it's hard when you've got everything isolated electrically. You don't get as many buzzes or pops or hums or anything like that. It's all kind of much cleaner. But you don't get early warning of those sort of problems either.
Well, we were getting loads of rumbles and pops. What was it, last week, week before? From the 80. I'm going, what's up with her? I turned her off in the end, but the rumbles and pops continued and went, oh, hang on.
It's the white box.
Yeah.
What's the white box?
CXM 1978. It's a
Oh, yes,
replica
yes,
of an
yes, yes.
lexicon.
Yeah.
And then they're at the upper end of the reverb pedal price points, but and normally pretty good. But
this one's gone dark.
Yes, it's gone dark web on you.
Glad it's not just me having trouble with these things.
Oh no!
Oh, trust me, you want to see how many
There's
problems
a-
are raining here today.
There are several
well, yeah.
there are several conversations about this on the Hermod support site or forum about SD card issues.
Right.
SD
Right.
card mount error. Please retry or format your SD card, but it doesn't say how. For fuck's sakes. Jesus. Yeah. Anyway, good luck with that.
Well, Grace managed to reformat it. She saved it all back onto her desktop and managed to reformat the card on her computer via the Squarp site. So, or no. How did she do it? Oh God, I've forgotten. There's been so many things we've been dealing with today. It's all big pile of scrambled eggs or mashed potato. But...
Someone else has posted, I'm getting a message that my patterns won't save. Do I need to format my SD card? I'm using a 32 gigabyte card. Is that too large? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And no replies to that at all.
Oh, right. Interesting.
13 days ago.
Does it read NT?
I'm sorry, Kent. I didn't understand that comment. Does it read NT?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you some card readers, did you format them in
NTFS?
NTFS.
Right.
It
Or
will
FAT32.
go. I'm sorry. What? Yeah.
Yeah.
So the
It
data's
does
out of
sometimes
line.
make a difference.
Yeah.
Oh God, why can't
It has to do
all
with
be
the-
standardised and work?
No, because the technology grew. It started out with little floppy disks, and you'd be formatting those with FAT16.
Yeah.
And then it became FAT32 when we wanted to go to 4 gigabyte hard drives.
Yeah.
And then NTFS had moved in alongside from 1995 with Windows NT, and it had its own file allocation table and its own disk structure and its own addressing mechanism to get bigger file names. So that was a different thing that DOS hadn't had previously.
Yeah, because those file names were.
Yeah, and all of these, they're all incremental changes, but it all
I need to go and study computer science, don't I?
obsolescence.
What was the Apple one again? Robbie?
APFS.
APFS.
Yeah.
Apple proprietary filing system. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, all of these things.
God. Oh, listen, folks, forgive me. It's nearly. Thank you for your advice and your kind words about that. I will look into that. Thank you, Andrew, about the Hermod forums. Again, I'll look for those. Well, it's now 2:00 in the morning, and I'm whacked. So I'm
Blimey, is it? Yeah, me too.
I'm going to love you and leave you.
God, I've been working on this since 9 o'clock this morning.
Oh God, go to bed, Kent. Right,
It's almost finished, Ken. It's almost done, mate.
Yeah,
Right,
but
Andrew.
it means.
Thank you.
Let me think.
Oh
It's
yeah,
12
cheers, Steve. Nice to see you again. And take care.
Take care,
everyone.
man. Yeah.
Cheers, Andrew. Cheers,
Bye-bye.
mate.
So that means I've been on my knees for nearly 17 hours.
Just like that time down the docks.
Yeah.
Oh, sailor.
It's not my record, obviously, but. there was
Doom.
oh, mate,
Matron.
yeah, there was that Christmas Eve in Bangkok. God bloody hell.
Yeah.
Yes. An A&E at Knightsbridge that does
Yeah,
much the same
God,
thing.
yeah.
The rubber glove goes on. You're down there for hours.
Oh, it's 2:00. Right, I'm going to bugger off as well, I think. Good luck with it, Robbie.
With
You going
what?
to carry on, or are you going to go to bed soon?
Yeah, I'll probably get to bed in a bit. It's getting that way.
And Ken, you?
I'd go in a bed, to be honest. Much better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I say bed. I think the word that's missing there is dogs. It's a dog's bed, really.
Yeah.
She's already gone to bed. Nelly. She goes to bed about 11ish, 12ish. On her own.
Sensible girl.
Yeah. She's got her own bedtime. I've never known a dog do that, ever. I've had many dogs. But never one that had its own bedtime. That's fucking hilarious.
Jesus. Right. Good night, gents.
See you later.
Good evening.
All right.
Take care. All right.
Take
you
care,
later. God
everyone.
bless.
Look after
Bye.
I'll
yourself.
say good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye for now. I'll head off too. Thanks.
All right,
Ciao,
mate.
ciao.
Look after yourself. Take care.
See you later.
Bye, Andrew.
Bye, guys. I just had an unintentional nap.
Don't blame you, mate.
Bye.
Bye-bye.